What's wrong, Billy?
I'm trying to run higher keys, but I just can't get the route right. I don't know where to find the best routes.
Well, have I got the tool for you then? Introducing Raider.io's Auto Route Creator. With this new feature, every live-tracked key is instantly converted to a shareable route through Keystone Guru. You can even keep your routes private to protect your own personal strategies.
Wow, this is amazing. When can I start using it?
Right now, Billy, it's available in closed beta to our Patreon supporters. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the Auto Route Creator today!
Welcome to day 3 of the Great Push, Group B. I'm Dratnos, joined by Nagura, Zyronic, Makes, and Tuttles, and we have 4 teams that have stayed alive today, but only 2 of them can go through to our global finals. Zyro, can you give us a rundown of the 4 teams we still have left alive and their hopes for making it into that top 2?
Yeah, sure. So, unsurprisingly, at the top of our leaderboards, the 2 most consistent teams of the entire weekend, Legendary and NA's Last Hope, have really been consistent in their top-end dungeons. The only thing separating them right now is just that one key that Legendary was able to pull off at the end of yesterday, the 29 Uldaman, which was our first world record key of the weekend. In the 3rd slot, tied on points with NA's Last Hope, is Last Moment, which is, a team that's been interesting in their comps they've run throughout the weekend. They've been off meta, but they're showing that it works. They're very, very, very close to NA's Last Hope. They're just behind on tiebreaker based on time right now, but that's a good spot to be in because we're going to see a lot of high-end key pushing today, which is low success rate. So, low success rate, high variance, they could definitely leapfrog a little bit if they get some good keys done with their off-meta comp. Ready checks, on the other hand, they're a little bit behind. 3 points behind. They put in a Herculean effort yesterday. After making a couple of mistakes in the first 30 minutes of the day, they essentially put together a perfect day yesterday, timing key after key after key after key, and just barely at the last second eking out a 9-second advantage over Pixel, putting themselves into the final day of the competition. I don't think they're in a spot where they can really compete for the top 2 unless these high-end keys prove to be way too difficult for the top-end teams to pull off. If that's the case, they could maybe think about poking their heads in near the end of the day here, but it's going to be a tough day for them.
Yeah, we have 5 hours of gaming today, which that is kind of the Ready Check's win condition, right? Is things go a little bit bad for everybody. Everybody's kind of hitting the ceiling. Ready Checks can pick up those 3 points in the Freehold and the Nelth Slayer, and then, they're tied with everybody else, so... of course, top 2 is what the teams are playing for to get through to those global finals. And we are going to be revealing one final dungeon that's going to come out in a couple of minutes here, in like 6 or 7 minutes. We'll be doing that reveal. So that will be something that teams will have to spend some time on as well. Makes you feeling like it's a Legendary and NA's Last Hope? How much of a strong advantage do you think they have? Or do you think Last Moment and or Ready Checks are going to be easily able to contest them for these top 2 spots?
I mean, I think it depends a little bit on what that final dungeon is and how the teams are approaching that one. Of course, if it is a dungeon that one team is just really good in, then there could be an upset. I think for Ready Checks, realistically speaking, it's going to be incredibly hard to get into those top 2 spots that they're looking for. For Last Moments, it's looking a little bit more realistic. But we were kind of talking about their win condition for today, which is definitely getting a really high key, like a 31 Altharian Slayer, which I think they can do, but I don't think it's going to be easy. It's probably going to be a little bit of a progress key. Then they need to go in again and get some of the other dungeons, like that 29 Uldaman, which we already saw from Legendary. I think that's a dungeon that will be extremely hard for them.
Yeah, NA's Last Hope also needs to get that Uldaman probably if they want to go for first place, because of course there is still prize money between first and second place, even though both will qualify through to global finals. Tettles, what's been the most surprising thing for you this weekend? Were you surprised by NA's Last Hope coming into the last day below Legendary, even though they were higher seeded?
I feel like that wasn't the most surprising thing. I think to me the most surprising thing was maybe like that 29 Uldaman. That Uldaman dungeon, that was the first time we'd ever seen Uldaman done on that key level, and Legendary didn't make it look like especially difficult. Like it looked hard, right? But they made it look really consistent, like they were ready to go and do that. I think the other massively surprising thing is that teams are kind of gearing up to do 30 Algathor Academy, and what is that going to look like? We saw both Legendary and NA's Last Hope trying to start the progression process of being able to time that Algathor Academy. It seemed like it was a bit tough on the timer, though. But I think that's actually, I think that with the end of day, like retooling, maybe changing your route a little bit, those teams might be able to time that key pretty quickly.
All right, well, speaking of Algathor Academy, we do have one of our exciting trivia questions ready to go, which does apparently relate to Algathar Academy as well. So this is, which item is not present near one of the Dragonflight recruiters? A suit of armor, magic books, a tea set, and a campfire. All right, Nagura, you haven't I haven't thrown any of these questions to you yet, so you get the honor of getting the trivia question first. What is your thought process here?
Well, this is great because I actually know this for a fact.
Wow.
And it is a campfire.
Okay, I don't think it's a campfire. I'm pretty sure there's a campfire by like the Black Dragonflight one. I'm suspicious. I think you just took a 25% chance of glory there.
I mean, did I or did I not?
All right, Zyra, I heard a hum from you. Do you have an opinion?
I feel like thematically, a suit of armor, magic books both make sense. I think T-set's the only one that really doesn't make sense. I'm gonna go with C for me.
I'm gonna go with A. I think it's a suit of armor.
I'm also thinking A, because they're all Drakthir, right? They
Yeah,
don't
no armor
really
can
have
fit
that
them.
much armor.
Like it
So
would just be a
a
belt
full
and a
suit
shoulder
of arm-
pads, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So I think the suit of armor is fake news here.
Tettles, what do you think?
The people of chat are saying see a T set, so I'm gonna go with that.
Okay, yeah, that could be plausible. I thought there was maybe one of those by like the Green Dragonflight, but
I don't
let's
know, man.
see what
I
the
just go with
answer
chat.
is. Drum roll, please. It is. Oh, it is a campfire. Oh my
What?
goodness.
I told you.
No way. Well, look. There's a campfire right there, and that's near.
It's next to the
Dragon-
stairs.
Well, yeah, but like it's in the same dungeon.
There's
as
one
the
right
Dragonflight
to the left of
recruiters.
that.
Wait, I can't believe I just pulled this off. I had
That
no
is
clue.
incredible. Yeah, heist from Nagura. Incredible. I mean, not a heist. No, that was calculated. You just knew.
Yeah,
What do you
I
mean?
knew.
Yeah, well done. Just a massive skill gap on the caster desk here. All right. Speaking of Algathar, there's some cool stuff there with the routing that we've seen. We've seen some snaps going on, and we've also seen teams pathing different ways in that dungeon. We've seen them going left first, going right first. I've been pretty excited to see those different things. Here's a look at the timers we had from the 29s that all 4 of our teams have done. Nagura, did anything jump out to you about the routing, about the strats in this dungeon from what we've seen the first 2 days?
Well, the one thing that I spoke about the first time was that I think going Maximus first is just slightly quicker especially because of the movement, right? Because you don't have to do any sort of backtracking. You can just take a straight path and go to the last boss. While if you go right first, you do have to walk a little bit further, and that will cost you some time. And this Algathar Academy being especially close makes it a little bit easier, in my opinion, to go left first. And you can last Maximus as well, which is one of the most difficult bosses on a high turnicle key. But NA's Last Hope, being one of the better teams, of course, going right first and killing Overgrown Ancient first, kind of disagrees with my opinion here. But looking at Legendary, they went Maximus first, and they have the fastest time. It's only by a couple of seconds.
Well,
but yeah.
I think they wiped on, or they almost wiped right at the end of their Dorogosa or something. There was a grip in that killed 3 people.
Yeah.
So if that didn't happen, I think they would be looking at a 6:30 or something Dorogosa split like Ready Checks have, and they'd be even faster. So I agree with you. I think Vexima's first is a big vibe. All right, so we are getting
dungeon?
close
Ooh,
to our
wait, we have
dungeon
timers
reveal.
now.
It is going to be... Oh, wait, no, okay, this is still our 2 chest and 3 chest window. Hold up.
Oh.
Okay.
Got wrong screen.
Wrong screen,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
hang on. This is just where the 2 chests and 3 chests are.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
this
hold
is
on.
our dungeon
Yeah,
reveal
yeah,
screen.
yeah.
We
Save,
revealed
save,
our
save.
dungeon revealed screen.
You guys took a screenshot of that, right? So we know what the timers are for the rest of the day?
Oh, yeah, big
Yeah.
time.
Okay, good.
All right.
We need to come back for the new dungeon, though.
True.
So our
Yeah.
final dungeon of TGP Group B is going to be a plus 24.
Has to be tyrannical, right? Because we have 3 fortifieds and only 2 tyrannical, so it makes
I mean, it could be
sense.
fortified.
That's true. No,
Yeah,
it's in the
but
law.
it's
It's in the
been
Constitution.
insane.
You can't
It has
do
to
2
be.
and 4. Yeah, that's
So chat was saying it's Neltheris. That was their vote. We're gonna see whether or not
I would love to
that
see some
is the
chain
case.
bolstering,
Bolstering?
afflicted, tyrannical,
Okay.
Vortex Pinnacle.
Vortex Pinnacle.
Oh. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
That's
Ooh, dude.
difficult.
Afflicted in the first area is a big pain as well because you need to be dispelling those soldiers' debuffs as well. Luckily, you
For
have some off
Elbro and
dispels in
Enhancement
this group.
Shaman.
Yeah, that's a really
yeah,
good
poison
dungeon
totem, right?
for
Wait a
last
sec.
moment, right?
Okay, so
Yeah.
not only is Vortex Pinnacle just already, a little bit less good for Mage maybe than the average dungeon, still great for Mage, and a little bit better for Enhance than the average dungeon maybe, but also Afflicted, you can take Poison Cleansing Totem on a Shaman and just drop that, and it clears both Afflicteds. And they're really good at bolstering because they just have so much funnel with their, Crash Lightning buffs and stuff.
So something that's actually kind of interesting about Vortex Pinnacle is last weekend we saw it on Tyrannical, but it was Entangling Bursting, and with it being bolstering now, like teams were already stopping at a 28 on that dungeon, and so I think that we're not going to see much VP this weekend. I think that the teams are probably just going to push that up to a 28 and then bail in that place.
But one of the big reasons why that was the case was the final boss, right? Not being able to get those ads nuked down quickly enough was like a big pain point. Shaman is going to help with that. I'm really curious for last moment, but here they go.
All right, so they are underway into 4 different dungeons here, none of which are the Vortex Pinnacle. Everybody is doing some progression here. Last Moment have headed to 29 Uldaman, where they hope to equalize with Legendary and be the only, or be 2 of the, but so are NA's Last Hope. NA's Last Hope are also in that 29 Uldaman. Legendary are looking at 30 Brackenhide, which would be a first here. And Ready Checks are adding that 29 Freehold to their scorecard, hopefully.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ready Checks is going to be in a similar situation to what they were doing for most of the day yesterday, right? They're just going to be collecting all of the +1s that everybody else already has. But to be honest, it's not a lot that they really have to do to catch up, right? They have this 29 Freehold, which should be relatively easy for them. They have the 30 Neltharian's Lair, which is something all 3 of the other teams have already done, and did it in few attempts too, right? So, technically speaking, Ready Checks could be caught up to where the teams are right now in about an hour, which is pretty nice for them, because, like we were talking about, these keys are getting to the point where none of them are really a sure thing anymore. I mean, this 29 Uldaman should be one of the easiest things that they have left, which is pretty scary considering the one run yesterday already was a world record, right? But when you look at the 30s that they have available, none of them are going to be very easy.
Yeah, it is a it is a good point though that they're only 1 hour to catch up for Ready Checks, maybe 1.5 hour in Vortex Pinnacle for everybody. So that would leave every team except for Ready Checks with 3.5 hours and Ready Checks with 2.5. The harder the keys are, the more likely 2.5 hours can be just as good as 3.5, right? Obviously, you'd rather have more time, but the higher the risk of failure, the more that some good play and some clutch gaming can make a short amount of time sing, right? Whereas if we were still on lower keys with very high success rate, you would be just dead facing 3.5 hours with just 2.5. So Ready Checks certainly shouldn't lose hope yet.
If you remember last weekend, I would say that about 2.5 or 3 hours were spent getting that 31 Azure Vault actually set up and ready to go. There were a lot of attempts expended, not only on the first pull of the dungeon, but also on some of the more difficult bosses, which is something we're going to see the teams run into in these higher end keys as well. So we'll have to see how the evolution is. Now, of course, at the start of the day here, they are probably running dungeons that they spent most of their downtime in between the days theory crafting ideas and strategies for, right? So they might look a little more polished at the start of the day here, but once you've gotten those ideas, theory crafted, practice dungeons out of the way, that's where we're back to winging it a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we've seen them all head here rather than the Vortex Pinnacle at the start, right? Is in theory, the easiest points are the 24 Vortex Pinnacle, but every single team came into today with a plan, right? And that plan didn't involve the new dungeon. There's a decent chance that they'll be doing some theorizing about the new dungeon while they're doing these runs or between them, but there's also a pretty good chance that we might not even see some teams go to Vortex Pinnacle until after they take their break. Now, for those who are unfamiliar, the way that our system works, you have 5 hours during the day, you need to take 20 total minutes of break, and they need to be in the middle 3 hours of the day. You can't take them for the first hour or the last hour, which means there's quite a bit of advantage, especially if we're going to throw a bolstering key at you that you may not have prepped every dungeon with that affix, and you may need to do some adjustments. There's a pretty good benefit to going there after rather than before your break so that you can spend some some time theorizing it. Of course, some of bolstering you're just going to have to experience to understand.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake moment from Legendary here, going to be a reset. Only 4 minutes into the key, so it's not that big of a deal for them. 30 Brackenhide's kind of at the point where if you start making any mistakes really early on in the key, the timer might not be feasible. So it makes sense to see them town portal out after just that one death. I think it was supposed to be a cage open from Wexy, but he ended up accidentally pulling the trash mobs. So, yeah, we'll see them go again here in a second. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. The thing that I'm really concerned for in this Brackenhide is how close to the timer they're going to start getting, right? At that high of a key level, Fortified, Sanguine, this is really similar to like the Halls of Infusion we had last week, right? And the Underrot, actually. This high Fortified Sanguine key is going to be extremely important for them to minimize their Sanguine healing by a ton. When you're at this key level, a single tick of Sanguine healing on one mob reaches the millions of healing. So if you actually get a couple ticks of healing on the entire pack, you're starting to reach points where, you know, that's costing you anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute every time it happens. So you really can't have those tiny little mistakes here. It's going to be a huge burden on the tank as well as the team to help with knockbacks and displacements, just to make sure the key goes perfectly well right at the start here. Going for this massive pull, Igloo goes down right away here. I wonder if even that warrants a reset.
It looks like Legendary are thinking no, but now there's some Sanguine healing. I'd be maybe town portaling at this point. Yeah, just, I mean, again, it's so free to just reset the dungeon in the first minute, right? Like, you can afford to start a 30 Brackenhide only with, you could afford to just wait until you have a great first pull and get some practice in it. One challenge with doing that is if you spend 30 minutes resetting the first pull and then, you know, you wipe to the second pull, you're gonna feel pretty bad, right? Like, so there's some value to going on slightly scuffed first pulls to get a little bit more practice deeper into the dungeon, but you know, Legendary know what they're doing later in that dungeon. Oh, NA's Last Hope up in the top left, though, are experiencing a full wipe in this 29 Uldaman on Bromok, so that's going to be a town portal from them. That's minus 7.5 minutes of their day. Last Moment in the bottom right working on the same boss, but they've got that Enhancement Shaman, which actually works out pretty nicely on this boss. Again, you get a lot of funnel onto the boss from the ads when there's no totem up, and then onto the totem from the ads when there's the totem up.
Yeah, the nice thing about Uldaman, and I think this is going to be a key that we might see pushed on the 30 today, just for one reason in particular, it's that a ton of the difficulty in this key is extremely front-loaded, right? Like, the first 15 minutes of the key is by far the hardest part of the key, so if you can put together a route to get that possible, I can maybe see the teams putting together a 30. I mean, you have to remember the 29 was already a world record, so it's pretty improbable that they get the 30 done, but if you get to the point where, you know, you have a bunch of 30s and 31s to look at, and maybe that's something you can think of just because you know a lot of the difficulties front-loaded, so your resets are only going to be, you know, 5, 10, 15 minutes rather than, like, running an entire dungeon and failing the timer. So it's kind of nice in his Last Hope, again, only losing, like, 7 minutes there. But, like you were saying, Bromok, on this high difficulty pulling trash into it, if you don't kill that totem extremely quickly, you're going to have some issues. And I mean, again, this is the front load part of the dungeon here. First pull, they go for an insane first pull. This is like 4 trash mobs. And yeah, they die, but what do they lose? A minute? That's whatever. Go again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this theory taken to the logical extreme in Azure Vault last weekend, where Perplex started pulling more on the plus 31 than they had in the plus 30 at the start of the dungeon, even though it meant they had to reset for like 30 minutes to get it sorted out, because of the fact that you can so easily expend time early in the dungeon with resets, right? It only costs you 2 minutes per pull, whereas if you do have a dungeon where the hard part's at the end, say maybe Neltharian's Lair, right, where like last boss area, last boss, you know, that is a lot of the difficulty, that costs you 30 minutes per attempt at it. So I think that's a big part of like the way that the Great Push is structured, is there is a huge value to identifying a dungeon where you can go big early, and Uldaman might be a good example of that. I still am skeptical of the feasibility of the 30 in here, though. I think it's just a little bit harder than the other dungeons, enough harder that it doesn't justify going there, even though a lot of the difficulties at the start.
Yeah, I mean, it's like potentially one of the end of day things. Like, I think that's on the same tier as the 31 Azure Vault that we saw last weekend, right? It's one of those last things that you do if you really need that +1 score and nothing else really seems possible.
Yeah. Dude, Last Moment actually have a much better comp for this pull than the Mage. When you have an Enhancement Shaman, you have an AoE stun, you have Capacitor Totem, that's big. Stunning the trash mobs that chase after your tank here is so good because it resets their damage buff and it causes them to take extra damage. So a really, really big piece of utility that Elbro is bringing for Last Moment every like 45 seconds. I think you can talent it to be even less than that. So something they have that the Mage comps don't.
I think the talent is it's reduced cooldown based off targets hit, right? So
yeah, I think so.
It's going to be a pretty low cooldown on this boss. But that is pretty nice. Also, it does help with the stunning of the boss too, if that's something that need to get done too. You can cancel knockbacks if you stun the boss at the proper time, which is something that the teams will use to take a little bit less damage than you would otherwise see in, perhaps pug runs of this key. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job of it, but look how much damage that Stomp does on the 29. That's a fortified key.
Yeah.
That Stomp is doing 80% of everyone's HP on. It's a rough one, but they're getting it done.
Yeah, that next Stomp coming out, and the boss does get more powerful every time you stun, so you do have to ration it a little bit. The way that it kind of makes most sense to do it is you got to be a little bit careful with the stuns early on, but you do want to stop any Stomp that is going to overlap with a bleed that you haven't dispelled, right? If somebody's got a bleed ticking on them and there's a Stomp coming out, usually you got to stop that because otherwise that person is dead. Now this comp does have, you have Evoker Bleed Dispel, you have Bop, which is very powerful as well, so you can use those to avoid having to stun the boss early, but if you've exhausted those, you just need to stun the boss. Otherwise, you want to wait until it starts casting that Inexorable Assault, and avoid stunning the boss too many times, because each time you stun it, it does get a damage buff for the rest of the fight. Once the boss is low, on the other hand, you can just start chain stunning it, right? Have
you ever done this boss with a double Destrolock comp?
Oh, the blasphemies! Yeah, I've done it with a single Destrolock, and it's a pretty high coordination. Luckily, we were in voice, so I was able to kind of know when the blasphemy stuns were going to happen. But that is maybe a downside of like AOE stuns, is they accidentally hit the boss and stun the boss when you weren't expecting it.
Yeah, the boss has 5 stacks, like at 75% HP.
Yeah,
because there's just no way you can stop it as part of your rotation. That's kind of funny. But Last Moment, this is their first attempt of the day, and like we were saying earlier, right? At the start of the day, you're running the keys that you spent, however much time after the day yesterday you spent preparing for this run today. And it's looking great for them. 12:30 split on the third boss here. Let's go to our handy-dandy splits sheet that we keep active here. Let's look at Uldaman's second boss split.
This is third boss? Third boss is Sentinel Flanders? Yeah.
12:30... That is... that's 30 seconds faster than Legendary's run yesterday. So, yeah, they're on a good pace here.
All right, you know what? Is it too early in the day for me to convert to being a Last Moment believer?
I don't know. I mean, you can do it whenever you feel like it.
Okay, hear me out, right? Like, they've got a good comp for this dungeon, it looks like. They've got a great comp for Vortex Pinnacle. And, fan favorites breaking the meta here with that Shaman. I'm calling it now. Last Moment are going to upset one of Legendary and NA's Last Hope and take one of the 2 spots out of our group. Oh, Legendary having a death up in the top right. NA's Last Hope as well, getting their big pull going, making their way towards the boss. This is, these 2 teams, they've both been resetting, whereas Last Moment this is just their first run of the day. The bottom 2 teams are the 2 teams that haven't had to reset yet. The top 2 teams have. Like, this is the equalizer that we've been talking about, is that the top teams just have harder stuff to do than the bottom teams today, and once the bottom teams get done with those, then it's just all tied up.
Even if you're not rooting for Last Moment, I think they've got to be a fan favorite, right? If not for anything other than the fact that they decided to pick the darker of the blue classes, just play anti-meta, right? Well, they're still playing meta, they're just playing a different carry class. It's nice to see it able to work, right? One of the problems that we always encounter when teams run, meta all the time in MDI and TGP is that sometimes it kind of bleeds into the main game and people will say, oh, we don't want to run this key if you're not the meta class. They're showing that you don't have to have the exact meta comp to make things work. There are different things that can do well in the game, and they're proving it live.
Yeah, this is it is very cool to see the theory, right? The combination of all of this experience that Elbro has on Enhancement Shaman and all of the ways that they're designing their strategies around it, right? The ways that it's letting them play stuff like the Prot Warrior and Nelth Slayer, and there's the dual synergy of then Battle Shout gets better for the Shaman, Wind Fury Totem gets better for the Warrior, and I love to see it. I'm so excited to see how Last Moment do throughout our day, because we often see the teams coming in off meta get kind of destroyed on the first or second day of these things, and those are still, it's always still great to watch those, but it's especially great to watch it work here, which I think it's impossible to describe what's happening for Last Moment as anything other than that.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely rooting for them to stay competitive, keep things interesting. Them being up there with NA's Last Hope and Legendary is definitely it's going to be something that keeps today one of the more interesting day threes we've had in TGP history. Hopefully they can keep it close and potentially even break their way into the top two. NA's Last Hope, on their second attempt here on Bromach here, every single time one of these Quaking Totems comes out, you're going to see the HP bar struggling here. Drogo's going to have to do everything he can to keep those health bars top. Doing a good job of it this time around here. Those leaps, though, ooh, the damage that comes out when these totems are out is nasty. Able to get through that one. Probably going to have at least two more before the end of the fight here. But they're just getting overrun with ads right now, man.
Yeah, this is how this fight works. You just start getting so many of these ads, and especially if you're doing, a 29 and your timer is going to be tight, you can't just afford to swap to them or go full AoE, right? You've got to just target the boss, and the ads are going to die when they're going to die, and then you target the totems, and even then it's, the more you target the totems, the longer the boss is going to live, so it's a nasty spot that especially the competition puts these teams in, where basically you can never afford for a boss like this to feel safe, because if it is, that means you're not putting enough damage into boss. You should put more damage into the boss and make it feel less safe, and then find that perfect balance where it feels very sketchy, but you can still live.
Big burst of damage coming out for NA's Last Hope here. This was their 2-minute combo. Breath of Vion's Power Infusion Combustion. All lining up here to help them with the boss damage here. They're going to get one last totem at the last second.
Do we commit boss?
Do you just commit boss? I think you do. I think you commit boss here. You let Drogo heal. They've got a lot of stuff available here. Alter Time up for Smacked. Going to pop himself back to full HP there. Got the scales up for Goop, giving his team that mini rallying cry. They're good to go through the boss on their second attempt here. Well,
oh wow! Look at this, Drogo mining the vein over here. And this grants you, do you know what buff you got from this? Is 10% out of combat movement speed, I believe. From that, so can be reasonably good for traversing the end of the dungeon. Often we see people kind of skip past it, but NA's Last Hope making use of it.
And there are multiple of them, so it stacks as well, right? So
yeah, one at the start of the dungeon. Yeah, that's good. That's a good reason to pick up Dragon Isles mining. Pretty fun profession. I think the gathering professions are actually underrated this expansion, because there's so much love for the crafting professions, but the gathering professions actually are just a lot of fun too. A very chill vibe. Just flying around the Zeralike caverns, mining and herbing. Hop on a high mountain Tauren druid, get all the buffs.
Drogo goes down on this trash pole here.
Okay. Yeah, I figured you weren't going to engage me on that line. All right, that's fine. How did they... Oh! Drogo is playing... Is he playing War Stomp? It looks like he is. Yeah, he's playing Tauren. Now, this is really smart. We've seen some High Mountain Druid, or High Mountain in here. We've also seen some Kultiran humans. But Dorky playing the Tauren is giving them access to another AoE stun for this nasty trash pack that we were talking about for Last Moment. It was nice they had an AoE stun for it, but War Stomp also works for that, so beautiful tech.
And you can see there's quite a big difference in terms of damage profile for NA's Last Hope versus what we saw from Last Moment earlier on, right? NA's Last Hope actually doing a lot more damage to the trash mobs with their comp than what we saw from Last Moment. I believe, by the time the boss was at 50%, Last Moment still had most of their trash alive, and they were getting a lot of that funnel out of the Enhanced Shaman, whereas in NA's Last Hope, they had it pretty low coming into the boss already. I think they did a decent amount of pre-damage while they were kiting it towards the boss. Also, they're pretty slow-moving mobs, too, so they take a while to get there. But just a lot more passive cleave from their comp. They don't have to worry too much about focusing them down. They're doing a good job on this fight so far.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's a scary moment to be dorky here for NA's Last Hope. You are in danger of being just deleted if any of those mobs reach you, but you can see he's doing a very good job. And the problem is you have to not get hit by those mobs, but you also can't just run, because you need to manipulate the boss and run it through the correct number of these orbs on the floor as well. So credit to Dorky for making this work. They do have some knockbacks that they're using with Typhoon, Ursul's Vortex, to help control these mobs. And are they going to land the stun here in time? It's going to be a Hodge coming in, it looks like, to secure that. Nice.
Look how big the lizards are.
Yeah.
Look at them. They're bigger than the boss. All right, there we go. Finish both of them off. Just have to worry about the boss. The Crushing Stomp coming out, almost one-shotting Goop, but just barely able to keep himself alive there. And with the mobs dead, they should be able to have a much better time controlling this boss. I mean, dude, look at the damage coming out from every single one of the Crushing Stomps. You know, now that I'm looking at it, maybe the 30 isn't something that's so feasible, because that Crushing Stomp definitely does just one shot on 30 with no personals up, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to start using either personals or group defensives. One strength of this comp is you do have a lot of group defensives. You have Aura Mastery on Devotion Aura, you have Zephyr, you have 2 charges of Obsidian Scales, and you also have Mage Mass Barrier. So any of those would be enough to keep the group alive, probably. But the problem is, if you're using all of those, your Evoker doesn't actually have anything for themselves on any of the other ones, right? Because all your Evokers' self-defensive CDs that work against one-shots are group CDs, right? Zephyr and Scales, so Renewing Blaze, obviously great button, doesn't help against one-shots. We could see teams start deploying that file of Icy Preservation tech that we saw last weekend, and maybe they already are, I haven't checked or anything, but that is an extra way to get a little bit more DR against a high key. But if you're wearing that, you're doing less damage, because that's just a defense flask, or defense file, so the timer in here would start to be a problem, I suspect, if you play too much for defense.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that it's been a theme that we've been talking about throughout the entire weekend. I feel like it's different in this expansion than it's been in previous expansions and high keys, where it seems like in the super high-end keys before, it was more about just living throughout the dungeon, and the timer was lenient enough that you could just, as long as you were playing efficiently, you could time the key. This time around, it seems like you really can't play ultra defensively and just time the key. The damage requirements to get through these high-end keys is extremely high, and even in some of the other even higher-end keys, you have to consolidate pulls that you'd never even consider putting together before, just to try to make it work. It seems like it's so much more tight on the timer right now. I'm not sure if that's because players are just better nowadays, and you know, the high-end keys from a couple years ago aren't necessarily as high as what they can technically push now, but it just seems like it's a lot more tight and on a knife's edge at the higher end in the current meta.
Yeah, absolutely. These keys, to me, it feels like you kind of go from these, like, we've been watching TGP, and obviously 27s, 28s are so hard and technically intensive, but these teams often make them look easy and often, like, two-chest those keys. Then you get to the 29s, and you're starting to be like, okay, this is really hard. And then it's like the 30 is just nuclear difficulty, and the 31 is nigh impossible. And just within a few key levels, you've gone from, you know, the teams vibing and going for the two chests to, you know, 7 hours of progression required to make this key work, which is a very quick ramp up in that difficulty.
Let's check back in with Last Moment here. We haven't talked about them in a while here. They're through Emberon here. The laser beam didn't take them out, fortunately, this time around. And, you know, comparing them to Legendary's run in the 29 yesterday, Legendary's Emberon kill was a 21-21, so Last Moment still on good pace here, 20 seconds ahead of Legendary. Very exciting. And remember, Legendary had time to spare in their key, too. They had a little over 2 minutes left before they, you know, were over timer. So Last Moment's looking great here. As long as they can keep it clean, we could see yet another 29 Uldaman timed here. They've still got a lot of dangerous trash left, though. Look at the HP bars on this pull here. There's a lot that can go wrong.
Yeah, it is a very scary part of the dungeon for them, but, only on 1 death. NA's Last Hope just had a death and had to use their battle res. Last Moment have 3 battle reses still at this point in their dungeon, so they're looking very good. And if they can time this faster than Legendary, we basically hadn't been considering the possibility that Last Moment might have a time tiebreaker that would ever go in their favor, because they're slower than NA's Last Hope and Legendary in 4 or 5 of the 6 dungeons. But if they can convert Uldaman into a faster run, that would be really good. Unfortunately, they have had a healer go down. They've had to send 1 of their 3 battle reses, but they still have 2 battle reses. Surely that will be enough to get them through the rest of the dungeon without it being a problem, right?
Surely that'll be enough.
Surely, yeah.
Let's stop focusing on them so we don't cast.
No way they could wipe from here.
Let's move to the left of them. Take a look at ready checks here, who have been
they're actually
grinding
going
away this freehold.
Yeah, they're at 84.5% count, and it looks like they are going to need to pull a bunch of trash into Harlan. Maybe the idea here, and I haven't seen them doing this before, but maybe they already were, but maybe the idea is going to be to pull trash in over time throughout this fight. Although, it's really sketchy to do that sub 60% when you're getting everybody hit by the whirling daggers and the cannon barrages. So maybe they're going to try and get that after the boss. The boss here is at 64% health, which means there's probably about 3 minutes left of boss fight, which means we would get 1 minute for killing trash after the boss, if that's what we're up to, which could be pretty sketchy. It is possible that our count is off. Sometimes when we have a dungeon like this where the evoker departs the rest of the group, if our observer is following the evoker, sometimes we get different count numbers than the group actually does, because we're far away when the mobs are dying and we don't see those things happening. So that is a possibility for what could be going on here, but I mean, 10% count, that's a lot of count. I think it's probably more likely that they actually do need to go and grab that trash that you can see over with the nameplates just behind. And the question is, are they going to try and do that into boss, or do they have the time to do it after?
I think they actually have the time to do it after. They're
World
putting a
marker comes down,
though, so maybe they are going to be stacking and moving. Well, you don't necessarily... I mean, you can't cannon barrage the trash here anymore, right? So stacking and moving could just be to help for cannon barrage movement for the group. Like, they're probably going to move towards that marker here. Yeah, that's just the play here. I don't think there's any reason to risk it here. Their timer is actually looking really nice here. This boss is probably going to take them an extra minute or so. Remember, of course, at 30% the boss takes double damage. They do have the Power Infusion Breath of Eons combo coming up here in a second. They'll probably pop it instantly because they're going to get 2 more uses of that throughout the dungeon. When is this Lust going to be used, though? If they use it on the boss, they might pull trash in, but I imagine... Well, where's the trash, though? Are you just using the Lust to finish off the boss? I don't know how I feel about that.
I think their timer is maybe still okay, though. I mean, 42% on Harlan. That looks like a lot, but from 30 to 0, it takes double damage. So they are pretty close to being able to end this timer, right? Or to end the boss fight, at least. And if they have a minute and a half, they can probably get the trash done in that time. I mean, it's tyrannical rather than fortified. And I mean, there are some nasty mobs in there, though, yeah.
My concern is that if they are going to go for a big trash pull after the fact here with no Lust and no cooldowns up, because they just popped them with Lust just now, that trash is going to last a long time, and they're going to have to be tanking it for a long time and interrupting for a long time. And this trash pull here that they'd be going for underneath them with the Oarsmen, there's... dude, the painful motivations, there's so much that can go wrong in this mass pull here. I guess the boss is taking a lot longer than I thought it would, though, even with the Lust popped here, even with the double damage taken. So maybe that those cooldowns will come up a little earlier than I assumed here, but this is pushing them up closer and closer to the end of that timer here, and the health bars are dropping so low with this Dagger plus Cannon Barrage combo. Looks like Robin's able to keep them alive here, even committing the bop just to make sure that they're safe here.
Gankum
does go down. They have a battle res for him, though, so they're going to get him up instantly here. But all of these tiny little things are costing them more and more time. They're only going to have about 45 seconds to get the last of the trash count.
Yeah, they need to start getting that pulled now. 45 seconds is so little time. They are going to have 1 Breath of Eons, 1 Power Infusion, and 1 Combustion to go in this time.
This isn't
Here comes
enough.
a Sea Spout.
Oh no, the 2 deaths at the end!
It's over.
It's over.
It is over for sure with that. Tragedy befalls Ready Checks as 30 minutes are going to disappear from their day, and this was not a team that could afford for that to happen. They are starting to get in tremendous danger of just top 2 being potentially impossible for them. Still not over yet, though. Of course, it is a long day. They will get back in there, and hopefully they can... The people I know on this team, there's a lot of mental resilience there. I think they'll be able to avoid getting too tilted from that outcome. So that is a really good news, and I think they'll be able to keep it going. So we'll check back in. Hopefully they can get that on their second try. Meanwhile, in the bottom right, Last Moment are working on Chronolord Deus, the last boss of not 1, but 2 Dragonflight dungeons. Also the last boss of Dawn of the Infinite, which is that's a M+ dungeon next season. So that's kind of cool.
You want to know something shocking?
Yes.
I still haven't run Dawn of the Infinite on any of my
characters. You're missing out. Dungeon
I've heard it's a great dungeon.
Yeah.
But I'm saving it for a nice afternoon someday.
I don't blame you for that. It is something to... It's a special experience, but you will have time. It's going to be an M+ dungeon next season. It's going to be 2 M+ dungeons next season. So, and Chronolord Deus has some similar mechanics as well. Some different ones, but some callbacks to this fight. So, that's something to look forward to in Upper Dawn of the Infinite.
Wait, Upper? I guess they do all have Upper, Lower. What do you think the 2 halves will be called this time around? Any guesses?
I have no clue. They're like 2 different timelines. I don't want to spoil Dawn of the Infinite for anybody in chat that hasn't played through it yet, so I'll avoid going into too much speculation. One of our production people says pre-gate and post-gate. Yeah, past and future, that could be good, or something about Chronolord Deus and Iridikron, because those are like the 2 end bosses of the different wings. Either way, Chronolord Deus in this dungeon is also really exciting, and one strat that Last Moment are using here is line of sighting whenever possible to avoid taking damage from the wing buffet. So you can see Elbro there ran around a little pillar. The rest of the group just tanked it, but Elbro and Melee had a nice line of sight spot, and that's something that they're going to be looking to do here as much as possible. This boss, even on Fortified at 29, is so nasty with the damage that it puts out, and if you can dodge the wing buffet, all of a sudden, the rest of it's a lot less dangerous. So you can see a world marker comes down, and they're going to head over, and on this next wing buffet...
Is it actually a line spot?
It does work. It's a question of boss positioning as well, but you can see they've done a good job of moving the boss far enough to the edge that there was line of sight there.
It almost looked like where they were standing in the corner there, that there was some sort of obstruction to get them into the corner, so it could have potentially not worked as a line spot, which if they weren't prepared for that could have been an issue, but of course did end up working out for them. And the really impressive thing here is look at the timer here. Remember, Legendary's time here was a 32:59. Last Moment is going to be able to go faster than that. They've already got their trash count here. This is an extremely impressive first run of the day for them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is massive gaming for Last Moment, looking to try and upset Legendary or NA's Last Hope and take one of those 2 spots out of the group. And if they can play like this all day, they have such a good chance at that. This is going to be, a 30... So the time to beat from Legendary was 32:58, and it looks like Last Moment are going to be able to beat that time with their Enhancement Shaman in this Uldaman. Wow, this was well played by them. 32:48 is going to be their timer. That brings them into second place right now. They are down in the tiebreaker against Legendary, but they are still... They're actually not even that slow, aside from the Bracken and the Algathar. And they're a little faster in the Uldaman, but they're a little slower in the Freehold and in the Nelth. So the time tiebreaker... Look, I'm going to be honest. The time tiebreaker situation is still bad for Last Moment. They probably still are going to need a key-level tiebreaker or just having more score than whoever's in third place.
They're pretty easily about 2 minutes behind Legendary on the overall timers right now. Now, of course... with several dungeons, I would assume, left in the day to actually time, as well as, the Vortex Pinnacle that we haven't seen any teams go towards yet. That still remains to be seen whether or not it stays that way, but that being said, Legendary and NA's Last Hope still aren't too worried just yet. NA's Last Hope also, in their run, on a very, very solid pace here. A little bit slower than both Legendary and Last Moment here, but still well within the timer for them. They're on pace for something like a 33:30 right now if everything stays clean for them. And, second run of the day as well for them, roughly. It's a second real run where they didn't just wipe to the first trash pack. You'd be pretty happy setting an equal to a world record key that quickly into your last day.
Yeah, that would not be bad. Absolutely. So Hopefully that goes ahead and works out. Looks like in the meantime, Last Moment in the bottom right are going to be adventuring to Vortex Pinnacle. They're going to be our first team to step into today's dungeon, which is that Vortex Pinnacle 24, Bolstering Afflicted Tyrannical. You can remember those affixes by the acronym BAT, Bolstering Afflicted Tyrannical. BAT.
That just.
Or TAB, as in tab over and watch the gameplay in the Tyrannical Afflicted Bolstering Vortex Pinnacle. Look at this pull that they're setting up on bolstering them. This is a pull that I've heard described as psychotic before, and I think it's a pull that's fairly standard. And actually, they're not even going to go all the way to that third one, which on bolstering, yeah, that makes sense. But look at this. There's 2 Gust Soldiers in here. Those Gust Soldiers will put a nasty dot on somebody that they charge to. They're actually just nuking one of them down, even with bolstering being active, and that is a really good thing to do because the debuff it does, plus the initial damage even, is so brutal here.
All right, I need an over-under on how many teams get zapped because nobody's looking at the lurking Tempest in this dungeon for the day here. What do we think? I'm going to give you 4.5 over-under. How many
I'll
waves?
take the under on 4.5 for sure.
You take the
getting
under?
zapped.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean...
Okay.
Does it one-shot you? I know on the boss...
Not on this level.
Here's what I'll say. I know on the boss it does one-shot you, and I learned that in a 27 last week. Which,
Yeah.
That's not good. You want to try to avoid... You gotta make sure that you're looking at those lurking Tempests on both the trash and the boss. But yeah, I think these teams will have that under control. Oh, look at those bolstered Gust Soldiers. Oh my goodness. Leave me alone. Okay, they've killed him.
See, the thing about that trash pull is, yeah, it's a big pull, but the Armored Mistrals don't really do a whole lot in terms of, like, making the pull more difficult to do. They're annoying, for sure, don't get me wrong, providing all sorts of area denial and also, forcing certain positioning, but, like, they don't add any extra difficulty to the pull. The big things are just going to be the Vortexes and the Soldiers with the amount of damage they do to the group. As long as they can deal with that, the big pulls are possible. It's just about making sure the right mobs are left alive at the end of the pull, right? You don't want to bolster certain mobs. You really don't want to bolster the Vortexes. You really also don't want to bolster the Soldiers too much. But, bolstering up this Mistral like Last Moment is doing, who cares? That's fine. Just drag it into the next pack. All it's going to do is put up a shield and make you move every now and then. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, even the tank damage from those mobs is pretty tame by comparison, so you're absolutely right. Like, the worst part about bringing a low-health Mistral into a new pack is that it's going to grant the dangerous enemies a bolstering stack at some point during that pull, which is something they do have to watch out for, but looks like they're doing a reasonably good job here of taking out these vortexes pretty quickly. Those are nasty with those. They spam those wind bolts that just do a lot of damage if you don't kick them, and they also will cast Cyclone, so you really do want to make sure that they stay fully kicked and stopped. These Cloud Princes are also nasty enemies, though. They do a bunch of AoE damage with a knockback, and they also do a swirly that you gotta dodge. This is that swirly. If that swirly hits you, it knocks you so far away, you're almost certainly gonna get knocked off the platform, which does send you back to the start of the dungeon in here. Not good.
Well, also, it only knocks you if you actually live the damage of standing in it, too, right? It does a pretty non-negligible amount of damage if you manage to just not move away from the giant graphic. Of course, these Cloud Princes, a lot of the difficulty of them is mitigated by the fact that they were updated by one of the nicest new mechanics that was added into Mythic Plus dungeons this expansion, where mobs that have the same types of abilities can't cast them at the same time in certain trash packs. So they won't cast their big AoE knockback ability at the same time. Luckily enough for everyone that's been running keys this expansion. Very, very nice. But already on to Grand Vizier Etra, and of course there are 4 of those Lurking Tempests spaced evenly throughout the room, so you can see that Last Moment has spread out around the boss to make sure that they have someone looking at every single one of those Tempests at all moments. Don't want to accidentally get zapped in the back by one of them. But yeah, should be easy enough of a boss. I don't foresee the healing requirement of this boss being too much of an issue for them until we get, probably to around the 28-29 marker on Tyrannical.
Yeah, here comes that healing intense phase. You can see quite a bit of damage coming out, but as you said, on the 24, not too bad, even with Tyrannical. But since one of the other affixes active is bolstering, we do have a expert coming in to talk to us a little bit about bolstering routing in this dungeon. Tells, what do you got for us here?
So right here we have the routes from last weekend from Group A. So they also had a tyrannical version of this dungeon, but it was entangling and bursting. And so you've already seen some differences in routing, right? Like they took this first pack and they, for the last moment, they ended up not playing this like Gust Soldier, Wild Vortex Gust Soldier pack into it. And so that's going to cut off a lot. Like I think that bolstering ends up affecting your timer a lot in this key. And so we saw some of the faster runs on 28 be like 27 minutes or so. But like with pulls like, you know, the Turbulent Squalls and all this stuff into the
You can't do that,
the
right?
Storm Drake, yeah, you can't do that.
Oh, no.
I think that this Squall Assassin pull is maybe still doable, but definitely with lower consistency, there's like potential for tank deaths. And I think that this pull up to here with like the Executor, like in dragging it into the Minister, is doable. But if you end up bolstering this Executor and this mob comes in very late, then you're also in a lot of problems.
Is there a world where you just do the other pack of stars and don't do that other dragon at all?
Well, so
That's already the route.
Oh, you
only
already have it.
skipping-
You already have it selected. I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you only skip like a couple of stars here. I think you have like 6 count worth of leeway, so you just kind of leave these mobs in combat, and then your Holy Paladin's never running out of mana, so it doesn't matter.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, one dragon being skipped,
Interesting.
I think, is the best way to do it. I mean, you could add the dragon and skip one of the like Executor or the Caliph pulls, right? But I don't know if that's better. I mean, I feel like fighting dragons is so slow, even if it does avoid like a bolstering pull later. So interesting. We'll see what route Last Moment end up going with here. Thanks to Raider.io and Keystone Guru for having those routes transcribed and auto-generated for us from the runs that we've seen so far. That's a new feature that's going to be coming to Raider.io soon. It's in closed beta right now over there. But expanding access very soon for anybody using their add-on.
Let's see what kind of routing Last Moment has cooked up here. I am in agreement with the fact that the double Executor of the Caliph pull is just hard banned on bolstering. I don't think you ever want to deal with that on either fortified or bolstering on high keys. So the one dragon route is probably going to be the fastest route, but I don't know. We'll see what the plan is for Last Moment here. They're making their way up to the very first of the 2 dragons. Are we going to be pulling it? Are we going to be pulling a couple assassins on top of it? It is Mind Soothed.
Okay.
Maybe we're skipping past.
Top left, we've just had NA's Last Hope finish their Uldaman Legacy of Tyr 1 second faster than Last Moment. Look at these splits for Uldaman Legacy of Tyr. They accelerated on that last boss and put up a faster split than Ready Checks did in the 28 even to steal that fastest run in this dungeon. At the end of the day, these few seconds of difference in the 29 Uldaman are unlikely to matter, although yesterday we saw 9 seconds decide a 4th and 5th place difference, so it could matter. An incredibly impressive run from NA's Last Hope. That's going to put them into first place ahead of Legendary by virtue of about 1 minute faster on the dungeons overall, largely thanks to Nelthslayer.
Yep, there it is. I was going to say, let's move the world record tag up to where NA's Last Hope time is, and there it is. 1 second, just barely getting pipped there by NA's Last Hope. Love to see it. All right, where do you think they're going to go next now after getting that timed? Because looking at the dungeons they have available here, we're starting to get to that point where it's like, okay, 30 Freehold, 30 Brackenhide, 30 Yalgathar, 30 Uldaman, 31 Nellis, or we can just start to go push up Vortex Pinnacle instead.
Yeah, I think Vortex Pinnacle makes a lot of sense here because the other dungeons would all be so much progression. You don't know how much progression time you're going to have until you finish doing your Vortex Pinnacle homework, right? So heading over there, I think is good. Even though you'd be one of the first teams to do it, and maybe you could get some benefit to seeing what other teams do. Realistically, like, there's a lot of what to do in a 24 Vortex Pinnacle is probably already familiar to them, even with bolstering active. Maybe they'll slow it down just a little bit. Meanwhile, Legendary getting to the end, of this Brackenhide, but their tank is going to go down. That's going to be a battle res. They still have one more battle res. Are they going to send it on Wexy, or are they going to hold it for boss? Yeah, their timer is not looking good.
How long is this boss on a 30 Brackenhide? We haven't seen anybody else run this. Again, this would be a world record key were they to get it down here. How much time would you like to have allocated for a 30 fortified final boss, do you think?
I feel like 5 minutes is how much I would want. I think they're going to have less than that.
Oh, yeah.
Because the problem is, like, the totems, even though it's fortified, like, killing the totems on these high keys just takes so long. So I'm starting to get awfully suspicious of Legendary here. I'm not sure this key is possible anymore from here. We'll see, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 4 minutes is enough. Maybe 4.5.
We will have to see, but if I'm not mistaken, you will not be on desk for that. I think it's time for us to swap a couple casters around. I'll be sticking around. Yeah, I'm kicking you off. Makes
all right, I see how it
kicked
is.
out.
That's okay. I see
So
it. It's all
weird.
right. I'm over it.
Let me pose the same question to you here, Makes. What are you thinking of this 30 Brackenhide? Do you think 4.5 minutes is going to be enough time here? These totems, I think, are going to be a struggle for them.
The totems definitely are a big issue, right? We've seen it before. I think we have, again, 3 people running that beacon just to make sure you have a little bit of extra damage on demand to actually nuke them. But we'll see how they do. They are in fight with the Decay Triarch already, and I think they can do it. It's not tyrannical after all, right?
It's not. And off the top of my head, I don't remember if they do scale. I think totems don't scale with either. Not 100% sure. I'm sure I'm going to be corrected the second I say that and people hear it on broadcast, but they're already dying. The
That's
first
what
totem
Twitch chat is
went
for,
off.
but yeah. Unfortunate here. This is really tragic for Legendary. They had a great day yesterday where they just zoomed through the dungeons, basically back to back to back to back, just getting everything. And this is, I think, the first time we're seeing them in the last 6 hours of a tournament actually having a little bit of a hiccup. And I do have a little bit of Legendary lore if you're intrigued to hear it, Zyro. Because
hear
I
it.
do think they actually have a hidden OP buff. I've been informed that Tobo, their DPS player, has a big fan in chat.
Oh,
The Twitch name is Tobo's dad, and it is actually Tobo's dad, who's been cheering him on using 7 TV emotes in our chat, and it's my absolutely favorite thing forever. Just, we can see him go vibe and plink, and he's just out there cheering for Tobo and Legendary. I think that's definitely a hidden dad buff.
that's got to be cool having support in the chat for you. It's not something that's like really that prevalent in esports, right? Parents don't tend to get it very much, so that's really cool that he's in there, has the support. Love that for him. It's pretty cool. And they're playing well too. Sitting in the top 2, looking pretty. Gotta keep that spot though, because last moment, as we've been seeing throughout the first hour of the day here, they are hot on the heels of the top 2. Yeah, look at him there.
There we go.
vibing,
See,
blinking.
those are all of the messages. All 43 messages are just emotes, just hanging out, cheering on his son. It's the absolute bestest thing. I love how chat is being really, really supportive as well. Shout out to you guys. Awesome.
That's sick. Alright, so NA's last hope after getting down that 29 Uldaman, they're doing the same thing as we saw from last moment here. We were talking about it beforehand. Looking at the keys that our top couple of teams have available to them right now, they're all 30s, and the lone 31 and Neld Slayer. Definitely makes more sense to just say, okay, let's go to the new key and run that up a little bit, but it's gonna get difficult pretty quick. Of course, the last key on our third day starts at 24, so you really only have a couple of runs before you get to the 28, 29 level where it's gonna start to get difficult. And if I'm not mistaken, we didn't have anybody attempt the 29 Vortex Pinnacle last week, right?
We didn't. So I think, though, it could have been possible, but it definitely is more of a progress key, right?
Yeah.
One of the keys where you go in and you have a couple of tries and you try to shave down time. And I think similarly for this group, you're much rather going to see people opt for that 30 Alcathar Academy rather than going for the 29 VP, just because of how hard these tyrannical bosses are in that dungeon. Now, bolstering is not going to make that any easier. It just means you're going to spend even more time trying to get through that dungeon in the overall progression.
Yeah, but of course, this is the great push. We are pushing the keys, so, the competition wouldn't make sense if it didn't get to the point where they were pushing up against that breaking point for keys. That's what we're all here for. We want to see the world record keys done. we're a little light on those this week. We only have the one world record so far. We had like 3 or 4 last weekend, right? So hopefully we can get those going in today. But gotta wait a little bit. We're gonna get these Vortex Pinnacles pushed up first. Unfortunately, while we've been talking, of course, we have kind of glossed over the fact that ReadyChecks did once again wipe about 10 minutes into their next Freehold run. It's just been, the start of the day. It seems like it's really just been a struggle for them the past couple days.
So I don't mind so much if they actually redo it on like the first boss, because the first boss is a little bit random and sometimes it can cause a death that you're really not wanting to have. So you've restarted, you haven't wasted too much minutes. But for ReadyChecks, their very first do-over was on Harlan, basically hitting the timer with some extra deaths that they had after defeating Harlan. So they had spent that entire time in the dungeon, which now is gone, and haven't given them any score. So those are the redos that really, really hurt your overall progression, and ReadyChecks is already a team that is playing from behind, unfortunately.
Look at NA's Last Hope in the top left here. We were talking about the feasibility of this poll earlier with the routing from Tettles when we were looking at it on the Raider.io route setter polling.
Feature?
Thank you. Forgot that part of it. They pulled two assassins, 8 turbulent squalls into this Drake, made sure they finished off the Drake first, so that's the important thing. You don't want to bolster up the Drake, but look at this assassin. Look at this squall. Look how big it is. That had like 9 bolstering sacks. That is a crazy pull that they have pulled off. Their bolstering management was insane to just go for that and get it done just like that. And remember, they haven't even taken a break yet, so they're just doing this route off the top of their head, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I think going into this tournament, you kind of prepare for all eventualities. There were 4 dungeons that could have been it for today. So I think you kind of have like a route and maybe a variance on a route. Ooh, Snock actually proccing cheat death here. But I think you come in prepared with like a baseline route, and then maybe you change like 1 or 2 things. Of course, these teams are very used to doing that, and maybe they're just going in and saying, okay, let's try that poll that we had planned, despite it being bolstering. We'll see how it goes. And like we saw, it actually went really well here in that 24. Question is, can they repeat that in the hierarchies?
Not too sure how well that'll work out in the hierarchies. I mean, it is tyrannical. If it was fortified, you're not doing that kind of pull ever. That's one of the nice things about playing with a tank like Dorky, though. Dorky, as somebody who's played with him a ton throughout the past several years, the guy is one of the most aggressive pulling tanks there is. Even if he's not too familiar with the routing for the dungeon, if it's a new dungeon, he will still try to pull as much as possible. He will limit test how much he can tank. And again, right here, going for another massive pull, using this line of sight spot that we saw used last week to make sure that they don't have to worry about getting hit by the assassins and make sure they can pull everything together very easily here. This is going to be another massive pull where they're going to have to worry about damage at the end from bolstering, but as long as they have their backs to a wall, the assassins aren't going to be too dangerous for them.
That's true. It's not only the backs to the wall, though, it's also having something above your head, which is why the angle looks the way it looks. So if you're trying to repeat this, sorry, my cat is biting into something she shouldn't be biting into right now. I'm trying to stop that, getting a little bit distracted. But the thing that you have to do is basically back into a corner and have something over your head, which is why they're utilizing that stair space that we see them in, which allows them to not have the assassins just spawn on them.
Yeah, and I mean, again, a big pull made look easy by NA's Last Hope. Let's do a little bit of a time comparison here between our 2 teams that are running the Vortex Pinnacle. Actually, it's a 3rd team now. Legendary has joined them, but they're still a little bit behind. NA's Last Hope, their Grand Vizier Itran split, 522 compared to the 610 from last moment. So the aggressive polling from them at the start of the dungeon gave them 5 minutes. Look at the damage on the group here on Alteris for NA's Last Hope, though. That is... every single one of those overlaps where they have to take the tornadoes up, their health bars are going to look depleted, and it's going to be up to Drogo to make sure everyone is safe and alive. I'm interested to see where the split is for Alteris here, and how fast they're going to be able to complete this dungeon, because depending on where the timer is for last moment, if NA's Last Hope can keep up the aggressive pulling, they might just barely be able to eke out a 3 chest, which would be extremely impressive.
The question is that necessary? Because our producer was just raising this in the internal green room, talking about whether you would want to 3 chest at 24 and then do the 27, which we know that can be two-chested, but can you actually run the 29? We don't know yet. We've seen teams have a 29 as an option, mandatory last weekend, for example, and deciding to go for the 28 instead. So you might not even lose time if you just two-chest twice, right? If all teams are ending on a 28, then the 24 plus 2 plus 2 is the same outcome as the 24 plus 3 plus 1.
Well, something I will say, and I am going to use this against him if he doesn't end up going for it. What I like to do whenever I'm watching this is whenever I'm not casting, I will join in with one of the watch parties, which tends to have a lot of North American key runners in it. Dorky was in it, Growl's in it, Max sometimes in it, and Drogo himself was talking in it last week as well. And when we were watching and we saw mandatory go for the 28 Vortex Pinnacle instead of the 29, I remember very specifically Drogo was saying, why didn't they go for the 29? That's doable. That's silly.
Well,
they should have gone for the 29. So
the reason
if they
was
have that option,
the
they do the
29
same
is
thing.
hard, right? They didn't have much time. They wanted a safe key. They played it in overtime. And rather than doing a progress key where you actually need to spend time on progression, which the 29 definitely is, it's a very hard key. You can play the 28, get that extra score point, and be safe. And for mandatory, it worked out. They never needed to run that 29. So I'm kind of torn. I think generally it's not ideal to let a dungeon be open that you potentially could have gone to. But for mandatory, it definitely worked out because nobody else pushed that key as high and there were other ventures that they could go to. So we're going to see how it works out for this group.
We'll have to see, because they are going at a very aggressively fast pace here. They're about a minute faster than Last Moment. Now, Last Moment's timer in the key was around the 20-minute mark, so they'd have to go a lot faster here for that to be possible, for a 3-chest to be possible. I don't know how aggressive you can actually pull. I don't think 3-chest is really very feasible. I think you're just playing for a quick 2-chest, and then also a 2-chest with a 26 like we've been talking about, which, unfortunately, would only lead you to running a 28 without the option for the 29 till afterwards. But I really want to see them have the option to run a 29 and then not run it just so I can roast him later on.
All right, I like that. I'm down for that. We are seeing the split of Last Moment, who was the very first team in that Vortex Pinnacle. Of course, they were a little bit over the timer here, as you can see. 3 deaths. I don't think that's relevant in this case, as we are on the very low levels and just so far away from any of the timers, and they wouldn't have changed that +3 either. Overall dungeon time 2025. We are going to see NA's Last Hope and Legendary continue their runs up there, and I think if we're looking at the Altera split, NA's Last Hope at least is already quicker than what we saw from Last Moment, so they're in line to maybe get the +3.
Maybe. I mean, it's still going to be a tough timer. One of the biggest problems with this particular dungeon, as well as a couple other dungeons, it's not necessarily a problem, it's just the way the dungeon is situated, is that a 30-minute timer is extremely short, right? Getting through large, difficult tyrannical bosses within a 30-minute timer that quickly is extremely difficult to pull off unless you have some way of pulling in a ton of trash mobs together, which really isn't something you can do a whole lot in Vortex Pinnacle. Now, NA's Last Hope did a really good job of it in between the first and second boss, like we were alluding to earlier on. But if they're only going to gain about a minute, it's just not going to be enough. So we're going to have to find some crazy consolidation of trash here for them to go for. But I just don't think there's enough trash left in the dungeon. They're going to do this first pack here before the field. They're going to skip past the second Executor.
Yeah?
Yeah?
I think
okay,
so
and then
too.
they're going to do the stars at the bottom. Okay.
Mine's
There's no way
being
they're
a little
pulling
bit
this in, right?
deceiving here.
Wait. They're pulling it in.
Whoa, that's a big
This
pull.
is crazy. You can't do this. It's bolstering, Dorky. You madman. What?
That's dorky, right? That's a dorky thing that we're seeing here. It is bolstering. It's a 24. Again, I'm curious to see how this is going to work out in a higher level. They're even committing their bloodlust to this pull, making sure that they can deal with it. There's a lot going on here. You need to make sure you have the adepts under control. You need to make sure the executors aren't nuking you. And you can see the team using a lot of CC to try and survive it. But there is so much damage going out onto the group. However, pull is nearly finished. One rally interrupted by the death. The last adept falling over too. And we take this one, we move on. Wow.
okay, I mean, it worked out. They used their second Bloodlust on that. They still have to deal with the stars here. Okay, they're going to have a little over 2 minutes to deal with the boss without Lust. I mean, okay, all things considered, if they can get 2 sets of 2 minutes on this boss within timer, they might still be on par for the 3 chest timer. This is going to be incredibly close. The question is, does the Breath of Eons come up in the next... Oh, no, it doesn't. They're only going to get 1 more set of 2 minutes. Ooh, it's going to be close, actually. They might just barely be able to pull this off. That'd be insane if they could do it.
I love that. We're going to see whether or not that continues to be the mission of NA's Last Hope once they have this key pushed up. But for now, we're looking on whether or not they can beat this timer here. 18 minutes is the +3 in the Vortex Pinnacle, which is 2 more minutes starting from now to deal with Assad. And you can see why this boss fight might take a little bit longer in the overall progression. You always have these Skyfall Novas that are a priority. You need to damage them down, and then you can go back onto the boss. And of course, there's a little bit of extra stuff going on where you have to move away from the group, and you have to jump, and you have to move into the triangle. So definitely a lot that could throw you off when really all you want to be doing, as Shadow Priest at least, is stand still and press your buttons. Mages don't really care about moving.
This is their big overlap here. They've got the PA, they've got the Breath of Eons, they've got the Combust with it as well. There's going to be a large overlap of damage here. They don't even have to focus down this first Skyfall Nova. It's just going to be ticking on the group. Drogo, that's your problem. Heal us. Is this going to be enough damage to get the 3 chest here? A minute 10 left on the timer here for them to potentially get the 3 chest and boss at half HP. Man, this is just going to be a close one here. They're not going to get any more power infusions. They're not going to get any more Breath of Eons. It's just going to be the combustions that are going to be their major damage cooldowns coming out. And you can see the damage is slowing down for them. Cauterize popped for Smacked. He didn't jump for the mechanic. Got it dispelled off, though. He's going to be okay. Cauterize is there to be used. I just don't know if there's time left for them to get the 3 chest. They don't have the damage, I don't think.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be very close. We're going to get a couple more ads here, and you can see that the timer is down to 30 seconds, which now is less than the boss's HP, and usually that's a pretty good indicator of you being too close to the timer. You can see the Skyfall Nova comes out once again, and they might even say, yeah, maybe prioritize boss here a little bit more, but with 15 seconds to go, I don't think this is going to be a +3. I think NA's Last Hope, despite 2 really crazy pulls, is going to opt for that +2 instead and have that 26 in line that NA's that Last Moment also had.
That was an extremely valiant effort for the 3 chests, but just barely not enough time left. Maybe if their cooldowns were lined up a little bit better and they got 2 sets of 2 minutes on this boss, they could have potentially pulled it off, but that would have required a lot more planning and foresight earlier on in the key for them to pull that one off, right? Because they did have to use the cooldowns with the Lust on the double trash pull they did. So it's really hard to make that work out. Extremely impressive run nonetheless from them. This is going to be almost 2 minutes faster than the 24 that we saw from Last Moment here. And they're going to set themselves up well. This is going to be easily scalable into the 26. Well, okay, I say that, but I don't think you're ever doing that crazy double pull on the 26.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know. It is dorky. Who knows what they've got cooked up for the higher key levels? Yeah, it's pretty wild that they were able to pull that off here. Let's see. Legendary's also in a relatively okay spot as well. Are their cooldowns? No, their cooldowns are the same as NA's Last Hope, so they're probably going to be roughly the same timer. They're also going at a very impressive clip throughout the dungeon too.
I'm a little bit confused because for Legendary, I just saw them move away from where NA's Last Hope did the double pull. And there was a suspicious amount of bodies on the floor there. They might have actually done the same pull, but without... I don't think you can do this pull without Bloodlust. They have it for Assad. 2 minutes to go. Bloodlust, we probably have PI coming back within that as well, so are going to wait for it to be available to pop that Lust and get everything aligned here, which is going to give the team a huge amount of damage spikes.
It's going to be a huge damage spike, but again... It's going to be tough to push this inside the timer for 3 chests, right? A minute 30 left now. We're going to get a big pop of damage with, again, the same set of cooldowns, this time with the addition of the Lust, but again, it's a tyrannical 24 boss. I just don't think it's going to be enough to give them the 3 chests here. It's probably going to be in the realm of the 19 minute that we saw from, well, maybe not 19, maybe like mid-18s, but still, not a three
We're
chest.
gonna see
I
them
don't
try
think.
it.
Let's see. They're going to try their hardest here. There's the Bloodlust, there's the Breath, the Power Infusion. No Combust just yet, but he has SKB procs to use, so it's not that big of a deal here. Make sure you jump for the Static Cling. Good. No debuffs on the group. No Cauterize use here either. It's a lot of damage on the boss coming out for them.
It is. They
But
dealt
that's gonna
with that
run out
Nova
very soon.
perfectly. It just fell over during that Bloodlust timer. You can see the boss is dropping lower and lower. Bloodlust still going. Second Nova has come in, but it's only 40 seconds to go, and I think they'll meet a similar fate to what NA's Last Hope had happened to them. Another 30 seconds, and once again, the timer has surpassed this boss, and really, Assad just takes so long every single time. You think, oh, it's just 30% to go. That's another 1.5 minutes. It's just, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, without cooldowns is going to take a long time to get through. That was a very impressive amount of burst damage coming from them within that Bloodlust, right? But it's just not going to be enough here. 5 seconds left on the 3-chest timer. No 3 chests in the Vortex Pinnacle coming out. Same as last week, really. This is just a very difficult key to 3 chest with that 18-minute 3-chest timer. All right. So, 3 of our teams through the Vortex Pinnacle. Let's check in again with that 4th team that hasn't run it just yet. Ready Checks, unfortunately, in the midst of all this Vortex Pinnacle madness, just not able to put it together in the Freehold. It just hasn't been going well for them. Another run lost for them. And they're in a really rough position right now, right? They came into today knowing they needed to continue their run of clean keys from yesterday. And we're now a little over an hour into the day, and they still haven't gained any score. It's just a really difficult spot to be in, coming into the final day, a few score behind everyone else. You're on your heels already. You have to play perfectly, and then of course, if you start making more mistakes, the frustration and the pressure just adds up over time.
Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, all of these gamers are very good at not getting tilted. I think ReadyCheck has proven that, especially yesterday. But eventually, the timer is going to be one of your biggest obstacles in this tournament. Teams only have 5 hours per day. Then whatever key they started, once these 5 hours are over, they need to utilize those to the max. If you're spending an hour just resetting keys, not putting any score on the board, then usually that's a pretty bad predicament. Last moment, though, they're back in VP here, our newest dungeon of the day, which teams are pushing up right now. And DR26 is looking pretty good on the timer, I think. Bloodlust here committed to the Assassin and Dragon pull. You can see why they do that. So much damage going out to the team. They're not even opting to use the staircase.
Yeah, and the Bloodlust timing here makes perfect sense, right? We're not worried about the 3-chest timer anymore on this key level. We're worried about the 2-chest timer, which is that 24-minute timer, which, if you get that Bloodlust on cooldown early on, you can get a 3rd lust within the timer here with a little bit of wiggle room, right? They should be able to have that Bloodlust, the 3rd Bloodlust, come back up maybe within the first minute or so when they engage the last boss, assuming everything else goes clean from here on out in the dungeon. Yes, that means you don't have Bloodlust for Alteris, which, of course, Tyrannical boss, lots of damage. You would like to have it here to make it a little bit easier. But, of course, this boss, not having Bloodlust, is a little more acceptable than others, considering you have that Winds giving you the hasty buff the entire time on the fight.
Yeah, and maybe we should actually explain it. I see a lot of people being very confused about this boss. So the way it works is you want to have the wind basically come towards your back, which is going to give you that haste buff. And if you are looking into the opposite direction, you're actually going to get a debuff. So try to be exactly there, and you can see the teams are all opting to do that, always changing directions with the wind, making sure they're having the biggest uptime on this buff here.
Yeah, and as long as you're like diagonally facing towards the boss with the wind at your back, you should be totally fine. You'll get the buff. It's something you'll see them positioned for a little bit. They're never going to be like directly with the wind behind them if they don't have to be, because you want to make sure that you can bait breaths in proper spots. Usually they're going to be a little bit off to the side, like we see from Elbro here. And then you'll, of course, have a little bit of time to move whenever the new winds comes out. Doing a good job of showing off exactly what your positioning should be like, though. Of course, I guess they're trying to all stack up to make sure they know exactly where the breath is going to go instead of being spread out a little bit. You lose a little bit of damage doing this because everyone has to move instead of only a couple people having to move, but this is definitely a nice thing to do, for instance, for like the Paladin Mastery to make sure everyone's in melee range for extra healing, because this is a very healing-intensive fight.
Yeah, and you can see why right now that jump over this expanding circle is gonna drain your HP a lot, but of course, Pillow has it under control. Team is healed back up. And Alterius, he's taking his time. It's gonna be a little while until he falls over, but eventually the team is going to be able to do that. And I'm curious what their timer is looking like, because last moment was already a little bit slower than the other teams that we had in terms of their boss splits. So obviously in the 26th they're going to be even slower, but the big thing that they need to hit is the +2, right?
Right. And we're pushing up against 10 minutes until the +2 timer here. This last section of the dungeon is one of the longer sections of the dungeon compared to the first boss and second boss section. There's a lot of dangerous trash mobs in there. So we'll have to see if this is going to be enough. Now, of course, the big question for us is how aggressive can you be with the pulls in this next section of the dungeon? Can you go for things like the crazy double pull that we saw from NA's Last Hope? I don't think it's possible, especially if you don't have the Bloodlust available for that, which you probably won't on this key level. I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, you can use the little wind jump ability from Shaman to get over that. I didn't know if it put
he's
you
been
high
doing
enough.
it.
Okay, good. Good to know.
And boss is going to fall here on the 14:30 minute mark. We're going to see NA's Last Hope and Legendary up there try and underbid that timer to be even faster. Let's see how that goes. Of course, NA's Last Hope is the team that we're especially keeping an eye on to see how their pulls are going to go in this dungeon.
Yeah, again, NA's Last Hope has been a lot more aggressive with their polling. Now, they did just restart their key. I wonder if they used some of their break timer just now, because they did finish their key way before Legendary did. I imagine they I didn't see if they had a wiper or if they used break timer. We'll get confirmation on that in a little bit. But they are just now starting their 26 Vortex Pinnacle, so we'll have to see if they continue the style of routing that they used in their 24, or if they're going to go for something a little bit more conservative here and just guarantee the 2 chests.
Yep, maybe they looked at their routing after that and thought whether or not they should do these polls and how they can do it differently. Going to see whether or not they changed anything, or if they actually took one of their mandatory breaks that we have here in this tournament. But of course, Legendary on the right hand side is already on the first boss, so a little bit quicker, a little bit further in the dungeon progression, which doesn't matter in the bigger overall scheme of things, because of course there's a couple more hours to go, and really at the end of the day the high keys are what we're looking for, so that 26 is just a small step in the right direction. Now, Ready Checks finally made it through that first boss once again. We're on the Council of Captains for now. Hopefully in a good run this time.
Hopefully. We'll have to keep an eye on them. I mean, again, it's going to be a struggle for them to catch up at this point. They are very, very far behind with that hour being gone. But we do still have that caveat that all of the dungeons for the top-end teams are going to be difficult dungeons to progress. They're not going to be one-shots. They're going to take time to get through. This 26 Vortex Pinnacle is essentially the last quote-unquote free dungeon that they have available to them, right? Everything else is going to be extremely difficult, so Ready Checks the gap's not going to open up any more than it pretty much already is at this point. They still do have a lot of +1 keys that they have to get through to catch up. Still be keeping an eye on them, but it's going to be rough for them. We do have an update, by the way, on NA's Last Hope. They took a 5-minute break, so only 5 of the 20 minutes there are taken from them, but I'm actually curious what the 5 minutes was used for. Maybe they realized that the style of pulls that they were doing in the 24 wasn't something that was easily scalable to the 26. We'll have to see, or maybe it was just a quick break just to make sure that they had their cooldowns all lined up. We'll see if they go for it as well. Of course, the big indication will be if they go for that giant squall pull on top of the dragon right afterwards. That is a wild pull to try to go for in a 26 bolstering key.
It is. I think the double pull is also something that is just equally brave. So we'll see for both of these polls if there has been any change on NA's Last Hope's plan here for this dungeon. As a last moment finished up Alteros, Legendary is finishing up Ayrton, and ReadyCheck is finishing up the Council of Captains. All across the board, we can see those bosses being progressed. And I kind of want to ask you on what you think the highest dungeon is going to be at the end of the day, Zyra.
Just the highest overall dungeon at the end of the day?
Yeah. Like, which of the dungeons, how high?
I think the highest potential key that we could see is maybe the 31 Nelths. I think that's the most reasonable of the keys to assume that would be pushed high. We already saw the 30 Brackenhide. It was an extremely difficult dungeon in its own right, and then they got to the totems and realized, we couldn't kill the first one. Something is not right here. I doubt that's going to get pushed up. We've already seen how close the Freehold 29 timer is. Potentially 30 could be done there if they really need to go for it, but that's probably still a harder dungeon than the 31. Algathar 30, we already saw that was attempted. I think that will be done, but I don't think 31's in the realm of possibility. Uldaman 30, there's time left from the 29 times, but it's going to be an extremely difficult key. I mean, that's already exemplified by the fact that the 29 is already a world record, right? So we'll see if that's possible. I think most reasonable is going to be the Nelths, though, and I think Vortex Pinnacle's cap is probably a 29.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that assessment. I do kind of want to see teams go for that 30 Uldaman. Whether or not that is possible, we'll see teams do. I definitely agree on the Brackenhide, although for me that raises the question again of whether or not Last Moment might have a better angle at that dungeon, because we know the 30 is doable until that very last boss. So if it's just focus damage that you're lacking, maybe the Shaman that Last Moment has been running might help there. We'll see. I think that could be interesting, at least.
Well, let's see what NA's Last Hope is doing here. Are we going up, Torquay? What are we doing? We're going up. Are we going to the dragon? Okay, we're going to the dragon. All right. Are we pulling assassins? That's the question. The problem with the assassins here is there's no spot to really actually do the thing we were talking about earlier, making sure you have something behind you and over your head to prevent the assassins from jumping on you. On the 24, they could get away with it. You could live a bolstering jump from them. On the 26, if you bolstering stacks plus that, not really feasible. So, okay, we're downsizing the pool a little bit. It's just the 8 squalls into the dragon, but still, you have to make sure you focus down the dragon here first, not only because of the damage it does, but you really, really don't want to bolster it and then also have one of those chilling breaths go off. That could be an easy way to just brick a key 7 or 8 minutes in. Oh, they got the debuff right beforehand. I don't like that. It's just going to be more healing that Drogo has to do.
In the previous run, we did see them pick up 2 of the assassins, right? The other 2 they chained into the next pool. Now the question is how they're going to handle them now. You can see Dorky adding the right pack right now. Are we just letting the left pack stay where it is? Seems like that is going to be the approach here.
Okay. Oh, Junkrat dead instantly at the start of the poll here. Not great for them. It wasn't in his cooldowns, though, so it's not that big of a deal, but still, that is their one current battle res completely gone here. Yeah, that's their only one. They'll have one coming up in about 2 minutes or so they'll have it up for Alteris. But it's a little unfortunate at the start of the poll for that to happen here. Again, the question for me is going to be, do they continue with the aggressive poll routing, right? Do they continue to go for the same things or similar things to what they went for in the 24. Are we going to see... We're probably going to see the Under the Stairs Bowl again, I imagine, because that's pretty standard. But, man, the Shadow Priests in this key, it's tough for them. Wexy also going down for Legendary.
I am getting a little bit stressed watching Last Moment. They do want this key to be +2. That's the big thing you're trying to hit, and the timer that you're looking for is 24. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds for 50% of a Tyrannical 26 boss's HP, plus all of these Skyfall Novas. I'm starting to get stressed, Zaro.
It's going to come close to the timer here. Looking at the cooldowns, they'll get one more big pop of damage here. They've got the Power Infusion coming up in 45 seconds. That'll be paired with the Breath of Eons whenever that's active as well. But, again, yeah, it's going to be really close. They've already used the Bloodlust here. this last pop of damage is going to have to carry them so much, and they still have to deal with these Skyfall Novas as well. I mean, that's one of the problems with these larger tyrannical bosses, is that when they have ads on them, the ads sometimes also will scale with, I mean, they'll obviously scale with the key level, but in addition to the damage the boss is doing on the high tyrannical key, it just makes it that much more difficult. You have to deal with so many more ad sets here. Here we go. This is the major lineup of their damage. Just how low can they get Assad with it? This is their big moment to do as much damage as possible. Look at the health bars, though, as this Skyfall Nova is not focused down at all. Pillow dropping to 10% HP, just barely able to top himself off here. And as they just finish off the Skyfall Nova, here comes another one. Any second now, they're going to have to kill this one off too. I just don't think they have the damage now. 20 seconds left to do 25%. It's not going to happen. There's going to be a one chest for them. They're not out of the woods just yet. They still have to kill the boss off. Oh, it's rough.
It's definitely really unfortunate that this is not going to be a +2, because just looking at the boss splits on the other two teams, I think they're looking a little bit more in line, especially NA's Last Hope. They've been speeding through this key, so they are probably going to be the only team. We'll see about Legendary, but they're looking to be very much on pace for this +2, whereas Last Moment is going to have to go into that 27. And a lot of why these teams are slow, quote unquote, is because of that bolstering. It just slows you down so much. Tedros was showing us the routes a little bit earlier, where these big pulls that NA's Last Hope did in that 24 are not really possible anymore. So you are bound to spend a little bit more time here in that dungeon, where teams 2 chests at the 27 last week. This time, the 26 might already be a problem.
I'm just writing down those boss splits in our spreadsheet so that we have access to them later on here, and we can compare other teams to them as well. It looks like they were going a decent clip slower than what we're seeing from both, well, definitely from NA's Last Hope, but Legendary is kind of on the same pace as Last Moment was. We'll have to see if they're able to pull off the 2 chests, because that would give them a very big advantage over Last Moment, who's been creeping up on them slowly, right? They're in that same realm of score.
They're currently the top of the leaderboard.
True, but they're also the only one to have actually timed the 26 so far, so they're a little bit ahead,
yes.
But of course, that 1 chest is going to hurt them if NA's Last Hope or Legendary get the 2 chest here. We'll have to see if they're on the timer here. Remember, the second boss kill for Last Moment was at 14:29, which Legendary is actually going to be slower than them on. Interesting. That's not good for Legendary.
No, it's not, but if one team is already basically on the 1 chest, then it doesn't matter as much whether or not you're not, right? You only need to get into the top 2 in the grander scheme of things. So I don't think that's tragic just yet, but of course both of the teams that are in that 26 would like a +2, and right now it's only looking like it is feasible for NA's Last Hope. So we'll see if Legendary can do anything to change that scene that they're in right now. We go a little bit bigger here from what it looks like and take these up the stairs.
Yeah, mind control the healer, move everything up the stairs. Consolidating trash is definitely what you need to do to go for the 2 chest here. They are looking rough on time, though. 8.5 minutes on the 2 chest timer for Legendary. They have some of the hardest trash packs in the dungeon coming up. If they do go for the double pull, which they didn't go for on the 24, mind you, they wouldn't even have the lust active for it. The lust has to be used on the boss. It's coming up 5 minutes from now. Ooh, that's not a great start to the pull here. Tobo instantly proccing the Cauterize to a charge at the very start of the pull here. They've still got this Temple Adept in the back, casting on the group here. Need to get that Dominate Minded up quickly so it doesn't heal their teammates. Got to interrupt on it to get into the group here. There's still one more trash mob in the back that hasn't quite joined in the group. There it is right there. It's the Executor of the Caliph here. That's not the mob you want to bolster. They need to start focusing that thing down instantly. If that thing gets bolstered up and it casts a Crashing Stone on the group on this key level, that could instantly one-shot the group and put it into the key.
Yeah, and you can see both teams at the top really making sure none of those scary bolstering techs go off. I do want to look down in the bottom left, though. Ready checks finished with the Council of Captains, nearly finished with Throwthack. How are you feeling about their timer? Of course, they still have a little bit of extra trash to go. We're already on the last 10 minutes, basically 7.5 minutes to go for them.
This is not done for ready checks. This timer is, it's Monk-esque point right clock. That's the only thing I can think of to describe it here. They have multiple trash pulls that they have to get through. They have an entire Tyrannical 29 boss fight in Harlan Suite to get through. I mean, they're roughly at the same spot they were last time around when we saw them get to Harlan in their run about an hour ago now, right? And then, of course, they had those last-second deaths that really killed the run, but it wasn't even a sure thing that they were going to get the run done anyways, right? They had 45 seconds to deal with a double trash pull. I mean, it was a rough one. I'm honestly not liking the spot that they're in this key.
I don't think I like it either, but we are going to see how it goes for them. Of course, they attempted this key before. They made it all the way, killed all of the bosses, and then didn't have enough time. So the question is, did they change anything major? Could they be on faster routing right now? Maybe a little bit of a change in what they're pulling here to make up for the missing trash percent. Falling Q here is going to go up and then skip over to not deal with any of the trash here, but they still have to do quite a lot.
Yeah, they have so much left to do. Harlan Suite alone on this key level is at least a 3.5 or 4 minute affair for them. They're going to go in for the trash first off here. I guess they might not have had what they wanted to skip here, but this is massive. This is what they needed to go for. This is a triple trash pull. This is their big 2-minute burst here. No lust here. They're going to be using it on Harlan Suite, probably with the trash on top of the boss, but they need to pull this off, and it already goes wrong at the very start of the pull. Gangnam goes down. They have a battle res for him, but they're just town portaling out. That's all she wrote. I mean, man, it's just been a rough start to the day for Ready Checks. Nothing is going their way.
And honestly, does make sense here. It might seem a little bit drastic, right? You see one DPS going down and instantly they go for the town portal, but keep in mind that with the way the meta is set out, you basically have 2 DPS and then you have the augmentation evoker buffing them up. So if one of those DPS dies after popping their cooldowns, that's half of your damage gone. So it does make sense to say, hey, we need everything to go right for this very scary pull to actually pull it off. Then we cannot be doing that. And look at NA's Last Hope here.
Are they going forward again without the Bloodlust?
They have a sheep in the background, if I see that correctly. So one of the adepts is taken out. Don't want that one in, but everything else I think they pulled.
Okay, the big scary moment here is going to be when these Caliphs get a little bit bolstered and they start casting Crashing Stone. If they get bolstered and cast that, it's going to be a massive overlap of damage here. They've used one of their sets of Obsidian skills here. Here come the bolstering stacks here. Can they kill off these Caliphs before they cast their Crashing Stone? That's going to be the big thing. They're the only 2 mobs left other than the big guy. All right, they're good to go. This is what they needed here.
That was really beautiful.
That was extremely
They waited for all of the 3 executors to actually cast their Crashing Stone and then pushed them over the edge of Raging, killed the first ones off, and then they only had one of the casts actually go through. That was perfectly managed from NA's Last Hope.
Now, the question is, what do we do with this Temple Adept that we have sheeped? Are we going to just dominate mind it and have it run down to the group, and then actually you can use it for extra healing on this boss here? They're still going to be in combat with it, right? There's no way they can just get out of combat with it. I don't know. We'll see. It should be coming behind them shortly. Yes, they are missing that 1 count, but that is going to be that Temple Adept that's in the back. Plenty of time here on the 2 chest timer. Only just now eclipsing the 3 chest timer. They have 6 minutes on this boss to go for the 2 chest. Now, of course, they're suffering from success right now. They're not going to have the Bloodlust up for about 4 minutes. Which means that Drogo's going to have to put in some legwork here in terms of healing. The mana bar is a little over half for him. They've got the Temple Adept. That's the important thing. They can get that mind controlled up, and that will help a little bit with the healing if they do opt to go for that. Not doing it right now, though. Maybe they're just going to kill it off.
Yeah, it does look like that is going to be the plan, to just kill it off. I mean, you have a lot of switching already going on, so you might as well take another one, right? With the Adept being in there, and that will be it for them. But timer is looking pretty good for them. 19 minutes are they in this key. 24 is what they need to beat. We already know this boss is going to take a little while, but Adept is going to die off. That will give them the 100%, and now it's only the Skyfall Novas and the boss's HP that they need to figure out within that timer to get the +2 that they're really, really wanting.
Meanwhile, right next to them on the top right side of our screen, Legendary also on an extremely fast run. Over 2 minutes left on their timer with the boss at about 40% here. They've already used their Bloodlust, so they don't have that in the back pocket for extra damage here. And of course, they also still have a ton of the boss to get through, but so far doing a good job of making sure they're dealing with these Skyfall Novas. Igloo still plenty fine on mana, using all of their externals to make sure people live through the Chain Lightnings. Just a good show from them. And also we have another set of 2-minute burst coming up in a little bit for them too, so they're looking good for the 2-chest timer. Just got to make sure they finish this off cleanly.
Yeah, I'm always a little bit in fear of underestimating how long this is going to take for both of these teams. I do think NA's Last Hope is looking to be a little bit better in terms of overall wiggle room in this dungeon. Legendary taking so
look
much
at Legendary.
damage here.
Legendary they have to do so much healing here. They had a Skyfall Nova up at 20% when they had to run off to this grounding field. They were just able to finish off at the last second there. Ooh, that was a really scary moment. Igloo doing a fantastic job of keeping everyone alive here, and now they have the 2 minutes up for this first Skyfall Nova that will get cleaved on by this massive burst of damage. They don't have to focus this one down almost at all here. It's going to take tons of residual cleave damage. This is the burst they need to go through, and you're right, man. I was saying it looked like it was all said and done for them. The 2-chest was easy, but it is not over just yet. There's just now a minute left on the key. This burst is going to help, but once the burst is gone, this boss is just going to trickle down in these final few percent here. They'll have to kill off this last Skyfall Nova too. I don't think you can commit to the boss here.
Yep. I absolutely agree. I definitely think they need to kill it off, and they know this as well. You can see the Nova is being targeted right now, and you want it gone before you take another damage, and that is going to work out for them. And now they can focus on the boss. 30 seconds to go, 6% on the boss. I think they got this, but it definitely was quite close, which makes me feel all the more happier for NA's Last Hope, who have a little bit more room here. So we are going to have 2 teams, from what it seems like, get that +2, and that is going to switch up our leaderboard. Of course, Legendary moving up there for now, and NA's Last Hope is going to follow them in just a second. They do have 2.5 minutes to finish off this boss, so I'm not worried about them.
And they just had the Lust come off cooldown as well. We'll pop it just for a little bit of extra safety at the end of the key here. Just making sure you jump for that last sided cling. No reason to risk it here with where we are in the key. The Nova just gets cleaved down, no problems whatsoever, and that's going to be another 2-chest coming in from NA's Last Hope here. Very, very clean from them. So yeah, 2 2-chests from NA's Last Hope and Legendary. Only the 1 chest from Last Moment, who's been, like we said, on a tear lately. They caught up to both NA's Last Hope and Legendary, but this 1 chest is going to hurt them.
It definitely is going to. And Zyro, while we're all hurting as well, you are leaving us. I'm very sad about that, but Nagura is going to come in and help us get over that 1 chest that unfortunately happened. Nagura, how have you been following? How do you like the routes and the VP?
I like some of the routes. I mean, I like NA's Last Hope crazy pulls, even though it is bolstering. I mean, I don't know how long they can do this for. Like, I'm not sure if they're going to be doing the same thing in a 28, but definitely looking very good. Ready checks, though, on the other hand, I've seen having a lot of issues in that Freehold. And now it seems like they're switching it up, trying to do the 30 Nell Flare instead, which I understand, right? I think they do want the 29 Freehold if they want any chance of getting top 2, but attempting just doing something else, just a change of scenes after having so many issues in a dungeon for like 1.5 hours, I think is a good idea for them. Of course, they're getting further and further behind, and Roy Bendesco down here in one of those shatters. But they do have Battle Rest available for her so they can continue. Yeah, unfortunate for Ready Checks on the last day having so many issues.
Yeah, so we did see Shella in chat actually say that at this point he might as well play Warlock. I'm going to take him up on that. I do want to see it. I want to see the Monk. I want to see the Resto Druid. I want to see the Warlock. Just for the heck of it, right? They're at this point probably out of contention to actually get into the top 2 because of how close the other 3 teams are and how far away they are. So why not go for some cool classes? Do it. Come on. I dare you.
Yeah, I would actually love to see that. And I mean, Dasher Warlock, actually not bad at all. Problem is, as far as I know, they don't really have anyone playing Augmentation Evoker. But, I mean, as you said, right, just to show it up and just to show that they can do some keys or like really high keys with that comp too would be fun. So I'm
Yeah.
all for that. Let's make sure we get the word to them so that maybe we shouldn't convince them to do it if they don't want to. For
I mean,
the people,
Shalom
maybe
was
they can
saying
go,
that.
Oh
He
my
said
god,
that.
can you imagine they go Brackenhide with their like comp and pull
Yeah.
fish face? Like
That would be the
they would be the
dream,
winner
right?
of the people. Yeah.
In my book, that would give them all of the trophies I have to give. I'm sure Chad agrees on that. We can send them lots of love if they decide to do that. I'd be down. I'd be so down. That'd be cool.
Yeah, very cool. Last moment on the bottom right, though, they are still very much in contention to get the top 2 as well, right? As they unfortunately did not to just the 26 Vortex Pinnacle, which of course means they're basically a dungeon behind compared to Legendary and NA's Last Hope. If both of those teams can one-shot the 28, right? That is, of course, also something that we're going to have to take a look at, because a 28 Vortex Pinnacle with those affixes is definitely not easy at all. So, but yeah, if that happens, if all of the teams one-shot their keys, then Last Moment is going to be basically one dungeon behind, which might or might not mean a lot at the end of the day. It depends on how difficult the push keys are going to be for them at the end, right?
Exactly. So, for example, they might be a little bit behind on the Vortex Pinnacle here, but if they have a really good approach to that Neltharion Slayer 31, which we know they have a little bit of spicy tech in there, based on classes, then they might actually make up for the missed amount of time that they had in that VP. So it definitely is all still very open, and Last Moment still have a very good shot at actually getting into those top 2, which I think not many people expected going into this tournament. They definitely were a high-seeded team, but when they qualified, the meta wasn't as strict as it is right now, and they played a lot of this Shaman, which fell off tremendously in the Mage Augmentation Evoker meta. So I think it's really cool that they're still here and they still have a very good shot at making it in.
Yeah, definitely do. And we do see the pop-up there in the top right. You can adopt Sunny and Flurky and support Ukraine with the Blue Check Ukraine campaign that is currently going on. You have until August 29th to actually go and buy it. All the proceeds will go to the Ukraine, to charity, of course. So definitely check it out. And they're super cute. I mean, look at them. And
Yeah,
one of them is
I mean,
called
I
Sunny.
think.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
just
you
my
have a
cat's
pet called
Sunny.
Sunny, and if chat wants a cat called Sunny or a pet called Sunny, they can do !charity to check it out and find more info on that, and get a cute dog pet. But looking at our leaderboards right now, all of the teams tied. Of course, after these keys, I think Legendary right now is on one of their breaks. We're gonna have NA's Last Hope and Legendary pull up to 1 score point higher than Last Moment. Now, question is, are they going to continue in that VP until they hit the ceiling? Do you think we're going to see them try a 29 after this? Or do you think they opt to go for a different dungeon?
Yeah, I'm not sure, right? Because we did see Legendary attempt the 30 Brackenhide earlier and ended up depleting it, but it definitely seemed like something that is doable. And I'm not sure if that's more doable than a 29 VP, right? We're going to have to take a look at the timer from the 28 to kind of determine how doable the 29 is, in my opinion. Because looking at the 29 Brackenhides, most teams were actually pretty far off the timer there. They had like 3 minutes left, which definitely means that it could be doable on the 30. But it is Sanguine, right? And Sanguine can slow you down a lot. But also Bolstering slows you down quite a lot in the hierarchies when you cannot do any of those crazy pulls.
Was it NA's Last Hope or was it Legendary? One of the two teams went into the Brackenhide 30 at the top of the day and actually
Yeah, I think it was Legendary.
got through it fine. Yeah, I believe it was Legendary as well. They got through it just fine until that very last boss, and the totems bit them in for it. They couldn't even kill the very first one, which might be an indicator of this 30 Brackenhide being a very, very tough challenge. So we're going to see whether or not teams actually go back there and try that again, or if they're just saying, nah, I'm not dealing with that. If the challenge is at the end of the dungeon, particularly, right, you just have to spend so much time to actually get to it and try to beat it, which often is not as valuable or not as efficient as going with a dungeon like Freehold, where a lot of the damage is front-loaded, or a lot of the challenge is front-loaded.
Yeah, that is a big issue with the Brackenhide, right? And of course, the comp that they're all running is actually not that great for the totems on the last boss, because you have the Shadow Priest, which is not
Hey.
the
They're not
most
all
ideal
running that.
spec. Yeah, I mean, at least for NA's Last Hope and Legendary. It's not
Yeah.
the most... And I think Elbro is also playing Mage in Brackenhide, no? Or did he not? I'm not sure I remember.
I'm pretty sure Brackenhide was a Shaman dungeon, but not a Prot
Okay.
Warrior dungeon.
Okay.
They do play Mage in the Alcathar Academy.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, the Shadow Priest not that great at killing totems, and Augmentation Evoker also not great at it, because you're buffing the other two classes, but if the other two classes have no damage, then it's not good, right? And when they have damage and debuff their damage with the Augmentation Evoker, then it's maybe overkill, like maybe it's not actually needed to have that extra damage from the Augmentation. So technically speaking, like a Devastation Evoker would be very good, or even Frost Mage is also very, very good for the totems on the last boss. But you would have to
Yeah.
play the whole dungeon with it,
Exactly.
because you cannot go out and pour it back in, which is the bigger problem, right?
I actually don't mind the Frost Mage generally in overall Mythic. I don't think it's bad. I think it's actually pretty good. But in a Sanguine, Brackenhide, you're not doing
Yeah,
that. That's not gonna
that's a
happen.
good
There's
point.
too many stuns.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And the Frost Mage also slowing the mobs all of the time, right? And just keeping them in the Sanguine, even though you want to drag them out, is not necessarily ideal. But last moment, now reaching the end of their VP on the bottom right, as they're dealing with some of these stars, which can be pretty dangerous on some higher key levels. They don't have to finish up all of the stars. They can leave some of them, which they left. Exactly, yeah. You need 340 count from like after the stars to still get enough trash percentage here, and they have 341, so they're just going to be one count over, killed the exact amount of stars that they had to, and now we're going to see them do somewhat of a smaller pull than we've seen NA's Last Hope do, right? NA's Last Hope pulling both of the trash packs together here, which is absolutely insane.
Yeah, so
But,
in
yeah.
the 24, they pulled these squalls into the dragon and pulled 2 of the assassins. In the 26, they pulled the squalls up and pulled the dragon, but right now they're having really bad pad timing on the assassins being too close for actually getting around this circle ramp, is what it's called. I learned that. So they had to wait a little bit, which was not great, because you do want to focus the Storm Dragon as to not bolster him. So they couldn't really nuke into the squalls right now. They were just standing around waiting, which obviously is usually a bad thing.
Yeah, definitely don't want to bolster either the dragon or the... Also, like, even just having the assassins and the dragon together is already incredibly deadly, even if you don't bolster either of them, just because the dragon's dot does so much damage, and then you have the assassins charge, and that means you're just gonna die if you have bad timing on it as well, without any bigger defenses available. So, seems good to not do any crazy pulls here. But the squalls and the dragon itself is already a crazy pull, in my opinion. So they are having a lot of single target damage here, or priority target damage, to make sure the dragon does die first. So very well executed by NA's Last Hope. They do have this one death already. Not sure what exactly happened there, but that means they had to commit a battle rest. And the next one is going to come up in 30 seconds, though. So they're fine.
Yeah, we're gonna probably find out what that was as they are moving on here, getting into that little ledge here, making sure the assassins are not spawning on top of them, being a little bit safer on the right-hand side for Smacked and Goop. Some damage going out onto Goop, however, the team has it under control. And last moment, finishing off both of these packs here, not together, one after another. They're not doing any sheep tack on the Adepts, but they are getting through that dungeon here. And the fact that they're still going strong is a really good sign, because right now they are finishing that 27. Legendary, I believe, is still on break. And NA's Last Hope is at the beginning of their 28, so they're making the most out of the time that they've been given to actually get that score in the board.
Yeah, last moment doing good. It does. I mean, they definitely have the time if nothing happens on the last boss. But we do know that there's quite a few things that can happen on the last boss. Very difficult to deal with. They do have Bloodlust coming up and all cooldowns. They're just popping them immediately, it looks like, with PI, Breath of Eons, everything just being used here to start, making sure they do have a lot of boss damage. Which also means that as soon as they run out of these cooldowns, that means they're going to be a little bit lower on the spark damage. for a little while. But we do know that Enhancement Shaman is actually very good at switching to them and killing them. Not really sure in the comparison with the mage here. Oh, Legendary have some issues as Igloo does go down in the top right corner, doing Bloodlust as well, as they did one of their bigger pulls here. Cauterize being procced by Tobo there in the mage as well. And we do see lots and lots of defensives coming out here, making sure they can execute the rest of this pull.
The question is, if that happens within your first minute of the key, do you keep going? I mean, I think you do, because the timer is pretty lenient, but could just easily restart. Igloo going down here might nail him in for Lapan, Will finishing off, and that is going to be a redo. I actually personally like this. They didn't lose much time. They came out of break, they went in, they were like, okay, yeah, let's go in, let's try it, let's YOLO, and it didn't work. Gonna redo it and be fine with that. I don't mind that at all.
Last Moment also having some issues as their Holy Paladin does go down. They immediately committed a battle rest, making sure that they can continue. But yeah, not ideal having some deaths here. Still 2 more battle rests left in case something goes wrong, because they played the rest of the dungeon so well to save all of their battle rests, which is great for them. But yeah, some of these sparks do so much damage to your group, even though it is quote-unquote only at 27. But yeah, this is looking a little bit sketchy for them. Boss is on 58%. Definitely dropping pretty slowly. And ready checks, unfortunately... Ooh, I think they can maybe... No... they're resetting. Olarok was on 2%. Oh, that's heartbreaking for them.
I think this is where we send the monk and the warlock and we go for fish phase. Yeah, let's see them do that. Something that I just also realized, we've been talking about how good that shaman actually is for the Skyfall Novas in that Vortex Pinnacle, but at the same time, it's also not that great on this boss, because every time the unstable grounding comes in, you actually need to move out of boss range, and that allows, or doesn't allow Elbro to do full 100% uptime, which isn't great if you're playing a melee. You always want to be stuck on this boss here. You can see those extra sparks definitely going to be a little bit problematic with that, as well as the rest of the group is actually dodging out of the way to allow Elbro to stay on target and stay on route. You can see how close he makes it every time with these unstable groundings here. This one, not as far as the other ones. You can just easily walk in here, but some of them, actually, that's very close.
The good thing is that they do have a grip and a rescue, right? So like, technically can just grip and rescue him into the... But yeah, it's definitely preferred to be a ranged DPS whenever that lightning comes up. So yeah, not 100% ideal. Also, it takes a little bit of time sometimes to drag Assad to the Skyfall Nova. And melee players like to have mobs next to each other for their cleave, while some of the range players, like the Shadow Priest, for example, doesn't care as much if they're spread apart. So if it takes some time for the boss to get close, it might also be a little bit of downtime for damage onto the boss from the Shaman. But yeah, they're looking good still. They are committing their last couple of defensive cooldowns they have available. No more Obsidian Scales. Sapphire being popped right now. They don't have AM available for another 40 seconds. So definitely in a little bit of danger, but we still have Dispersion from the Shadow Priest and Sacrifice from the Paladin. That's about it for the next set of star coming out here.
Oh, gust of wind. Everything went good. We didn't see anything. Just a little bit over the line there for Elbro, but no worries. He's got this. 12% to go, and so much time here because they didn't went to the 2 chest and the 26, of course, and that 27. They do have a little bit of more wiggle room, and I'm actually really happy with how they're looking here and how they're looking on the Nova damage. That is really, really nice, and they now also have unlocked that 28 that other teams are already in. Of course, it's going to take them a little bit more time to get through it, as NA's Last Hope is already on the 15-minute timer in that dungeon. Legendary is redoing it right now, having also lost around 2 to 3 minutes with all of the resets that had to go on, and it seems like Last Moment is now also going to go on their break timer here.
Yeah, still a lot of breaks left for teams to do. Of course, you cannot take your break time at the end of the day within the last hour. And we're not close to that. There's still 1 hour and 10 minutes left before we approach the last hour. But it's always great to use some breaks here and there to discuss what your plan is. We've also seen NA's Last Hope take a 5-minute break earlier, which is also interesting because a lot of teams tend to take a 10-minute break into another 10-minute break. But yeah, seeing a 5-minute break, I think I like that because this last day, I think requires a lot of like discussion, especially towards the very end, because you want to take a look at the leaderboard, right? You want to see what kind of dungeon you should be going for depending on what the other teams are doing. You want to discuss, okay, do we want to go for like a high key level tiebreaker? Do we want to go for like maybe do a dungeon just quicker in case you can somehow speed up your time there if the key level tiebreaker is not an option for you. So I do think taking smaller breaks here and there is definitely a good idea.
Absolutely agree. I think particularly for them, because the route that they had laid out for the VP was just not going to work with bolstering. Them saying, okay, let's take 5 minutes. We're going to cook up a new route, adapt our route a little bit so it can actually work was super smart. And what came out of it, I really like. I like that adept tech with the sheep, making sure you have it come into boss. I think could even be better by what Syra was saying with the dominant might to get a little bit of extra healing onto the team. But we are going to see whether or not that is going to be a priority for them. We do have, I think, trivia coming up, so hopefully chat is ready. I told them they were going to get quizzed on this later on, so
I'm an expert
hopefully they have their notes. You are! I don't know how you're doing that. You practice secretly, be honest.
Oh yes, I am.
All right, here is a question. Which of these snails is not found racing around a rock in Nell's lair? Is it Whipsnap, Slinky, Blaze, or Turbax?
I didn't know any of these. Oh, wait, I actually do know about these.
Yeah, they're after Ulabrock.
Yeah.
They go around the stone. Yeah.
I think the one that I know about is called Blaze. I think it's the one that I accidentally pulled a few times and it just keeps you in combat forever. But I don't know about the other ones. So I think I'm just going to go with Turbax. That's my final answer.
Did you look into chat to see that? Be honest.
No, I did not.
Surely you
I
did
don't even have
not.
chat open right now. You can check. I don't have the Twitch stream open.
So chat with 84% to saying it's Turbax, but I actually think that's incorrect. Surely it is not the very obvious answer. I think Slinky is a very sleazy name for a snail, so I think B might be the answer here. We're going to see whether or not you are correct, Twitch chat, or Slinky.
You're a genius.
I didn't think I was right, but here we go. Slinky apparently is not racing around a rock. Nice. I don't know how I did that.
Wait, was that like a sneaky question? Is Slinky in a dungeon, but it's not racing around a rock?
Apparently. That's what I'm taking away from because Slinky is here, right? There was a picture of a snail called Slinky.
Yeah, so maybe Slinky's just standing still or like racing around a fence.
Slinky's
instead or
watching,
something.
you know. Chad is saying Slinky is racing in Zarlek, but not in Nell's lair. Huh. Here we go.
Oh.
Little bit of a fun fact for you as Lost Moments have come back into that 28. We can now see them side by side with NA's Last Hope and Legendary. And NA's Last Hope now doing the Gigapole, as we kind of call him. Adept is going to get sheeped here. It will find the rest of the group later. They are going really, really big here with that double pull. And the Executors are the ones you want to look out for. The way they did this previously is they brought everything in this pack low, but not into death range, so they could wait out the crashing stone cast of the Executors. That killed them off really quickly before they got bolstered and cast it again. So let's see if they can pull it off one more time. This pull is incredibly difficult, and they're making it look so easy.
Yeah, this is incredibly hard, especially if you don't finish them off simultaneously. Any of these even the slams without bolstering can already be very difficult because you get multiple of them and they drop you really low. You can see they have perfect usage of AoE defensives here. Saphir being used right now in combination with Obsidian Scales. So a little bit of a rallying cry going on for the group at the same time. AM now running as well from their Holy Paladin. And now they have to finish them off because they're running out of defenses. As one of the Goliaths still casted, one of the Executors still casted another stumble going through. No! That's a one-shot on everybody as it was so highly bolstered. This is exactly what we've been talking about. If they don't execute this pull perfectly, then some of these casts are just going to one-shot everybody. And unfortunately, even Dorky did die. I think it was Smack that survived. But I'm not sure if Smack can actually kite out this pull. Or if he invests.
I don't think Smack can do that, but it looks like once our observer follows the rest of the group, of course, they are continuing that poll, and I think that makes sense because the timer is so lenient. Despite having a little bit of extra deaths here, they finished up most of the trash, so they can still read it out. It looks like Smack was able to actually stay and fight here and kite it out while the big guy, the minister, is with the observer. We might have had a little bit of a breakage here on that observer, but
watching VP
you're taking the adept. Here, yeah,
I've seen that before. Perfect.
Scenic route is what we call this.
Yeah.
So this time, they're actually dominant minding the adept that they got out of the sheep. So I really like this, bringing it down here, making sure you have all of these stars gone. Of course, now, no cauterize available, but they do have that bloodlust to go into Assad.
Yeah, as you said, even with that, and they didn't actually fully wipe, right? They had this mech survive because of the cauterize and actually managed to just finish up one of these mobs that was really low HP and still managed to kite out that other mob, making sure they can finish it off once they come back. So it's not the end of the day, and they can still do this boss fight, of course. They do have enough time. They have a little bit more than 7 minutes, which is for sure enough. But, of course, they used a lot of defensives for that previous pull. Sorry, what happened?
It's just the way the observer is like slowly coming closer. It just looks so funny. That's what we get for asking snail questions on broadcast. Bloodlust pumping right now for NA's Last Hope as they are sending everything into the first Nova here right at the start. They also got that adept out of the dominate mind. Are going to deal with it during that bloodlust here. Greater Heal has been interrupted, and from now on, it's only between Assad and them to finish out this timer, and the timer is looking really good, right? They have like 6.5 minutes, a little bit over that, to finish it off, 70% to go. I think we've got this. 28, however, is doing a lot of damage. You can see it on the Skyfall Nova. You can see it every single time a spark comes out here. Drogo has to keep this group under control. Of course, a little bit of support coming in from Goop on the Augmentation Evoker, but most of it has to be healed, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit of off-healing coming through probably as well from the Vampiric Embrace, from the Nature's Vigil, from the Guardian Druid as well. Legendary having some problems as Lepan does go down there on one of their pulls. Let's see what they're doing. Okay, it looks like it was either on some sort of skip or it was a death at the very end of a pack, so they didn't lose too much time and they can just continue on their 28. So nothing too major happened. Didn't have to commit a battle rest either, as they just used the out of combat normal rest there. So good for Legendary, as Last Moment on the bottom right is now also in the 28 VP. But of course, looking at the timer from the other teams, they're a little bit behind because they had to play the 27. But not that far, right? Like if you compare NA's Last Hope being the team that is furthest into the dungeon right now, they're 24 minutes in, and Last Moment is 8 minutes in. So not that big of a difference, but Legendary more issues as Igloo does go down as well. I wonder what's going on for them here.
I think they might be trying something, I'm not too sure. So the way that they want to set up these assassins is under the stair here, which is something we've seen them do before. Maybe Igloo got a little bit of aggro here and got jumped on by the assassins before getting to the safe space is what I would assume happened here. But they are continuing, they're using their bloodlust, they're saying, okay, we don't care, you know, it's just, what's another death? This timer is so lenient, we can go. And I actually really like this. This time around, they're so far into the dungeon, they restarted it twice already. We gotta put the score on the board, else we do run risk of Last Moment getting too close, right? If you're a Legendary fan, you want them to not be able to catch up the missed 2 chests that they had. So hopefully Legendary is able to put a timer on the board here, as is NA's Last Hope. Last Moment is chasing them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Last Moment versus Legendary, they're in the same dungeon. there's like a 4-minute difference in timer right now. So that's, Legendary having more problems. There's one of these assassins bolstered all the way up. Look how big these assassins are. They are battle racing Lepan here. And Igloo is just trying to kite, but keep in mind, the bolstering stacks seem to be gone now. Wax has still got one shot though. Looks like Igloo can kite this out probably. But there's no more damage dealers alive, I believe. So he just somehow has to kite these and survive. As there we go, Tobo is coming back now, might be able to help finish off this pack with Igloo, as Lepan is also back. But yeah, more issues for Legendary. As you said, this is not great in comparison to last moment. They're right on their heels as they're approaching the same area now in their dungeon on the bottom right.
All right. Wait. You're absolutely right. Lots of stuff going on, but...
Really?
Oh no, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. But I have something for you that you might like, because Raven, the healer on the team of Ready Checks, was just in chat saying we are going to break the meta if we get a full screen for it. Now, Raven, I'm going to take you up on this. You know I will. I want to see it. I'm waiting. Come on, bring it on.
Okay, I don't have any say in this and who gets full screen or not, but I'm just going to say, yes, you will get full screen. I'm just going to...
we're just going to make the liberty do it.
And say that it's going to happen.
Production's like, Here's NA's last hope. But they are finishing their key, 5% to go. That last Skyfall Nova is going to get killed eventually. And after that grounding, I think the boss is going to be dead. Timer is looking good as ever as Afflicteds are spawning. Not to worry about them. 1% to go. And that 28 is on the board for NA's last hope. And they move into first space.
Yeah, and looking at timer, they had 2.5 minutes left, right? And they had issues too, right? They had 4 people go down on one of their pools. And now I wonder if Legendary actually could have timed it still after these problems that they had. Because yeah, they had quite a few issues, but so did NA's last hope. And they still had 2.5 minutes left. So I almost wonder if Legendary still could have done this key. But maybe Legendary's route is not as fast as NA's last hope, because NA's last hope is doing these incredible pulls, even on 28. So that might be the difference. Maybe Legendary knew, you know what? We should just go again. This is not really doable anymore. And of course, if you get to the last boss... Whoa, they lied to us.
Can't believe Raven would lie to me. Sneaky. There's the full screen. Where is the comp?
We shouldn't full screen them. We shouldn't full screen them. We should punish them for not pulling out the comp. Yeah, I like this POV. I like it.
I think we should just always zoom in onto the druid's head. I like that. Maybe we'll see the comp in the next go now that we showed them we're going to do it. I'm waiting. But not keeping up to your word, Raven. That's gonna... There will be consequences. Come on. NA's last hope, after their timed 28 VP, actually deciding to go for the Freehold. How do we feel about that? That's going to be a 30 Freehold that they're going to attempt. So already Checks already bashed their head against the 29 before. 30 definitely is a challenge.
I do just quickly want to take a look at last moment, because they did have some issues on their pool, but it seems fine. So their priest went down. They ended up not committing a battle res, and they're just going to finish it up. Okay, so they're fine. So yeah, the 30 Freehold, I think that's interesting. I personally thought that the Brackenhide timer seems better for the 30 compared to the 31 Nelf and the 30 Freehold. But 30 Freehold was a time trial dungeon that these teams practice a lot. Of course, they practice it with a different comp and with a different strategy, but they have a really good feeling for the timer, I believe. So if they are confident in the Freehold, then I like their decision to go, because they have this like really crazy strat there too, right? It's like insane pull they're doing in the Eudora area with the no path available strategy. So maybe that pull is gonna make them pull off the 30 here.
We're gonna watch him. I think, particularly in the Freehold, not only is the timer really close, but also this very first boss has a knack for one-shotting players. So we're going to see how they deal with this. First, of course, the trash that they have nearly finished off here. But you can see already Cauterize has been procced on smacked. So a lot of extra damage
And
going out
death.
onto the player here. Yeah. Both of the
That's not
Cheetahs gone.
ideal.
Dorky falls.
Yeah, they're just gonna go again. Yeah, you don't want to lose all of your cheat deaths before going into the first boss, because as you mentioned, that first boss likes one-shotting players. So having some cheat deaths available is probably what you want to have before you go into that boss. Yeah, last moment now on the second boss. And yeah, on the 28, everything just does so much damage. You can see just how much taking damage there is in this fight. Have to space out your defensives really well, making sure you don't overlap anything, making sure you help the healer as much as you can as well. And sometimes you can get some bad combos on this boss too. I feel like sometimes this boss really just hates you. And like he spawns this ability that happens right now where you have to go into the tornadoes. And then he switches the wind into like the worst area possible.
Yeah.
So you're like in the slow wind.
You have to
end.
run.
Yeah, it's very bad sometimes.
I really like how Elbro's dealing with that. He's using the gust of wind, just making sure he's hopping over this, not taking additional damage to the rest of the group, which is going to help Pillow heal it back up, because there is a lot of damage every single time they take these tornadoes to actually get over the circle. But boss is down to 44%. And if I'm looking at the timer, I think their timer is still really good in that 28. We're probably going to end this boss at around 18, I would say, just guessing, which shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I definitely think their timer is good here. And we did see, as I said earlier, Ace Last Hope, the time to 28, still had 2.5 minutes left at the end, even after, I would call it half a wipe. It wasn't really a full wipe, but they did have 4 deaths, still managed to finish it off. So I think the timer in the 28 is for sure fine, even if you do some of the smaller pulls, or I don't want to call them smaller pulls, but just like not as insane as Ace Last Hope. So you're
Not
still
dorky
fine
pulls?
there. Exactly, yeah.
All right, let's see how they continue here. 18% to go, 17 minutes on the timer. Might even be a little bit quicker than what I expected them to do. Trying to see if we have numbers written down for that. So NA's Last Hope in their 28 killed the boss on 16:05. Now we know Last Moment is a little bit slower than them, but they had so much time at the end. I think if they kill 1.5 minutes slower, it's actually not that worrisome just yet. However, knowing that NA's Last Hope does that really, really scary pull, it does mean that they are going to be even slower at the very end of the key. So hopefully they don't run into the timer on that 28 here.
Yeah, I hope not. And Ace Last Hope in the top left now, reattempting that 30 freehold. They did have to reset it earlier because of basically a wipe on the first trash pool. Or at least they ended up having a lot of their defenses popped and they figured we're just going to go again. And yeah, ready checks again in that 30 and Nell flare that they wiped to an Olarok earlier on 2%. Very, very unfortunate. And they promised us an off-meta comp. So we'll see if that still happens.
We'll see. I'm waiting, Robin. You said it. You got to make do on your promises, girl. So hopefully that will happen for them here. I'm going to wait for that. And I'm also going to wait for how this tournament plays out. You know, I'm really, really curious on who's actually going to make it. With 3 teams being as close as they are on the final day, I think everything is still open. Of course, right now, NA's Last Hope and Legendary both in the lead. But Last Moment is actually making it really, really close and raising the tension here on whether or not this could be an upset and a team that many people counted out to actually come through in the top 2.
Yeah, I really like Last Moment's position here, especially after Legendary had to reset their 28, right? I mean, at this point, Last Moment is the second team, right? Because Legendary is in a 28 too, but they are more than 10 minutes behind compared to Last Moment. So if they time this key, they're going to be firmly in that second spot, and you cannot argue, oh, but they don't have this 2 chests or this blah blah blah, right? Like they are actually just ahead. Because looking at all of the keys that they have done. They are completely even with Legendary. No extra points that Legendary can get anywhere from any like 2 chests or anything. So yeah, last moment looking very, very strong. We're gonna have to see how strong they look in the Freehold though, because as far as I know, their Freehold timer didn't look that fast. And if Freehold is the dungeon that they all choose to go to, which is not necessarily true, right? We saw Legendary in the 30 Brackenhide earlier, so maybe they decide to go different paths after this Vortex Pinnacle.
So what I really want last moment to do is go for that 31 Nell Slayer. That gives them probably the highest timed key, right? The 31, I don't think it's possible in any of the other keys. I think Freehold, Brackenhide, and Algothar Academy all have a chance to go to the 30. Uldaman maybe even 2, although that 29 already looked spicy. But I think the Neltharion Slayer is the only key that the 31 seems pretty doable without lots and lots and lots and lots of progress time. And so if last moment can get that locked in, and we know that their, Nell Slayer is not too bad, then I actually have a pretty good feeling about this. But I also predicted them as one of the winners of this tournament, or this group, so
that's true, but
hopefully,
you predicted them before the tournament, right? So what do you think now?
Of course.
Like, what do you think? Who is going to be the top
Well,
two?
you gotta stay true to your predictions, right?
All
I'd be a
right.
chicken if now I changed my mind. My
Okay.
prediction was Legendary and last moment. I do want to say though that NA's Last Hope has been looking incredible throughout this tournament. A lot of the polls that they're doing are just impressive to the maximum, and I really, really like seeing them here. And I think there's probably not a world where they don't qualify. To say it realistically.
Okay, so let's say NA's Last Hope qualifies. Who is the second team?
Don't make me choose. It's so
You
rude.
have to.
I was just shouting out Tova's dad earlier. How can I not say Legendary now?
Wow, so you don't believe in last moment?
I do.
All right, I'll leave you now.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ready Checks unfortunately did have another full wipe in that 30 Nell player that they attempted. I think now it's for sure time for this off-meta. Ooh, we do see Shelle leaving.
All right, is this it? Come on, Ready
That
Checks.
means he's logging on the Warlock.
I need Royben to go on Rest Druid because that's her main healer. Was her main healer for a very long time. And Gangnam on the Monk. Come on, we can do this.
We need the Monk.
Let's get it
I
going.
think their mage also main shaman, enhancement shaman? Or I might be wrong on this one. I know that he's not been playing mage for a long time. He's been playing mage for 2 weeks. So he definitely plays something different as their main, but I'm not sure if it's... I forgot. We'll see. I hope it's shaman.
We'll figure it out. Looks like the bear tank is here to stay, and as far as I can tell, Royben is also not doing us the favor of logging out. It might just be she didn't prepare another character, knowing how
that's
strong Holy
possible.
Paladin was coming into this weekend. But everybody else seems to have logged off, or at least left group, just judging by the cooldown overview on the top left side of Ready Checks. Gonna see what they're up to in a couple of seconds. Last moment is up to finishing this key. They're on Assad now, just finished their stars, are gonna pull that boss next. And timer is looking good. A little bit slower than what we saw from NS Last Hope, but that is what we were expecting. Now the question is, how quickly can they deal with this? How efficiently can they kill the Novas? And can they survive the Sparks? On the 28, I think we're still okay. Looking at that augmentation evoker, it's about 60%, 70% of your HP, depending on how you're standing, how much defensive team has going. That it's going to take away, but I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah, in the meantime, Legendary also back to that pool that they had a wipe to earlier. The one pool that caused them to end up town portaling out and resetting the key. So we'll see if they can execute it this time. And yeah, they can, as they're moving on to the next boss here. So really well done by Legendary, not having that same mistake, or not making that same mistake again. And now they can continue nicely with all battle rests available, no deaths whatsoever. Really well done. And Ace Last Hope now gathering up one of their bigger pulls on the top left side. This is not their insane pull just yet. I think they do it after Eudora. Yeah, they're pulling this into Eudora, which is crazy on a 30, right? You have You cannot
I was
jump.
like, you sure they're doing this after? Because that already looks pretty crazy to me. I'm not gonna lie.
It is. You have the trapper in here, so you need to make sure you're dodging these puddles on the ground, the traps. And then you have the buccaneer that constantly casts this banana whirlwind. And then, of course, you have all of these swabbies as well. So pretty crazy cool coming out here. And it's bursting too. So whenever these mobs go down, we're going to have to see a very good master spell coming out of Junkrat, making sure none of those players go down. And on top of that, Eudora is shooting people with the powder shot for so much damage. There we go, Goop going down. They do have a battle rest available. Actually, Smacked going down too. To the grape shot there from Eudora. They only have, actually they have a second battle rest available in just a moment. So they might be able to continue here. But the trash is still alive, and they would want this trash to be dead at this moment.
Yeah, the problem is, if one of your DPSs dies here, that means the others are going to just take more of the shots of Eudora. The powder, it's very hard to survive with one less member in the group on this boss fight, particularly if there was other stuff going on. And NA's Last Hope, realizing that this was not how it's supposed to go, seems to be resetting the dungeon here from everything that I can tell. Last moment on their way to finish their key. I believe Tettles is ready to join us again, and I can't. Oh, Elbro going down. We do have Ankh, but
the
Ankh
insta
is now gone. No battle rest, and that's their Nova damage dealer. This could be really bad for them.
Oh god.
Yeah, this is not ideal. And they Ankhed and then still died. Now 2 deaths. They have no battle rest available. This is a full wipe. They cannot finish this boss. They're gonna have to go again.
I can't believe Tettles would jinx them like this.
Oh,
Dude,
no.
I just
Tettles.
mentioned his name and the T has fallen. Tettles, what have you done?
There is no way that you can blame me for this. I just got
Now he's too
here.
ashamed to say anything. I see how it is.
Yeah, I believe that. I think he probably said something and we didn't
I
hear
was
it as he
muted here.
forgot to unmute himself.
okay.
Dude, there's no way you're blaming me. I just got here. There's no
I
way.
just said your name and they fell. How do you have so much power?
No, stop. I cannot be blamed for this, man.
Well, anyhow, you're getting a double Moonking cast. I don't know who set that up, but I'm going to leave you with them.
Okay, we're not allowed to jinx anybody else for the remainder of this cast. It's fine.
Of course we won't. But we
How
will
have you
get
felt about
Go ahead.
how have you felt about Legendary today? Because they were in the 30 Brackenhide Hollow and they didn't time it and then they left.
Yeah, they're not looking like that strong today. Yesterday they looked super good, and today they had some issues. Now, of course, we're also getting into the higher key levels where things can go wrong much easier. So yeah, Legendary having some issues here and there. The Brackenhide, I don't think was the biggest problem for them, honestly, just because they had a free key, right? Because they were one dungeon ahead to both Last Moment and NA's Last Hope. So they could just freely attempt one of the harder keys and see how it's going to look, right? Because, of course, they cannot practice these keys while the tournament is going on. So whenever the 5 hours are over, they cannot practice on the tournament realm at all. So in theory, there are some keys that are doable, but they have not practiced these dungeons with these exact affixes. And Sanguine and Brackenhide makes it quite a lot more difficult. So they were probably thinking, you know what, we're 1 point ahead. We can just see how the Brackenhide is going, and then they can determine if it's doable or not for the end of the tournament today.
It was just weird because it seemed timeable, right? They had a full wipe. They had a full wipe about 30 minutes into the dungeon, and they were getting ready to pull the final boss. And I mean, if that's not a 5-minute boss, say that's like a boss that's 4:45 or something like that, they're timing that key. So I was just kind of surprised that they left as early as they did. It might be something that they come back and they try to time later.
Yeah, that is definitely also like the Vortex Pinnacle, right? That one to me seemed timeable even after the issues, but I mean, I'm sure they know better. But yeah, to me it seemed like, why wouldn't they just keep going? I guess it was a tough call to make, because if you deplete at the very end because you run out of time, then of course you lose even more time. And then that's obviously an even bigger issue. So I think it was okay for them to just reset. But yeah, they need to catch up a little bit now.
We have 2 hours and 40 minutes left in the day. And so this is a situation that a lot of things... There's still a lot of dungeons left to be ran. In the top right, we saw Igloo go down for the side of Legendary. They do battle rest him up. This is probably one of the hardest pulls in this dungeon, just in general, because of how you have to pull this Executor or the Caliph up to this top pack, if he comes up and you end up bolstering him and then he stone slams you, you've seen teams full wipe to that. So this is probably one of the hardest pulls here that Legendary is doing. And then once they kind of get through this, they're able to make sure that they basically see till the end of the dungeon. But again, the end of the, like a sod, like we saw from last moment, that can also wipe you. So Legendary is not home free here, but they are in a really good spot if they're able to get this pull dealt with.
Yeah, this is one of the major pulls in this dungeon, especially with that bolstering, because you want to focus down the Adept, because it needs so much interrupting going on with the Holy Smite, one of them actually going through here, and the heal as well that you have to interrupt. But then if you focus down the Adept, then you bolster the other mobs, which is not ideal either, because they do the stump, of course. So, yeah, none of the mobs here want to be focused on because of bolstering, but at the same time, you do want to focus it, so it's, yeah.
I will say the Minister is ideal to be the last mob left alive.
Yeah,
that's fine to leave that guy alive, as long like he's gonna one shot you if you mess up the lightning rod mechanic, regardless.
Yeah, that is true for sure. But on another note, NA's Last Hope had to reset their freehold now for the second or third time, which is very good news for both Legendary and Last Moment, right? Because both of those teams do have to finish up this 28 Vortex Pinnacle to get to the same score as NA's Last Hope. So if NA's Last Hope is stuck in this dungeon for some more time, then it means that all of the teams are going to be even again. I mean, the top 3 teams, of course.
Dude,
Ready Checks is a little bit further behind.
I feel like whenever we were talking, like before broadcast today, we were kind of writing off Last Moment, saying, "Oh yeah, I guess there's a way that they can potentially win," but it doesn't feel like it's that close. It feels like it's a bit of a long shot because of like time tiebreaker. But as the days progressed, I felt more and more confident just seeing their play. That wipe at the very end of Vortex Pinnacle is pretty costly, though, especially if Legendary is able to time this 28.
Yeah, personally, I also think that the time tiebreaker is not that big of an issue if they can do the 30 Brackenhide, right? Because that's the dungeon they're the most behind in. When you look at the timer differences here between all of the top 3 teams. So they're, like in Freehold, they're not that far behind. It's like 10 to 20 seconds between those 2 teams. Then Null Flare, they're also only 30 seconds behind. Brackenhide is the big one. And Academy, I guess, yeah, it's like 30, 40 seconds. And Uldaman is basically even. So depending on how the other teams finish that, how they finish the VP 28, if they can somehow do a 30 Brackenhide, the tiebreaker in the 29 wouldn't really matter. And then I feel like there's a chance they can even win tiebreaker, especially if at the end of the day, they could even go back and do some of these keys again, just quicker, if they think that there's no other points to get anymore that are easy. They could go back into like an academy and try to do it faster, or do a freehold faster, something like that.
Yeah, it's really going to be a very close end of the day, because I feel like for Legendary and NA's Last Hope, it's like freehold, Brackenhide Hall. Like, so for NA's Last Hope, their specialty is honestly the freehold, and it's the Algathar Academy. For Legendary, I think it's the Brackenhide Hollow and the Alg Academy. And then for Last Moment, I think it's that like Neltharian's Lair. I think that's where they can actually get a large amount of their points. It's like maybe going to that 31.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like, I wonder how doable the 31 Nelth Lair is.
Because that's a big tiebreaker piece, right? 31.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I'm just wondering if it's doable. Like, I don't know. It seems so difficult to me, 31 Nelth Lair. From the timer, I think it is doable. Like, I think from the timer, I think you can do it.
Yeah.
But from like an actual difficulty level, I'm not sure if you can. Another big problem in Nelth Lair is that the main difficulty, in my opinion, lies in the last boss, which is the same issue as Brackenhide, right? Both Brackenhide and Nelth Lair, last boss is one of the most difficult moments in the whole dungeon. And wasting basically 30 minutes and then wiping the last boss is not ideal, right? Well, in the Freehold, for example, I think a lot of the difficulty lies on the first boss and on the first couple of trash pulls. Well, yeah, the last boss, Harlan Spit, is also difficult, but it's not like the main thing that is going to wipe you. So
I think the timer is tight here. Like
the timer as well. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Is like I feel like the timer is like the big point of issue there. It's not necessarily like deaths, or like you were saying, like the very beginning of the dungeon is always super challenging for them.
take a look at the timer here for Legendary, as they're now on Assad on the last boss in 28.
Kind
You
of
did
slamming.
mention the tiebreaker might come into play, so doing Dissension quickly would be important if none of the teams do a 29. So if 28 stays the highest keys for all of the teams, then doing Dissension fast would be very good for them. Now the time for NA's Last Hope, it's too small, I can't see it.
It was 27:20. I got us.
27:20. All right, well, they can beat that or like be very close to it at least.
Mm-hmm.
You think they do the same pull again
About
onto
it.
Eudora here?
Probably. I don't see a reason that you would stop trying it. I think that the pull is very dangerous. I think that what they were dying to on this pull though wasn't anything that was. I think it was all avoidable damage that they were dying to. Like
I don't
Smack
think. I
got
think
trapped, right?
They died to powder shots, didn't they? Oh yeah, one
Yeah,
was like Eudora's grape shot, yeah. But,
Yeah, one was to, like, a grape
Smack
shot
died to
and-
powder shot, I think, twice.
Oh. Okay. Well, I thought Smack died the first time to grape shot, and then the second time was to a trap. But if that's not true, then I don't know. Maybe you're not supposed to be doing this pull into the boss.
It depends, right? The grape shot, the powder shot does one-shot cloth players for sure in a plus 30. Mm-hmm. If they don't have anything up. They could be running something like Icy Preservation. They could be like spacing out their cooldowns properly. They have Dwarf Racial for 10% physical DR as well in case they need it. They have, of course, a lot of personal CDs. So if they space it out well and they don't get like full RNG'd, because of course one person could just get focused down by these powder shots, which is incredibly...
We are getting...
Ooh, Jankrit is
unbel-
LOSing!
We are
There you
getting
go.
unbelievably good bad barrel RNG.
Yeah, but look at that. Junkrat is standing close to this pillar. Now he has to move, but earlier, depending on where Eudora jumps, right? There's 4 different locations Eudora can jump. If Eudora jumps towards like the side where you enter the room, then there's 2 pillars from a house that he can actually use to line up side the powder shots, which is exactly what Junkrat did there. And unfortunately, Eudora this time did not jump there.
I thought they fixed the ability to be able to line of sight the powder shot. I don't know why I thought that.
No, what
think-
they fixed is that he cannot be on the tent on the house anymore, right? Because that's what
Yeah.
people did. You can still line the shot, you just cannot be on the tent. Because some people, like in BFA, you could just the whole team would just be on the house, and you never
Okay.
get powder shot, or any other ability didn't hit you either. So
Hey, NA's Last Hope, they're looking really good here. And so that's a situation
Oh,
where they're in a
look
really
at
solid
that.
position, but everybody's swapped except for Skills and Gangam, who are forced to play Spriest and Bear Druid because those are apparently too overpowered. We can't be playing anything else.
oh my god, I can't believe they didn't let Gangan play Windwalker. Oh, Royven does go down to 70. Look at these mobs, they're so bolstered. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously they're doing this because they know the start of today was very unfortunate for them, and they don't really have a chance anymore to catch up to their teams. So they're playing this comp, which, by the way, I don't think this comp is necessarily like really. It's not that bad, right? Like I think Enhanced
not that
Shaman is
bad.
really good. Destro Warlock is very good as well. Residue can also do really well. They obviously have not practiced this comp though. So even though it's their main characters, their main class, they certainly did not practice this
I think-
because they know it's not a good comp, or at least not for a competition like this, right?
Downsides of this comp are plentiful. I will say that the no Aug Evoker for like
That's the main
utility
downside,
that it provides is the biggest one though. I don't think the absence of the Holy Paladin is that bad. I think the no Aug Evoker is not ideal.
Yeah, I think if you replace one of the players with an Aug Evoker, then it's still a very good comp. But yeah, not having that means you're a little bit more squishy. You're missing all of this survivability from the Evoker. A little bit of a downside. But Legendary, they are in the last boss. And as we said, the timer, pretty important
17:20.
here.
Yeah.
And
Or 27:20, yeah.
yeah, so they're already over the timer compared to Inae's Last Hope, but not that far. And they're going to be able to finish the boss here in just a second, 5% of the boss. So that's still very good for Legendary. And they can finally move out from this dungeon because they're probably sick of it. On the other hand, last moment, on the bottom right, they did unfortunately deplete their 28 earlier on the very last boss after having multiple players go down. So they have to do the whole dungeon again, which is not ideal for them.
Where do you think Legendary goes next? I think it's either 30 Brackenhide or 30 Algathar Academy.
I think they want to. Well, I think they want to do the Brackenhide, but it depends on what they thought of it earlier, right? Because they attempted it at the very start.
Sure. I believe
And
that,
it depends on their assessment, right? If they think, okay, we played this a little bit badly with Sanguine or whatever, but it's doable, then they'll go there. And if they think, okay, we cannot play that much better, we're just going to do something else, then that's that. But I would love to see the Brackenhide done. I also would love the Academy, but the Academy, I think the timer is for sure a bit closer than something like a Brackenhide or an Elflair. Or even a Freehold.
Side note, in the top left-hand corner of the screen, NA's Last Hope, they just finished off the second boss. So they took a while to kill off the second boss, but I swear they pulled so much trash in this guy and got pretty good bad barrel RNG to the point where all of that trash was just kind of dying to the passive barrels on the boss. So I think NA's Last Hope is in a pretty good position coming off of the Council of Captains, even though that boss itself, it's not like the fastest we've ever seen. But it is still relatively fast, like even compared to other groups whenever they did the 29s, and even compared to NA's Last Hope's other 29, it's still a bit better than that. So maybe this 1307 is like an exceptionally quick time.
It's all going to come down to their next pool. They're going to gather up this insane pool that they've been doing, if they want to execute it on a plus 30, that is. So they're going to go all up onto this house, and Dorky is going to gather up an insane pool, and they're going to commit all of their offensives to execute it. But on a 30, it's just so difficult. So it's difficult on Dorky, first of all, because there's so much tank damage, especially on this gathering part. Because he's the only one in combat with this. Look at how low he's dropping with that bark skin up as well. He did not commit Incarn just yet. He wants to have it for a little while later. There we go. Incarn is running now. He should be okay for some time.
It's kind of unfortunate for him to try to group that up because Bear, whenever they are trying to group packs, they generally have pretty limited resources for like to make sure that they're maintaining their Iron Fur and whatnot. And so he was just like kind of running around with just like Barkskin and SI available. They also don't like have the ability to be able to pre-bop that pack. Oh my gosh. Okay, fine. They don't have the ability to be able to pre-bop that pack because Drogo wants to bop on the boss for the Eudora powder shot. But like, if they had the ability to be able to pre-bop that might make that pull, at least the setup, a bit easier.
Yeah, and the amount of damage you get from this disease is crazy as well. You can see one of them on Goop right now has to use his defensives to survive here. Last set of Obsidian Scales and Renewing Blaze running on Goop. We do see some massive spells coming out as well. Dwarf Racials being used to get rid of both bursting and that disease. And it looks like they can execute it, but they have a lot of bursting stacks there at the very end.
Hey.
Looking good. That was really well done.
Okay, so I know people complain about Fire Mage being overpowered, but look at this Shadow Priest. This thing got nerfed this week. A casual 1.2 million DPS, not bad. All right. I think that this sets NA's Last Hope into a position to where if they have no mistakes, they're going to be okay relative to the timer. But having no mistakes is very challenging.
Yeah, I think in Ring of Booty, there's not necessarily anything that is incredibly dangerous for them. Both Ludwig and Trothak should be totally okay for them to deal with, even though it's a 30 tyrannical, and I'm sure the Shark Throw is going to do a pretty large amount of damage on any of the players that it lands on, but I think still manageable by these players. Well, Harlan Sweet, on the other hand, that boss is going to do some damage in the last phase, right? When you have those daggers.
Yeah, as I say, the dagger. So during time trials, there were some teams that were streaming like attempts in the 30 and stuff like that. And at some point, your mage and your shadow priest just start to get one shot by the initial hit of the dagger. Mm-hmm. It's tough.
Yeah, they do. Thankfully, they have dwarf racials, right? But the problem is as well Goop. Not being able to be a dwarf, of course, he's the evoker, and Goop also being one of the squishiest classes in their group, having to use Obsidian Scales for the group rather than for himself, which makes it pretty dangerous for Goop. So we're probably going to see some bops and sacrifices coming out from Drogo onto that evoker, making sure he can survive that boss. But first we have to get there as they're fighting Ludwig here and pulling a lot of the trash that they still need onto this boss. I think they even do all trash here, if Or do they do a pull on the Harlan Suite area as well? I'm not sure if I.
I think they do one
this
pull in the Harlan
correctly.
area.
Okay.
But they're going to be pretty high in count here, so they might have amended that. Side note: in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you see ready checks here. They pulled all of the trash on top of the Stormdrake. I really like the Squall into Stormdrake pull. It's a pull that you're able to just like really control where the bolstering is going to land, and I think that it just makes a lot of sense that you're taking the Squalls into the boss and you're just like single targeting the boss because the Squalls by themselves don't do a lot.
Yeah, as long as you have the master spells and the interrupts coming through, they are going to be fine. And they still have the Shadow Priest, right, on ready checks. They did not replace that one.
Oh,
so they do still have that. But some of these
Well,
spells are bolstered quite a bit.
They gave us trivia. What is the name of the cat-like figure that greets you in the Vortex Pinnacle? Teneth, Itesh, Amet, or Abasi?
There's a cat-like... Oh!
Gosh.
I know the mob. I think it's called Itesh. Final answer.
Is
do you
Itesh?
say?
Okay, so you're going with B? I would go with C, Amet, I think.
Okay.
All right.
Of
Oh my
course.
gosh! Are you cheating?
No. I just know all of these things, of course. How could you not know? I can't believe you're casting this event
Well,
and you didn't know this.
I started playing a WAD. That's my Vortex Pinnacle from the Cataclysm. I don't even know anything about the Cataclysm. That's before my time.
All right, you're excused. This one time.
Okay, what about all the other times that I missed the trivia question? I'm pretty sure if there are stats for the trivia question, I think I'm by far the worst performer.
All right, ready checks. I mean, they're doing pretty well. Of course, it's a 24 dungeon, but I think they're gonna get the 2 chests here. What do you think? Oh, as I say that, Gangnam does go down.
It's still 2 chests, but we don't need them.
Yeah, we don't need that Shadow Freeze. Now it's a full off meta comp. Actually, the Guardian Druid would have to die, too. Yeah, can you just
He
stream in
can't
the
die.
dungeon? Just some Rest Druid Enhancement Shaman and Astro Warlock action.
I'm ignoring that. All right, top left corner of the screen here, we have NA's Last Hope. They're doing... So, a lot of the times you don't... If you're playing a bunch of melee, you don't want to be pulling Crushers into the boss because of how much uptime you lose whenever you're playing that. But with the composition that's meta this season, it's a bunch of ranged DPS and then like a Holy Paladin. And so the Holy Paladin's out kiting the sharks. The ranged DPS are just going to be smacking the boss, and then you're getting really good efficient cleave onto these Crushers. And so I think that what NA's Last Hope did with that triple Crusher into the boss pull is incredibly efficient for being able to time this key. I'm interested in seeing how much count they get up to once all of these mobs die.
Yeah, I also want to take a look at how much damage this Shark Throw does. One of them, I think, was just thrown at Junkrat. I think that's what got him so low. He even used Dispersion there. I think it was because of bursting, because there was burst. It was only 3 stacks of bursting or 2, but since the Shark Throw does so much damage, I guess the bursting plus the damage from the throw would have been already enough. So committing that defensive there to not go down as he gets another Shark thrown at him, dropping so low. Has to be a bit careful now. Not too many defensives left anymore.
Okay, so they're at 97.75. Once all these neutral mobs die, they're going to be at like not... Okay, so I think they're going to have count here. So I don't think they're going to have to pull anything at the end, Nagura. So then they're going to utilize things such as Wormstone. They're going to utilize things such as Rescue. They're going to grip like a 2-seater mount potentially as well up to that Harlan Suite area. So they're electing to not play any of the trash at the end of the dungeon, which to me makes a lot of sense. I don't think that trash is particularly great. How some teams were pulling it last weekend where they were like tripling up with the officer and whatnot. That made sense, but I much prefer NA's Last Hope's route here. And so, yeah, once these 2 neutrals die off, that's going to be count for them.
Yep.
Timeable?
Yeah, it definitely seems timeable. But they have 8 minutes left at this point. Of course, they still have to finish off Trothak, which might be taking another like minute or so. And then they have to travel time going into the last boss and skipping everything. Then they have to skip the trash pack as well. So we're gonna have to do some invising from the mage to be able to skip the last pack and not have to fight it with the last boss. And then, how long do you think Harlan Sweet is going to take on a 30 Tyrannical here?
I would like to budget 5 minutes, even with Lust.
5.5?
5.5? Okay, you want to budget 5.5? I could be down to budget 5.5.
Yeah. I think if you have 5.5, I feel like you're comfortable at least.
So we're looking for them to make it to the boss and get Harlan engaged by 24:30. That seems doable.
Yeah, it definitely is doable. Now let's see less is in 2 minutes, so they will have that available as well. And they can play it somewhat safe on the last boss too, like send their Bloodlust and cooldowns into second phase, obviously, rather than using it on pull or something like that. Yeah, let's see if they can execute the skip as Trothig is about to go down.
So when they did this dungeon on a 29, their Trothak split was 2250. They are 18 seconds behind that, and they were a minute and a half under in the 29. So I don't think a keystone. I don't think one keystone level on Tyrannical is the difference in, a minute 20 seconds on the last boss. So I think that if NA's Last Hope plays the remainder of this dungeon clean, that's fine. We can have 5 seconds to budget here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they can rest though. Like I'm not sure if line of sight is a problem here, possibly.
Look, I think
it
he's
looks
getting
fine.
rest.
Yeah.
All right, we should be fine. Look, we're already on the 2-seater mount. So Smacked is already on the 2-seater mount. He's going to get everybody on. And then Goop is going to rescue somebody up. Yeah, so Goop rescued the 2-seater up, and then they gripped Dorky. And so now they're going to Nelf off this middle pack, engage Harlan Sweet at the same time. And then they, assuming this goes well, NA's Last Hope just has this final boss separating them and being able to get points on the board from this 30.
This is so good for them too. They have 3 battle rests available in case, sometimes, if you run out of defensives, right? In the last phase, and everyone gets the wicked daggers, Drogo can even just let somebody die. Like you can just say, "Hey, I cannot keep everyone alive here. I'm just gonna heal 3 out of the 4 players, and we let someone die. Just rest them back up, and continue, right? Or you can let the cheat death proc on purpose. So I do think they have a lot of room to time this key here. Definitely looking very good for NA's Last Hope.
Yeah, so let me take a look at what they have gear-wise. Do they have defensive gear on their players? What are their embellishments looking like?
Smacked already used Dwarf Racial here for the first Wicked Dagger. Goop, Renewing Blaze, and Obsidian Scaled the dagger on him as well. Makes sense to use the Dwarf Racial early because you're gonna get it back at the end as well. So that is good that they had one on Smacked. Unfortunately, Junkrat didn't get one just yet. Couldn't use his Dwarf Racial. Another one on Smacked using Alter Time there to survive. But yeah, you can just see how much damage it does. That dagger is no joke.
It looks like... So Smacked is wearing Spore Cloak, and Goop is wearing Spore Cloak. Junkrat is wearing... Is he wearing just double damage embellishments? So Junkrat's wearing double damage embellishments, surprisingly enough.
Actually, Spore Cloak is really good for this specifically. Because Spore Cloak is completely useless for something like Pistol Shot or Powder Shot in this dungeon, right? The Spore Cloak does not save free from a one-shot. And those abilities, they either one-shot you or they don't, right? And the Spore Cloak does not help you, really. It helps you a lot for this last boss, though, because the Wicked Dagger, even if it doesn't one-shot you from the application, it ticks for a lot of damage. So the initial is going to proc your Spore Cloak, and then it's going to absorb a lot of the ticks from the dagger, which is for sure really good for this last boss.
Yeah, and if you want, you can check out the gear that's being run by all the players as well. If you look at our extension that's on the left-hand side of your screen, it's very nifty. It has tooltips powered by Wowhead, so it's good stuff. It's very good. Overall, though, again, survivability is just the name of the game that, like Nagura and I were talking about. They're in the hardest phase now. They pushed the boss to 60% HP. Harlan casts that loaded dice, and now once Harlan has that loaded dice cast, he's going to be putting those Wicked Daggers that Nagura was talking about on all of the players. And this is dangerous.
There it is. And the first one is also one of the most dangerous ones because it's a combo with Cannon Barrage. And Cannon Barrage also does a lot of ticking damage to your group, and you have to move, which means your healer has to move. Might not be able to heal as much, but that first one looked very solid. That looks so good. Now we do see AM coming out for the second daggers here. That looked a bit scarier. We still have Sapphire does work for it, right? Or does
actually, I don't think Zephyr works, but everybody.
Okay.
So it looks like Smacked and Drogo both have Dwarf Racial available, and Goop can cauterize players every so often from the dagger also. So that is something that you can remove as Goop drops unbelievably low. So Goop is the person who is primarily dealing with the Grenadier every single time they're summoned, but since he's doing that, that means that he's not stacked for all of this Holy Paladin healing every single time it's cast, which isn't normally a problem, but whenever you're living at 5% HP, you would rather be stacked just to make sure that you're going to be able to get enough HP. And this time, whenever he goes out for the Grenadier, he makes sure to have an Obsidian Scales charge with Renewing Blaze.
And looking at the timer, they have 1 minute 50 left, which in my opinion is fine. They have Bloodlust available too. Look at those daggers though, and they're running out of defensives at this point. As we do see Sapphire being popped for presumably the Cannon Barrage, maybe it works for that one. We do have one more Dwarf Racial for Junkrat available to get rid of that. And we have Bob from Drogo as well, plus another Dwarf Racial. So they have things available. They're not lasting. Oh, there we go. The last is coming out now. Breath of Ian still has to be used by Goop. All the other cooldowns already popped. Let's see. There we go. Breath coming out from Goop. Now another Cannon Barrage plus a Whirling Dagger is going to come up in a second as well. So another like difficult moment coming in. The Bloodlust really helping them out here at the end.
The boss is also sub 30% HP, so whenever he casts the loaded dice the second time, then Harlan also takes 100% increased damage. That's amplified by the fact that we have all of our offensive CDs rolling. We have Bloodlust rolling. This boss is getting sent home by NA's Last Hope, and they are going to be the first people to time this dungeon on a 30 during the TGP, excluding people who did Cannon Barrage tech before it was fixed. Like, this is huge.
Junkrat?
We don't worry about that. Interception.
30 seconds. I mean, they can do it, right? But you see how close this timer is, right? Presumably, like you can kind of say that NA's Last Hope's route and strategy and execution here was very good, right? They executed this dungeon so well, and their timer is only 30 seconds off, right? So they only did this key off by 30 seconds, which means that the other teams, they might not be able to execute this because the other team's routes in Freehold did not quite seem as crazy as NA's Last Hope. So this is very good for their team.
I feel like that is a point, like you were saying, that is not going to get matched by any other team.
Yeah.
That is a big deal.
Yeah, I think so as well. Legendary now in the 30 Brackenhide. We talked about this earlier. They were attempting this key at the very start of today, and they abandoned it at the very end and went to VP. And then we were saying, okay, so they probably were just like gauging how this dungeon is going to turn out for them on a Sanguine Incorporeal Fortified affix combination. And they deemed it doable, right? Because they're back in there. So that means Legendary thinks this is a dungeon that they can time on a 30. So we'll see how it goes this time around.
I think it makes sense that they're zoning back into this key. Again, whenever they wiped in this dungeon, they had 100% of their enemy forces count. They just had the boss remaining, and they were at 30 minutes on the 35-minute timer. And so I think that on a 30 fortified, that boss should take less than 5 minutes. Now, I'm not 100% sure on that, but if they don't have a full wipe, if they have a similar run to where they had earlier in the day, I think this should be pretty doable for Legendary.
Yeah, I think so as well. Of course, Sanguine, a little bit of a problem in this dungeon. And not just that, I mean, the totems to the last boss, we definitely have to take a look at Legendary. If, like, once they reach the last boss, we should be taking a look at them, see how they're executing that, because that seems incredibly dangerous. But on another note, last moment on the bottom right, they are approaching the end of their 28 Vortex Pinnacle, and they need this key so badly if they want to catch up to Legendary and to NA's Last Hope, right? Because the other two teams have already timed their 28 VP. Last moment had a big wipe on the last boss previously, and they now need to time this to be able to catch up and still have a chance at making it into the global finals by making top 2.
Where do you think Last Moment goes after this Vortex Pinnacle? What do you think their win con looks like? So right now, I think it's pretty safe to say that Last Moment is in a solid third, but they have potential to be able to get top 4.
I mean, I think they have to...
Or top 2. I said top 4.
Yeah, top 2. I think they have to... I mean, I don't know how doable it is, but I would like to see them attempt a 31 Nalflare, which would be better than any of the other keys the other teams are trying, right? Legendary is doing a 30, and Ace Last Hope did the 30, Freehold as well. So if Last Moment somehow manages to time a 31 Nalflare, that would be super good for them, because then they straight up just win the tiebreaker by having the highest key timed. So if they somehow manage to get same points as either Last Hope or Legendary, then they would just straight up win. But I don't know if it's doable. Like, they play this like special comp where they have the Prod Warrior and Enhancement Shaman, and it seems really good for the last boss. But
It does, yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
So doing a 31 would give them a pretty significant tiebreaker advantage, if they are able to get that dealt with. Alternatively, I could see them going into that 30 Brackenhide. That could be a good point for them if they're comfortable in that dungeon. I think it just kind of depends on what they're super comfortable with. Looking at their timer in Algathar Academy, I'm less confident in their ability to time that on a 30 relative to NA's Last Hope and Legendary.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Academy is not something they want to do. Also, I'm not even sure if any of the other teams are going to do it, because that timer to me seemed really close. But Legendary had a death on Waxy there, on one of their trash pulls here, which is not ideal, but they're continuing. Some of these trash pulls are insane. On 30 fortified, the amount of damage these mobs do to the tank is pretty crazy, and they have to, of course, interrupt everything as well and deal with these incorporals and deal with the debuffs, and they're just generally having a hard time. Sanguine as well on top of everything.
What do you think about them only having 2 beacons instead of 3? So sometimes, like your Aug Evoker will run a beacon in this dungeon, just to make sure that they're able to kill the totems on the final boss. However, Legendary only has it on Lepan and Igloo.
Yeah, that is very interesting, especially because they had a totem go off in their 30, right? So I'm wondering, like, they must have so you can practice for TGP in a sense that where you just play random affixes. Like, either let's say you practice a plus 30 Brackenhide in your practice time before TGP starts with just Fortified or just Tyrannical, and you see how it goes. And I think the totems on the last boss are something you can easily practice, because the totems are not affected by any affixes at all. They're not affected by Fortified or Tyrannical, not affected by any other affix. So I do think whatever they're playing right now, they know it's enough, right? Because I don't think they would play less beacons if that would mean they're not going to be able to kill totems, right? I think they know that they can do this with only 3. Or wait, how many do you have? 2 or 3?
2. They only have 2.
Yeah. So I guess they think they can do it with only 2.
I'm also, I don't want to say surprised, but I'm also interested in the fact that they're playing Fire Mage in this dungeon, as opposed to maybe committing to the Frost.
Yeah,
but I think
that's
it's just like a
something I was
confidence
wondering.
thing.
But then Frost, like, you have to think about the fact that it's Sanguine, right? And if you have a Frost Mage constantly slowing everything, might be a little bit of a problem.
You make a very valuable point here, and not one that I really considered. Yeah, that would segment a lot of these mobs, wouldn't it? Okay, so last moment on the big screen here. This is a big deal. This is where they wiped last time. They lost 28 minutes of this dungeon last run to Assad. They have 3 battle reses available, so things can go wrong for them, and they will still be able to time it. They need to be getting out of here this run and then proceed to where they think that they can get a final couple of points on the remainder of this weekend. There's about 2 hours left in the day, 2 hours plus some overtime-ish. And last moment is definitely they're going to even it up at 174 with Legendary. I believe that they are worse for the time tiebreaker, but they can definitely win in a lot of other areas, and they could honestly fix their time tiebreaker if they thought that would be the best solution.
Yeah, so for the time, I believe the other teams finished it at around 27:30 approximately. So do you have 1 more minute to be within that tiebreaker, but I don't think they can kill 30% of this boss in a minute. So they're definitely going to be a little bit over, as you said.
Their Brackenhide 29 was also just slow from memory. I want to say it was like 2 minutes slow.
Their Brackenhide was very slow, but if the 30 Brackenhide is doable, then it wouldn't matter anymore all of a sudden, right?
Yeah. Well, that's assuming that they're going to go do the 30 Brackenhide. Yeah.
Well, even if Legendary does the 30, then it does not matter what their 29 is for last moment, because then they lose anyway, right? Within like the key comparison.
Unless they do a 31 somewhere.
Yes. I think that's their play, honestly. But I mean, I don't know how doable it is, right? Like, if it's completely impossible, if they've never tried a 31, then it would be crazy to go there. Like, I think it totally depends on what they have practiced, what they think is doable. Because there's some other keys that we know are doable. We know the 30 Freehold is doable, even if it's very difficult. We think the 30 Brackenhide is also doable, considering Legendary has been in there the second time already. And other than that, I'm not sure. 30 Academy, in my opinion, is very close. 30 Uldaman, I don't even think you attempt the 30 Uldaman at all. And 29 BP just seems too difficult. I don't know.
I don't think that 30 Freehold is doable by either of those teams.
Yeah.
Right? Like, is 30 Freehold doable? Yes. 30 Freehold is doable if you do that large pull after Council of Captains that Nagur and I were talking about with Dorky, where he was running around and gathering up all those mobs and they stood on that safe spot. That is one of the catalysts that I think made that doable for NA's Last Hope.
Yeah, that 30 Freehold, I don't know. But yeah, last moment now finishing off the key. And
that's big.
Yeah, that's very, very good for them. I love to see that. For the time tiebreaker, not ideal. You can see the difference now in the scoreboard on the bottom right. So they're 3 minutes 40 behind to Legendary, which mainly comes from that Brackenhide, right?
So they were at 33.54 in their Brackenhide, where Legendary was at 31.58. So they almost have 2 minutes of that just in Brackenhide Hollow 29.
Yeah, I mean, I trust in their 30 Brackenhide. I think 30 Brackenhide, honestly, is also very doable for last moment, because they also have this Enhancement Shaman, which is really good at killing the totems at the last boss. Not that Mage wouldn't be good for it, but I think Shaman also is very good, so I think it's for sure doable for them. And I also think that Enhancement Shaman is really good for this dungeon with Sanguine, because you just have so much focus priority target damage from the Shaman. Lexi goes down, though, for Legendary. They do have a battle rest, but I'm not sure if they want to commit it, as the mob seems somewhat low. I don't see the HP of the oak trees. Oh, they are committing it, making sure they can finish this off. As they also want to make sure none of these oak trees are healing up. You can see the decays, monstrous decays, have been pulled away from the oak trees to make sure the Sanguine does not spawn underneath the trees. Very well done by Le Pen, making sure that that Sanguine does not go off.
They're looking okay. I mean, it's so easy to Sanguine heal these wilted oaks. I think that in general on Sanguine, like, a lot of groups elect to not pull these wilted oaks at all, or if they're going to pull any, they're only going to pull one. But Legendary, they do a strategy where they only 3 pull the very beginning of the dungeon. So it's like 2 trash packs and then like a trash pack on top of the first boss, and that's all they do in the very first area. So that means that they have to get their count from elsewhere, and it happens to be those wilted oaks. Now, if you make a mistake, those wilted oaks can Sanguine heal a lot, but Legendary, their Sanguine management's impeccable. I think that that's so good for them that they're confident enough in their Sanguine management to be like, we'll be fine to pull these oaks. We just need to make sure that we get the knocks whenever the mobs are going to be dying underneath them.
Ooh, we saw the Wernstone tech come out there by Le Pen, making sure he does not get eaten by Treemouth here. Using that Wernstone in the perfect moment means the boss not going to enrage, but you're still not going to get eaten by it. Very cool tack he can do on your life keys as well, to avoid one of those chomps at least, or one of those eat mechanics. What is it called? I keep forgetting.
Like
we put you in a spot here. I'm sure you know.
Hold on. I'm stalling. Okay, don't do that. I'm stalling. Wait, go back. He was about to cast the ability that she was asking about.
Player.
I like this.
I think
okay, so here's the deal. Last moment, we were talking about how they're behind on time tiebreaker, but time tiebreaker only comes into effect if all dungeon levels are the same. Our first tiebreaker rule set is first, like, highest key done, and then second highest key done, and then it's third highest key done. If last moment are able to get the 31 done, they are going to have first tiebreaker criteria over anybody else that has the same number of points as them, assuming that's going to be like 175, 176-ish. So this is big if they're able to time this key, and they have about 2 hours to do it. I think that you would like to be able to get out of here.
Oh,
if you could get this dealt within an hour and a half.
Though. I'm not sure if they can do this. I mean, Did you take a look at the tank? Like, I was just sitting here making a face this whole time because he did not look safe at any moment of this pull. He did go down eventually. Like, I'm not sure if they can execute this.
So upside of Prot Warrior, Spell Reflection. Downside of Prot Warrior, any Hulk that gets pulled ever,
On a 31
they're liable to die.
45.
They're liable to die to the Hulk. The Hulk,
Yes.
the piercing shards absolutely own them in a way that they don't own other tanks.
Yeah, and I mean, the good thing about their comp is that they also have a lot of funnel damage, right, with the Enhancement Shaman and the Shadow Priest.
That's true.
So they can finish off the Hulk pretty quickly, but even with all of the funnel damage in the world, if you do a 31-45, it's just going to be alive for a little while, right? So I feel like they should attempt this pull a few more times, and if he can't survive, I mean, they just have to do something else, right? Like, but they keep on going. Let's take a look. Okay, I want you guys to just look at the HP of the tank throughout this pull. I just want you to just take a look, and I don't know how they're not dying to a heart attack at this point, really.
Also, you may look at the Vileshard crawlers and not think that they do very much, but they actually do about 75% of the auto attack damage as all of the other mobs in this pull. And whenever there are, 30 of them, it's actually an insane amount of damage that's coming out on the tank of last moment. Oh, Yaunt hit 20% HP, immediately got top somehow, and he's got wall rolling and dies through wall. All right,
Well, to be fair, the Paladin was down, right? Like, the healer died.
True.
So he had to commit a lot of defensives just to survive because the healer wasn't there. So I think they can try again and see if they can do it with the healer alive. But yeah, this is looking incredibly sketchy.
Things that aren't looking sketchy, though, Legendary's timer in this dungeon. So I took some notes. In the last time they were in a 30, and their tree mouth split was 21-10. And we thought that it was doable timer-wise in their previous 30 with the previous splits. They've given themselves about 40 more seconds this time, though. So this is huge for Legendary coming into Gutshot. They're able to get the boss pulled. You got to avoid Sanguine Healing the boss. It's really easy to get some Sanguine Healing on the boss. I'm sure the Sanguine is somewhere. Right now, I'm only looking at Shadow Priest, but I'm sure as long as you don't Sanguine Heal the boss with those vultures and the bears that get pulled on top of the boss, you're in good shape.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the easiest bosses to accidentally Sanguine Heal, like this expansion, I feel like, because you do always pull those mobs in, and it spends so much time just standing still and shooting at you and gut-shotting and casting all those things, so very good work by Legendary to keep Sanguine to just 1.6 million healing on this combat. That is not too bad. If that ticked on the boss, that number would be far larger, so we're happy about that. Other things we're happy about, though, is last moment in the top right, trying this pull once again. Yeah. Yaunt getting the Ward of Faceless Ire used on him there to withstand the initial hit of the first piercing shards. Spell Block is available too, and that might be used for the initial hit of the next two, perhaps. But after this, it's going to start getting extremely tentative here. Oh, a beautiful stun. Look what they've done there. So they Elbro stunned all of the other mobs as the piercing shards came out, which meant that Yaunt wasn't going to get killed by other damage during that piercing shards hit.
The only other Prot Warrior tank I know since makes his Holy Paladin bubble taunt that Hulk sometimes, too.
Yeah, it's a big move. I mean, you've got a lot of utility. You can also... I mean, you could even... I guess Bop Taunt isn't going to work because of the magic damage, so yeah, just Bubble Taunt is the only thing that's in this group besides a sacrifice play.
You can technically taunt meld off the...
That's true.
The shards cast as well. I don't know how they would do that in this comp, but like, I'm just saying, like, you technically could.
Yeah, if you had a Night Elf with a taunt, but of course they don't have one of those in this composition, so still, this pull has worked for last moment. They've got the Hulk down. They've just got to make sure that these lurkers get deleted, and they pulled in the Drudges at the end. They didn't bring them in at the start, which I understand. It is a plus 31 fortified.
Yeah. Bottom left, we have NA's Last Hope making their way to Algathar Academy. This is the dungeon that we saw them try to time at the end of the day yesterday. To no avail. They were a bit tight against the timer, but it seemed like it was doable. Then they ended up wiping to Echo Adora Gosa. If they don't have any deaths, it seemed like it was within their reach, though.
Yeah, Goop is making a... we saw this actually even during Season 1. It was the Preservation Evoker that would usually do this. Run over, hit those mobs with the Azure Strike, and then join the group again, and they are going to now come on an adventure and bring all of their friends down as they make their way over here, letting NA's Last Hope kill some trash from later in the dungeon right here at the start. And it's a nice efficient way to do this, a nice easy way to get this count. Otherwise, you'd kind of be sitting here waiting for boss RP.
Okay, so last moment, they're going to get Rockmora pulled. What is a good split? Okay, so a good Rockmora split's about in the 6:30 range.
This is going to be slower than that, I suspect.
I think if they kill Rockmora under 7 minutes, they have the potential to be able to time the dungeon.
Yeah, I think I like that. I think over 7 minutes is definitely the danger zone.
I agree with that. I agree with over 7 minutes is worrisome for their timer, but they can still do things to speed up their timer a little bit. I think that in particular what they were doing with the drudges that you were calling out earlier, they could take them into the boss technically.
Yeah, or you could just do that first pull bigger. Obviously, like, they wiped to the smaller version of it a couple times, but we saw Perplexed last weekend in Azure Vault plus 31 basically make the decision of, like, yeah, we are going to spend 30 minutes wiping to this pull because we just need some time in this dungeon, and the first pull is always the easiest one to do that with, given the way that our format works.
Oh my gosh, dude, ready checks I think are going for fish face.
Oh, no way.
Look at him.
There they go.
He's swimming.
It's happening.
Swimming.
Oh my goodness.
We also get to spot the never-before-seen Kultiran aquatic form model.
That is,
it's very
it's
rare.
Glorious. Can we get I guess it's not full screen because there's it's important stuff going on for last moment to NA's Last Hope. But I'd advise everybody to take a look down in the bottom left here as ready checks are on an aquatic adventure in Brackenhide plus 30 here. They make their way over to this dock.
There he is. Fish face.
Okay, yeah, first we've got to get rid of this War Scourge, and they're going to start clearing out and getting ready for this boss fight. And, you know, Tettles, I think this might be a concession from Ready Checks. I'm not...
No, this is the route.
I don't want to call it too early, but here we go. Fish face is coming in.
There he is.
That is what we've all been hoping for. This mob is it's actually worth a lot of count. Can you give us a little bit of a rundown of some of Fish Face's abilities?
Yeah, so he's similar to like a... Okay, we let a hideous cackle go off. That's not part of
That's not a Fish Face ability. That's a War Scourge ability. No. Fish Face is proving to be too powerful here. Brutal.
He's got an ability called Fish Slap.
There's Fresh Catch?
Yeah. So the Fresh Catch is like the Harpooner Grip from Freehold, except it does significantly less damage, but it's very similar to the Harpooner Grip in Freehold. And he's got Fish Slap, which he's like... It's Bladestorm Fish Slap. That's what it is. That's all it is. The mob really doesn't do a lot. The only issue with him in general is where he's located really sucks. As you noticed, we had a wipe from Ready Checks. All of the trash mobs over there are pretty cursed. They have like double mystics in the pulls and stuff like that. Like a lot of pulls that you can't consolidate. On top of that, he's so far out of the way that while the mob himself, he gets 30 count, which is quite efficient in this dungeon, he's just so far out of the way that it's hard for you to get good value out of it.
So Ready Checks have adapted their strategy here, and they're going to just pull Fish Face by itself rather than getting the extra trash, which makes sense. The combo of those Harpoons plus the War Scourge Bladestorms looked pretty nasty, but they are going to be fighting Fish Face in his natural habitat, the water here, which is maybe maybe worrying.
Wait, they have the type disadvantage now. They're in the water. He's going to win.
This is it's dangerous. This thing has a lot of health as well. Gripping in. Ooh.
Yeah, so, I mean... Fresh Cat, I mean, it only did 70% of our HP to a Clothy. That's not bad. Like, again, he's doable. He's doable even with other trash mobs if he wasn't so far out of the way. It's just the packs that he's next to are cursed. That's legitimately the only issue with him.
All right, looks like they're bringing him onto dry land here. And maybe they were thinking about adding some more to this, but no. Okay, Gangam, what is Gangam up to here? Walking around in the water.
He's looking at the other trash packs.
He's just sent over a Shadow Crash. He said, you know what? This is too few targets for me. I'm going to get beaten by the tank if I'm not careful. I am going to Shadow Crash some stuff. We'll see
They're
what
trying
happens.
to figure out how to pull the other mobs that are next to this, and they realize that the packs are like giga
All right.
awful.
We do have to mention though that last moment up in their plus 31 Nelts there, they are going to be getting Rockmora dead. Now it's at 7:20. It's at 7:20, which is a little bit slower than that 7-minute danger zone time that we talked about. But they had a death of their healer at the end of that. They had to kind of limp over the finish line. I would say that the proof of concept for last moment in the first part of the dungeon is there, but I think this run is probably already too slow. I think they should continue the run and test the rest of the dungeon, but I suspect they're probably already going to be, if not depleted, the timer is already just going to be so tight here.
Okay, so 720 is not what we budgeted for, right?
Right,
Like,
we
I
budgeted
think
7, and honestly, the 7 was maybe a little generous, but 720, I don't think it's impossible at 720. Like,
I don't believe it's impossible at 720 either. I think that on a 31 though you really do need the boss dead by 7. I think that they're going to start to run into timer issues about, once you pull Neuraxis, you're like, oh no, we're a minute behind where we need to be. And I think that's where you're like, oh gosh. So they really need to make sure that this guy is done.
Dude,
by
ready
7.
checks have pulled more trash. Are they wiping to fish face here? It
Wait, they
looks
wiped
like
to
they
fish face?
are. Oh, brutal. That was a good try.
It was a fresh catch indeed.
A 10% wipe to fish face coming out. Meanwhile, NA's last hope, a 721 Overgrown Ancient split in Algathar plus 30 is going to bring them over to Croth. How good is 721 on Overgrown Ancient? We know that some teams like to go Veximus first, but NA's last hope are Overgrown Ancient enjoyers.
I'm getting the numbers. Talk about Legendary for a second.
All right, Legendary up in the top left are making their way to through the last boss. 78% with 4 minutes to spare on the timer. This is going to be close. The boss does take a long time, and look at their debuffs. They've had one of those casts go off. Here comes the next Decaying Strength, and the next Rotting Burst. Oh no, Legendary are falling behind here. So what's happened is they lived through the Rotting Burst and the Totem overlap, but they got another stack of the debuff. So now their healer is being forced to put out, 70k extra HPS that otherwise wouldn't be necessary. They need to try and kill the next 2 totems before those first Rotting Burst casts happen so that they can actually get ahead of this. Look at Splat's health here. Gonna have to take a lay on hands from Igloo in order to survive, as this is getting extremely dangerous. If they can get ahead with the next totem, so this is the big totem, they're in Lust. They do have a Breath of Eons, although that doesn't actually help on the totem.
They're only running double. Only running double beacon also.
Are they going to be able to commit one of them to this? Tobo!
Oh please! Oh please!
Alter time. Look at the alter time from Tobo. Alters from 2% back up to 80. Excellent work. They have gotten through that one, but again, the debuffs on everybody's raid frames is just a little bit too much. Legendary are going to deplete this plus 30 to falling behind on the totems, and I think that third Beacon of the Beyond is a good consideration that they should be thinking about here.
Okay. Yeah, so they were only running 2. They were only running on Lepan and they were only running on Lepan and Wexy. I think they want one on their Auginvoker there. I think it makes more sense. Okay, so you were asking about Overgrown Ancient splits. I got some numbers. I don't think you're going to love them, but I think that it's going to make sense with context. So to answer the question, what was their split in their previous 30? It was 539.
Okay.
Now they did that with less count.
Right, they did it without Goop grabbing all that extra stuff, right?
It wasn't all of that extra stuff. It was some of the. It was without some of it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, tentatively. So they had a solid, minute to spare in their 29, but that doesn't mean they have a minute to spare on their first boss split, right? If you're losing a minute on the first boss split, you can extrapolate that forward to losing 4 minutes over the dungeon, which they can't afford to do.
Good numbers, bad numbers. Good numbers. They were previously at 38.44% enemy forces coming into this boss. Now they're at 54.44% enemy forces. Bad numbers. I think we're losing a Lust.
Yeah, look at that. Bloodlust is available for them and hasn't been pressed yet, which means they are only going to get 2 more Lusts throughout this dungeon. They'll probably send it here on Croth. I'm surprised. I guess they'll probably line it up with the fire damage amplification on the boss, maybe even with their second 2 minutes, and the fire and haste buff, some combination of those effects. What was the Croth split, if you don't mind me asking, coming out of this boss?
Oh, goodness gracious. 14 something.
So they are going to be slower than that as well. But they get, again, they're still on more count, so I don't hate this. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, third time is the charm. Ready checks are going to be able to take out Fishface. Congratulations, after 10 minutes of progression, they are able to make it happen. Well done.
First.
And I think at this point, Ready checks have kind of accepted that fourth place is likely to be where they're going to end up. So incredible performance by them this weekend.
1548 was the timer with 38.44% enemy forces.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have to see with NA's Last Hope. I'm not sure if the count is worth the time, but the fact that they've rerouted, I think that's good news, because that means that they've got an idea that they at least think will work for them on the timer. Meanwhile, last
Parent
moments...
aquatic force is so ugly. It is unbelievable.
You take that back. That thing is beautiful.
That thing is hideous.
So while we were talking about all the fish face and the Croth and the Overgrown Ancient and Legendary in the Brackenhide, which, speaking of which, Legendary now going towards that 30 Algathar as well, Last Moment did have a wipe fairly early on into the trash after Rockmora. So they've started off once again here. We'll see if they're going to be able to put up a Rockmora split of around or sub 7 minutes. That is what we're kind of hoping for here. They are going to be pulling this boss nice and quick this time. It looks like they've cleaned up and sped up that first pull, so credit to them. The progression is looking good in this 31 Nelth Slayer. If they are able to time this, that does actually put them into first place. This is a key for first place that Last Moment are doing right now. On the other hand, Legendary and NA's Last Hope are also cooking. If NA's Last Hope time this, they will secure a first place even against Last Moment. Legendary actually wouldn't, because their tiebreaker would be worse than Last Moment if both teams time their keys.
Oh, Junkrat going down for NA's Last Hope with Lust popped. That's really bad, I think, for their damage, right? Because that's everything synced. That was all of his offensive CDs too. That was Bloodlust. That was Goop's Breath. That was the boss getting stunned and taking 100% increased damage. That death is not ideal. But I will say that this boss gets very hard the longer the fight lasts. However, what we saw from NA's Last Hope yesterday whenever they were finally able to kill this boss was that they had to start line of sighting at a certain point. And you could line of sight the application of the Sonic Screech debuff.
Yeah, that is a big move. There's little spots near the stairs that people have done that in. Does get a little bit more annoying to do that once you've activated the goal of Rushing Winds, which they are getting close to doing here. Teams often leave that for the end of the fight for that reason, but it is going to have to happen soon to reset those Screech stacks that are on the group. Big Zephyr does come in. There is also an Obsidian Scales charge, which does amplify the Black Attunement health buff on the group, although it's a little bit less than last weekend. That was one of the nerfs that came into Augmentation Evoker. Still very powerful for surviving these sorts of effects.
Oh, they sent that. Okay, interesting. So they sent it right before the Sonic Screech debuff even came out, to where they were able to cleanse off all their stacks, and then they're just going to push the boss here. I would have liked to have seen them have just 2-minute phases in general. I think that would make more sense with how they would be syncing their CDs, even if that requires them to line of sight early. But it's important to know that the boss takes away the goals whenever the boss reaches 25% HP, so you can't actually extend the phase forever.
Yeah, that is a very important note. They could have maybe done a little bit later, but it looks like they're still maybe going to... Actually, yeah, it looks like the haste buff expired right as their 2 minutes came up, so... Goop here, trying to find a window to fire off the Breath of Eons, does manage to do it as well. Well played by the...
Ooh, he's going to line.
The Dragon Lizard.
Okay, he did not get the line off in time. So... You don't line the cast of the Deafening Screech, you line the beginning of... Like, line the application of the debuff.
It is a weird ability to line. It is nice, though, when you actually are able to work it out. You do have to be looking at your timers, though. 14% now on Croth. Goop this time heading down the side, as the rest of the team are. And it looks like Goop is maybe too tall. Yeah. The Evoker model is a little bit taller than the other ones, so that is a danger there.
All right, so it's full wipe for NA's Last Hope. They've rerouted the dungeon. I don't think we have a lot of point of reference for them yet. But I think their count was looking good. It's tough to tell. They were going to be a lot later on the boss than they were in their previous attempt of the 30, but again, it's hard to tell exactly what that's going to equate to because their back half should be much faster.
Now, Legendary, I like their route better in principle. I like starting with Veximus. This is I think, the faster way to path through the dungeon because you cut out that backtracking after, like, if you go Overgrown Ancient first, then when you kill Veximus, you have to walk all the way across the dungeon.
Wagon.
Not true the other way around, though, but Splat is going to go down here. They do have a battle res, so we are okay for that. But Veximus still has 75% health. This is a very sketchy boss encounter on plus 30 Tyrannical.
I will say one of the big reasons that I actually really like the Legendary route is because I don't want to say it's the hardest part of the dungeon, but probably the second hardest part of the dungeon here is that pull that they're doing in the Veximus room where they're taking the Ravager on top of that triple pull into Vex. That pull by itself, like the fact that they moved it from 20 minutes into the dungeon to the first pull of the dungeon allows them to get volumes of attempts rather quickly with, again, like probably the second hardest part of the dungeon just in general. So it's good.
Yeah, again, TGP strats a little bit different than live strats because they do heavily reward you for front-loading difficulty, and I agree that is an advantage of this. Although the Overgrown Ancient area does have quite a bit of difficulty to it too, especially if you are executing those pulls from the last area down. It is less scary than it looks, but it does look very scary.
I think we all agree, though, that the Croth is probably the hardest part.
Yeah, Croth is a tough customer.
As a beast.
Yeah.
That is a beast of a boss.
That thing does not mess around for sure. Looks like Last Moment, actually in Valdrakken. Okay, so
I think taking a break, maybe.
Yeah, taking a little think here. Maybe even using some of their break timer.
They wiped on Rockmora again, I believe. It's first pull of this dungeon's hard. Man, I think it's really hard.
Yeah, all of our teams only have hard dungeons to do, right? There's no easy dungeons left, so we are going to be seeing a lot of progression, a lot of struggle to overcome these challenges, and hopefully some of our teams will eventually be able to overcome them as our observers. Lagging a little bit watching all of these mobs coming into this pull. Love to see it, just to give you an idea of how massive this is.
Things I love are when mages make my observers lag. That's my favorite. Like I know that people might be thinking I'm kidding, but just the fact that we're pulling this many mobs, that Fire Mage is making the frames lag, and that we're out here bursting for 2.5 million DPS, that's so sick. I love pulls that are like this. These are my favorite to play too. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this pull, the start of Nelth Slayer, those are the ones where you can really go, like, stupidly big, and it is, I think it's kind of like dessert, right? Like, maybe M+ used to have a little bit too much of this back in Legion, sure, but it is nice to have a little bit as a treat from time to time.
It's crazy that the Legion dungeon still has it, though, right? It's all dessert.
Yeah. The old Legion, the old way you would do this, as we see ReadyCheck's actually getting started with it down in the bottom left. They are going to be doing a plus 30 Nelth Slayer, so this is going to be big for them. This would bring them up to 168. And again, they still have some points they can pick up in Vortex Pinnacle to close the gap further. So they're not out of it just yet, and they are going to keep this going. And yeah, this is, I mean, 30% count from one pull is incredible.
What did you think about NA Last Hope's Freehold, by the way? Because you weren't on whenever they timed that key.
That's true. I wasn't on, but I was watching, which is lucky because that one looked really good. I would say it looked so clean that I'm genuinely extremely scared about the ability of any other teams to time that, especially to time it quickly.
Yes.
Like, executing all of that. I mean, this whole weekend, I feel like Freehold has been the dungeon where NA's Last Hope have looked the best relative to the field as well, right? Like, the strategy, they came in just day one and blasted that spot on the sign, and they've just kind of looked like, I would say Freehold is their dungeon, so I wouldn't be surprised if Legendary and Last Moment kind of leave the Freehold 30, don't spend too much time there, and instead try and capitalize in a different dungeon, because the fact that it was within like 30 seconds for NA's Last Hope makes me think it's a long amount of progression for any other team to match.
At what point do you get concerned for Legendary and their score relative to Last Moment?
That is the thing,
Is it just whenever Last Moment times the key? So Legendary, for context for the viewers, they've depleted 30 Brackenhide 30 minutes into the dungeon twice now, and then bailed on it to go to Algathar Academy, and now I don't want to say they're not having success in Algathar Academy. We haven't been here long enough to really make the determination, but at some point you have to start getting sketched out, especially if Last Moment's having good.
Yeah, I mean, if Legendary don't improve any of their runs,
Yes.
and last moment put up a 31 Nelth Slayer, Legendary
Yes.
are in a lot of trouble. Because not only are they behind by a point, but they're effectively behind by 2 runs because that 31 Nelth Slayer would be a tiebreaker. So it is concerning for Legendary. I wouldn't feel comfortable without 2 more points on the board if I was them. But on the other hand, it's not like they have an easier way to put 2 points on the board than what they've been trying, right? Like, they've been trying the dungeons they think are the easiest way to do that.
And then for NA's Last Hope, I mean, if no other teams time a key and then last moment is somehow able to time the 31 NL, don't they win the weekend?
They do, yeah. Last moment, a 31 Nelth Slayer is for first place right now. NA's Last
Yeah.
Hope, unlike Legendary, only need 1 improvement rather than 2 to beat that. And of course, either NA's Last Hope or Legendary could also do a 31 Nelth Slayer, and that would also be enough to make them better than Last Moment, unless the timers were ridiculously fast from Last Moment in that dungeon, which I don't think is mathematically possible on a 31 to make up the time loss that they have in the other dungeons.
Last moment, timing the 31, that is a precarious position, though, that they are in.
Yeah.
So it's a spot where that dungeon, we are borderlining on impossible, right?
It is.
I don't want to say it's impossible, but I will say that if we are, there's a reason that other teams are not in that key, and last moment are like, maybe.
I think it's the right play for them. I mean, I think they think that their comp is better for that dungeon, which I think it might be. You know, the power that Prot Warrior Spell Reflect is scaling with the key level as well in this dungeon.
Here's the thing: I hate their Alg Academy, and I don't love their Brackenhide icon, right? For last moment.
And again, this is basically worth 2 points for them instead of 1. So if they time it, there is a very good chance that that's enough for top 2 and potentially even top 1 out of this weekend. So I think it's 100% the move for them to be spending their time. They spend the next 2 hours trying to make 31 Nelth Slayer happen. Maybe it's impossible, but hey, if it's impossible, you were maybe losing anyways, right? Like, was it more likely that you were going to go and have a magical 2-minute improvement in your, Bracken or Freehold routes? I think it's less likely than the 31 Nelth Slayer, actually.
It's going to be a really close end today. I think that we have 3 incredibly close teams. Ready checks.
Yeah, ready checks. I don't like calling mathematically eliminated, but
I think they're eliminated.
I think 4th place is getting pretty close to locked in for ready checks. They are still going, and they have 2 chests on their board, right? So if they only time keys from here on out, and if one of those timed keys is a 2-chested 26 Vortex Pinnacle, they're maybe still in the hunt for 3rd place, but that's kind of where I'm looking at for them. All right, Overgrown Ancient's going to die for NA's Last Hope. This time, it is going to be a 7-15 split. So a 6-second improvement from their last run. Yeah. They head over towards this Guardian Elemental. This is just going to be fought by itself. No funny business with any snapping or Wurnstone stuff on this plus 30 Keystone level.
Pretty much all teams played this mini-boss with the 3-pack. That's at the other side of the bridge. Whenever
it is still possible to do that with an invis if you want to pull them in mid-pull. But I don't think that... I think the NA's Last Hope theorem is that, hey, on plus 30, like, even though it's fortified, or even though it's not fortified, we just want to kill this thing by itself, and it would be dangerous to snap other stuff in.
It is dangerous. That's true. And then they don't really... I guess part of it's too, they just kind of don't need the count, because what they do... So... They're doing mandatory trash. Oh, not mandatory like the team. They're doing required trash. And then they, like, the next pull that's out of the Croth area is every Forager, the middle pack, and then like a Ravager. It's like some insane pull that they do. And it's like, I think it's probably just a situation where they just don't need the count.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're going to get that count, but I've seen them kind of loop around to the side as, Legendary in the top right are going to be having another wipe here on Veximus. Again, only a 5-minute loss, but there's only so many 5 minutes left in the day, right? So by my calculations, there's only 9 copies of 5 minutes left in the day, which is, that's starting to get close to the end of the day here.
This is the advantage of their strat, though, right? Going Vex first is you can volume pull.
Exactly, and they are going to get a lot of attempts at this, but again, it kind of doesn't matter if they time this key, right? Like, if they time this key, maybe they can get tie breaks over NA's Last Hope, maybe, but probably not. The NA's Last Hope tiebreaker is looking really solid off the strength of the Nelth Slayer.
Also, I gotta know how we got 9 copies of 5 minutes out of an hour and a half. But
right, isn't it? Hang on. Let's see. What's 9 times 5?
Would it be 18?
That's 45? Well, you've got 9 copies of 5 minutes and then another 9 copies, right? So
you got 2 of them. Yeah, you got 2 9 copies.
Yeah, well,
of 5
9 copies, right? So like 9 times 2 times 5, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm retroactively changing what I was saying to. Anyways, as I was saying, Legendary, it's a weird spot they're in because even if they time this, they still lose if last moment time their 31 Nelth Slayer is the problem. So they would need to time this and have enough time to do something else. Now, luckily, we've just learned they actually have 18 copies of 5 minutes left, so that's pretty good. That's a lot of attempts. Yeah, that's much better than 9. Yeah. Twice as good, even some would say.
Oh, okay. So something that you actually just saw them all do, they all grabbed versatility buff.
Yeah.
So they've hit the. We didn't know. At what point are you prioritizing versatility buff for survivability in this dungeon? Apparently the answer is 30 Tyrannical.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I wouldn't be surprised to see you start making some concessions towards defense. The problem is some of the best concessions you can make to defense in the current game, Undulating Spore Cloak does not do anything against one-shots, and that is, in my opinion, the best rate that you can get when it comes to trading power for defense is Undulating Spore Cloak. But that doesn't work against Croth, right? It does actually work against some of the ways that Veximus will kill you, but not all of them. It does work against some, but not all the ways you'll get killed on Echo of Dorigosa. And it does work very well in Overgrown Ancient. That is a great boss for Spore Cloak. But the problem with these really high keys is you sort of get to, in the 28s and the 29s, Spore Cloak is great. In the 30s and the 31s, it kind of stops being great, and you sort of start, you maybe need to consider a Choker of Shielding as a defensive option instead, or just, Verse Gems, File of Icy Preservation, these sorts of other defensive options that are a little bit less, a little bit more clunky, but actually have some value against one-shots.
So it looks like Wexy's wearing an Undulating Spore Cloak on the side of Legendary, was Dr. Tobo Fish. Dr. Tobo Fish also Undulating Spore Cloak.
Wow. It is hard. At least in my experience, it is very difficult to get mages to put on Undulating Spore Cloak just due to their personality type. But Tobo is a multi-classer, not a mage, so that might be why it was possible to convince him to do that.
God. All right, blasting mages everywhere. Look, I think it's deserved. But,
I'm just saying, am I wrong? Am I wrong about mage veins?
No. Actually, I think that you could be harsher, and I would probably agree.
Yeah, let's not try and protect any feelings there of those.
Somebody
those
in chat said, "What do you mean, bro?" All caps. That guy's a mage main, and you know it. I've spotted the mage main in chat. Good job outing yourself.
Yeah. All right, meanwhile, NA's Last Hope up in the top left have spent another 12 minutes in an Algathar and are starting off another Croth attempt here. This is going to be interesting to watch. Let's see if they've changed how they allocate their cooldowns a little bit. I expect it's still going to be Lust with their second 2 minutes on the fire goal, but oh no, Junkrat just gets deleted by a fairly early Screech here.
It's tough because, if you don't have a lot of practice in these, it depends. How much have you practiced a 30 Tyrannical Algathar Academy during your practice window? What did that look like? How, do you know exactly how much damage? Do you know exactly what defensives need to be popped when? And it's a situation that sometimes you just kind of have to do it and kind of feel it out before knowing, and occasionally you're just going to have deaths like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we actually see. We saw a death coming in for ready checks in the bottom left as well. So once you reach this plus 30 key level, it is just so difficult. You have to have so much knowledge of if you're about to get one shot. Speaking of which, last moment in the bottom right, having another early wipe on Rockmora. They have killed this boss on plus 31, but it is looking like it's not a high success rate boss yet. They have another hour and a half to practice it, though, and to get it consistent.
Yes.
I'm just worried about the rest of the dungeon. The rest of the dungeon is also super scary.
I like to call that one the Shatter Incident.
Yeah. Does happen.
That one was tough. Oh my gosh, everybody stacked up for NA's Last Hope, having to spread quickly before they got AoE down. Okay, so Lust has been popped. And they popped all of their offensive cooldowns whenever they stunned the boss with the fire goal.
Yeah, that is the strategy here. And then the question is just, are they going to line up their goal of rushing wins with their second set of 2 minutes, which is not what they did last time. Last time, they sent the goal of rushing wins about 30 seconds before their 2 minutes were up, which maybe they needed to do to live the screeches, because it does reset the screech damage. But I feel like for damage, you want to line those up if you can.
They kind of sent it, like, whenever everybody had three stacks of this debuff.
Look at Kroth's health. The Kroth is just kind of dying here. There's still a minute until they get back to power infusion. I think they're just going to have to send it again on... I think they're going to just throw the goal
this
here
is what they had. This is the issue they had last time, because, again, like we were talking about earlier, the gold despawns at 25% health on the boss, so you have to send it at some point. Goop's sending that last one right now. There's an issue, too, of if you have to get to the fourth stack, you either have to pop, like, all of your defensives or you're lining it. And so instead, they're just going to reset it before that, and they're going to take the L on the syncing up the haste that you gain from this with their cooldowns.
Yeah, that is... I think I'm coming around to this might just be unavoidable for NA's Last Hope. As looking at it, I don't see how they could have kept stalling until their 2 minutes were up. So sending it in, and then they're going to have their 2 minutes coming up soon. This was the part where they died last time, was the last 20% of the boss, and Dorky actually... surprisingly is going to be the first player to die for NA's Last Hope. Kroth does get kited for a little bit here.
Technically, Mage can kite this boss infinitely. You hate it when it happens, but it is possible.
Yeah, the problem is this is a timed event, and you do lose a lot of damage from doing that. Smack's actually going to go down here as well. Not to the Screech, but to some avoidable damage somewhere.
Yeah.
And this is now going to be another wipe for NA's Last Hope. A costly 15-minute attempt is over, but a cheap 6-minute attempt is just beginning for Legendary. A 1-death run so far.
We are in reset territory, where Last Moment is resetting the very beginning of Nelth Slayer. NA's Last Hope is resetting Kroth over and over again, and Legendary is also resetting Veximus. But if Legendary is able to kill off Veximus here, I think that this is the first time that we've seen them kill the boss on a 30.
Yeah,
which is big.
Small problem. There is still Kroth alive in this dungeon as well, so...
which we saw NA's Last Hope progging.
Yeah, that's something the Legendary may also have to prog, which is... I mean, the good news for them, at least, is that they'll have had Veximus progged, whereas NA's Last Hope still have to prog Veximus too, right? So...
yeah.
There's kind of no escape. You're caught between a rock and a hard place in these plus 30s.
Something.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
Something.
I think I still like Legendary's side better because they are doing some prog earlier in the dungeon, but they are going to be getting less Kroth prog per hour.
Kroth per hour. What is this?
It's a new metric.
Or CPH.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, anything to avoid the metric system. All right. Well, that is a 733 Veximus split. Quite good. That's what we like to see, actually, out of Legendary. Especially with 28% count having forward pulled several of these mobs. Here comes some invis pots now from them, as they're going to make their way forward.
Lexi just pressed Fade, the modern-day invisibility potion.
Yep. And they're now going to be sending most of their team upstairs. Let's see if they decide to snap anything into this Guardian Sentry. It looks like Tobo is here, so no, they are not going to be snapping anything into the Guardian Sentry either, which... oh, no, never mind.
They already got it.
There we go. Yeah, it was grabbed as they came up. Nice. Oh, no.
I saw this.
Not nice.
So I was fishing for replays on day one of this dungeon, trying to see different snaps. And they use Meteor.
Oh, cool. Okay, so the Fire Mage leaves a Meteor, and then that doesn't put them in combat yet, and then they take the jump, and then it lands and snaps them. I love that. That's a great way to do this without losing much time. Unfortunately, something that does lose a lot of time is wiping to that, so Legendary are going to have to start over again. Yeah. Meanwhile, NA's Last Hope have started over and are also going to have to start over again.
All right, how do you feel about last moment's timer? We're budgeting again. We were budgeting 7 minutes for killing off Rockmora.
I think good. I didn't see when they pulled Rockmora here, but 60% at 4 minutes has got to be reasonably
Kill the skitters!
Good.
They're all low!
It's okay, yeah, so the shatter damage scales with the health of the skitters that are left alive, right? So if you have one on 2% health, it's not the end of the world on Fortified, but obviously they would rather have them all be dead. And yeah, this comp, again, pretty good at skitters. They have had a fourth one spawn here, but Elbro just going to dump a couple of Storm Strikes into those.
You know, something I hadn't considered. Is Elbro going to be running Beacon?
I doubt it.
Let me look. No,
it's not impossible.
Okay, so he's running Neltharians and Chronomatic Essence, which makes sense. But this comp in general is just really good at killing skitters. So they nerfed this boss earlier in the season. And they tried to make his spawning of the skitters a bit more consistent. More often than not, I would say 85 to 90% of the time now, you only get 3 spawns of skitters when previously you could like RNG into 4.
Yeah, we did see a 4 spawn. The last shatter before this was off of 4, so it can still happen, but it is less common.
It's less common, but it's very, very deadly if you have a 4 spawn and you don't have like insane damage for it.
Yeah, one of the problems is that anytime you do get a 4 spawn, you also have gotten a skitter spawning like right before a shatter cast, which means you have less time to swap to it. That is where Beacon to the Beyond does come in. That trinket is really good for getting you out of jail free. But Elbro also has very good ability to tab target and swap to one of those skitters and just eliminate it. So that's nice, and especially if the Shadow Priest is aware that that's about to happen, they can have some Devouring Plagues ready and potentially even a Void Torrent if it lines up, which can also eliminate them very quickly. But you can see there for last moment what happens if a skitter is still alive during a shatter. They're going to have a healer go down. They are going to have to battle res here. Now, their comp doesn't have a Guardian Druid, so if the healer dies, they do actually have to use Engineering Bracers to secure the res, which they have done there.
Elbro popped Ankh there. Oh my gosh, everybody's incredibly low. But okay, everybody gets their defensives popped, and that skitter gets it to 15% HP before the shatter goes off.
Yeah, dangerously named enemy for casters worldwide.
I did not mean to say that. I'm sorry.
The shatter skitter combo is
the shatter skitter combo.
Rockmora selling seashells by the seashore here. 6% health, or 8% health rather.
Okay, the boss's health is fine, or the timer is fine, yeah? I'm okay. It's not great, but it's doable, winnable. Maybe.
Yeah, this is, again, a little bit over that 7-minute target that we've set, but there were 2 deaths here, so 10 of those seconds are just death timer. So when you filter those out, this is a 7:05. When you filter out the time that Elbro and team lost to the death inefficiency as well, this is probably on track here. So I love what last moments are up to here. The thing that I don't love is that the rest of the dungeon, I think, is going to require some practice, and they haven't had that yet. So we'll see how that works out for them.
I'm trying to get skitter damage from Rockmora just to see like how much Elbro did over Loquan. Because in general, like the Priest wants to be hitting the boss, the Enhancement Shaman wants to be hitting the skitters. That's kind of how you're going to allocate it.
Yeah. The Shadow Priest, ideally you get some nice Shadow Crashes onto several of the skitters. That's really good value. But other than that, you'd rather not be targeting them. Sometimes, like when you're playing Shadow Priest in this dungeon, sometimes you want to be targeting like the 3rd or 4th skitters just to make sure they die. But the 1st and 2nd ones, usually you're pretty happy to just leave to the rest here. Oh, okay, unfortunately, so Elbro going down.
How many more copies of 5 minutes does Legendary have for this first pull?
16. 16 more copies of 5 minutes for Legendary.
Okay, that's good.
Or 8 pairs of 5 minutes, if you think about it. So, you know. Some would call pairs of 5 minutes 10 minutes, but that's I'm a bit of a hipster when it comes to this. Goop gonna Wurnstone away, and an adaptation here to what NA's Last Hope were doing up in the top left. Not sure if you caught that, but they've actually grabbed 2 extra Echo Knights into this pull by having Goop go around to the side. He was about to get cut off and killed by the mobs he'd previously pulled, though, so they adapted to using the Wurnstone rather than just flying down to grab those.
Oh, is this different? So are they consolidating this all into one poll as opposed to doing it in like two separate polls?
They've added at least 2 extra Echo Knights to this poll, so I think they're going to have even more count out of this. Unless those Echo Knights just came in last time anyways easily, which I don't think they did. We'll see what the count is after this.
Well, so I know that Goop pulls some stuff into the first poll. I didn't know exactly how much he pulled into
I think
it,
this is plus 2 Echo Knights that stand over on the side.
I could believe it.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, we'll check in on the count situation. Meanwhile, Ready Checks still working their way through this 30 Nelth Slayer, also on Rock Mora here, and you can see how good their timer is compared to that 31 for Last Moment. We talked about a 7-minute target for Last Moment on Rock Mora. Ready Checks are going to be beating 6:30 on this plus 30, which, again, that higher key level just adds so much time here, especially because Last Moment have had to slow down their first pull to deal with that higher key level.
If you had to give an estimate of percentage, what percentage of the skitter damage do you think Elbro did by himself?
I would guess that Elbro was responsible for 68.2% of the group's skitter damage.
We're a bit lower than that.
Damn it.
But he did 50 by himself.
50 by himself,
Yant was second with 20% contribution to skitter damage. Their Augmentation Evoker contributed was 13.5, and their Shadow Priest did 12.
All right, so it is literally just shadow crashes. Literally just incidental shadow crashes, yeah?
Yes. Their Priest was just hitting the boss. Whenever you do less than an Aug Evoker to him, you know he's just hitting the boss.
That is great. I mean, that is really good. That's going to speed up their boss kill, just letting their Shadow Priest do that and having the Enhancement Shaman do what they're good at, which is, switching and targeting and funneling, especially the most recent ones to spawn. Oh my gosh, this first pull, though, does continue to scare me for Last Moment. Yant going to take a lay on hands there to stay alive. Does end up grabbing that last Nasher and these 3 Drudges as well in after the Hulk dies. Yeah, some cool stats, though. Laquan going down for Last Moment. That's a first battle res. We would really prefer not to be using battle res on trash. I think you got to continue the dungeon at this point, though. I really think they need to get some pulls in on the end of the dungeon, or at least in the middle of the dungeon, but... maybe at this point you've got to be resetting any runs that aren't real anymore, which they quickly become after even a few small mistakes. So, I don't know, it's tough. They're in a tough spot where they both need to practice and can't afford to practice.
So before TGP started, before practicing started, tournament realm opened up, this was one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the world. This Last Moment, they were responsible for some of the highest runs, and they were particularly good at Neltharian's Lair. That is a dungeon that they were incredibly strong at. So it makes sense that they're also the team that is they're more confident at their end of dungeon, right? And they're like, oh, if we can make it to there, we're confident that we can get it done and we can close out. But just making it to that point is going to be very challenging.
Yeah, and a lot of their damage, a lot of the time when you go to a higher key level, you're thinking, oh, we need to do 10% more damage. But when some of your damage is coming from an effect like Spell Reflect, that actually scales with the key level, right? So you're not even going to need 10% more time on the last 3 bosses, which do have Spell Reflectable damage effects. So that is going to be good for them. If they can afford to not lose too much time early, they are going to get a help late in the dungeon from that Spell Reflect, from that Prot Warrior. So I do like what they've got going on here, but another thing that I like is that, Tettles, your time is up on this caster shift, I'm afraid. We are going to get to bring in Zyra instead.
Why am I getting slam dunked out of the casting, dude?
Thank God. Moonkin's out.
Moonkin's out, indeed.
Just like they are in this competition.
Got him. All right, so Zyra, we've been to catch you up a little bit on what's been going on here. All of our teams have basically been working on the dungeons that you see them in for the past little while. Ready Checks did take a little bit of a detour to Brackenhide to do Fish Face for 10 minutes, which was cool. But now they are working on this Nelth Slayer. They're probably out of this. At 166, I don't think they can get to 174 in the next hour.
No, they're not probably out of it. They're out of it.
Yeah.
They've been out of it for the past 2 hours.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that in a toxic way. They said it themselves in chat, oh, we're kind of kind of in this bad spot here. We're going to have some fun. I'm going to play Warlock.
Yeah, I'd love to see Shelly pop into
that.
the Warlock at some point soon. That's, of course, something that he's known for.
It looks like they got bored of the just for fun comp and just decided, you know what, if we're going to keep playing, we should go for a good key. So we're getting this 30 Nelths, and you know what, I'll bet they're going to go for the 31 too.
That would be cool, yeah. That would be impressive.
That's my assumption with what they're doing. Because, you know, obviously it sucks to kind of have a really bad start of your day and burn out a little bit, but it would be fun to end it on a high note for sure. Get a little world record key in there. So hopefully they can pull that together and get that done. Would love that for those guys. It was really nice to see them pull it out yesterday too and barely just beat out Pixel 2. It was a fantastic day of play from them. They were just really far behind coming into today.
Yeah, meanwhile, our top two teams, NA's Last Hope and Legendary, are both on our top screens here. Tobo going down and going to take the first battle res here for Legendary. They're both working on this Algathar, and they have their different strategies from each other, right? NA's Last Hope going Overgrown Ancient first. They've been adding more and more trash to this as well. They've been getting Goop to go and grab more and more enemies from the end of the dungeon. And they're going to be getting a nice 725 Overgrown Ancient with, I think, the most trash we've ever seen. They've got an Ethereal Restorer still in combat with them as well here. So,
that's a mind control.
Yeah, they got to use Dominate Mind so that they can actually take this jump. And get no, Goop. Oh, you hate to see that. That is
Wait a minute.
A thing
I thought
that
Now
does
wasn't
happen.
supposed to play till next week.
Yeah, getting bounced around. Unlucky there. It does get to rejoin the party though, without too much danger. And if you could pick anybody in your group for that to happen to, it's probably, I guess, the healer, but the Augmentation Evoker is probably second. Meanwhile, Legendary about to get Croth going here, so we've seen NA's Last Hope wipe to Croth, I believe 3 times now, maybe twice. We'll see if Legendary are going to be able to have some better luck.
Yeah, it's a rough one, right? This Croth boss with the tyrannical scaling on a super high key level, pretty much every single one of these screeches, when you have a debuff of any sort, is it's gonna one-shot you. So there's a lot of line of sight strategies that they have to do, and if you accidentally get caught on the lip of the ledge that you need to go behind, you'll get hit and you'll die, and that's happened a lot to them. They had good success on the boss yesterday, but today I think they're 0 for 3 on it today, right? We haven't even seen them get past Croth yet, so once we get past Croth, they're in a good spot, especially with the changes to the routing they've made. In their 30 run yesterday, where they actually had a chance to time the key, they were just short count, and it cost them too much time. They couldn't get the dungeon done. That is fixed with the way they've been pulling the start of the dungeon, snapping all of that trash down into the very first Lasher pull. They've got plenty of time. It's just about whether or not they can execute not only these next couple of bosses, but some of the crazy pulls that they go for. Remember, NA's Last Hope is the team that likes to pull together like 7 different worm packs and then just rely on line of sighting to dodge the charges.
I love what they're doing here, though, keeping this Restorer with them for the whole dungeon, getting all of these extra shields. You can see that's gone onto Smacked now. Not only does that shield give you some extra health, it also gives you a nice haste buff while it's active, so this is damage and survivability for NA's Last Hope with this Ethereal Restorer. It does cost Junkrat 1 global every 30 seconds, and it also runs the risk of that happening during a hectic moment. And it means you can't Dominate Mind these Incorporeal, which is another drawback, actually a pretty real one, because getting that 10% free damage reduction onto bosses sometimes can be big.
That is true. I didn't really think about that too much, but I'm pretty sure in the long run, having the Restorer is just better in general, right? It is a little bit of extra cognitive overload that he has to deal with. Having to Dominate Mind it every 30 seconds can be kind of annoying, especially if it happens at a really nasty part in combat. There are actually overlaps of it on this fight that are really annoying, right? If you don't line of sight a Screech, and you get that interrupting circle around you, and you, like, miss a Dominate Mind cast because of it, Restore can wreak some havoc, right? Wouldn't be fun to have that out and about unmind controlled for a little while, so hopefully it doesn't cause them too many issues. They are the only team that is going for this strategy, right? We haven't seen anybody else drag a Restorer around the dungeon yet.
Yeah,
as far as I'm aware.
I think we saw it sometimes in Season 1. We saw some teams experiment with it, but definitely not something that I remember seeing yet this weekend, so definitely a cool thing to have going on for NA's Last Hope. A lot of extra micro for Junkrat, but if there's anybody in North America that I would trust to do that kind of micro, it would be Junkrat. That is a player that is very consistent at executing whatever is assigned.
Now, there is a little bit of a hidden affix with him in specific, right? Like, having him be the person to deal with that on his own, you know he can do that. But if there's ever a situation where like he needs somebody else to help him, he can't communicate that at all. Remember, Junkrat doesn't talk. So like if he accidentally gets interrupted on his Dominate Mindcast and he can't CC it himself, that thing might be out a little longer than it normally would be in another group. So we'll see how that goes. But Junkrat's a very technically sound player, so the chances of that happening are pretty low.
This is probably the last season where that's true as well, because next season we got pings coming in, right? So
True.
Then that, just be able to throw the question mark ping on the on the mob if you're about to let its MC drop. Don't need to talk anymore. So that's probably going to be a huge buff to the already incredibly powerful Junkrat. The addition of those pings.
I'm actually kind of upset when they showed off the ping system. I don't think there was a question mark ping, was there?
That's true. There's a few different cool ones though. I'm really excited for that system to be coming out.
That's okay. I'm sure that there will be some add-on that will modify the ping system so we can add the infamous question mark ping.
Oh yeah, that's actually some kind of weak aura or something. Meanwhile, we have both of our top two teams starting off on Croth. Legendary have actually, a couple minutes ahead in their run of where NA's Last Hope are, not in terms of faster, but just in terms of starting earlier. And they're about to be deploying this first goal here. Gonna line it up with their Lust. This is a very common way to do Croth, right? Is you Lust the Fire Stun, which also does amp damage taken on the boss. So a good way to get a lot of extra value here. You can see Tobo cresting 190k DPS as a result here. Very impressive.
Let's see where that comes in for NA's Last Hope as well. They're going to be going for the exact same strategy, right? They popped a bunch of stuff on pull. All their 2 minutes are gone. They'll get them back up in about a minute, and similar to what we just saw from Legendary, they'll go for the same thing. Open up that fire gate, get the boss stunned, pop the 2 minutes, pop their Bloodlust, send it. Legendary a little bit ahead, though. I mean, the thing is, right? Well, I was going to say the trash count should be a big difference, but it really isn't, right? Legendary, only 5% less trash count. Now, what was the actual timer difference, though? I didn't see what the timer difference was.
Legendary are, I think, about 2 minutes further into their dungeon run.
Okay.
So the percent is a little bit misleading, though, in this dungeon, right? Because you can't just compare, like, 10% in Veximus's area to 10% in Overgrown Ancient's area, because those are just different speeds, and you don't have unlimited amounts of whatever count you want to pull. So they have different trash and different pulls still in their future. I think I'm okay with Legendary's position here. I think Legendary are still on track, actually, in this run. They need to get Croth killed, though. They are going to have that goal of Rushing Winds get triggered, resetting their debuffs. And they'll be able to grab these haste buffs. Oh, but look at this. They're actually delaying the pickup on a few of these. And this is going to allow that haste buff, I think, to bleed into the Breath of Eons at least, and maybe into the Power Infusion a little bit. That's potentially quite good.
I don't know if it'll bleed into the Power Infusion for Wexy, but it might just barely bleed into it for their mage, who is, of course, the main character of the group. So if they can get that lineup proper, that'll be very important. This is the second Deafening Screech of the phase. They all have a 2-stack now. Still very healthy. There's the Power Infusion. Breath coming out very shortly, I'd imagine, from Splat. There it is. And the Combustion is back up as well.
Looks like no multiplication with the haste buff from that goal of Rushing Winds that had already expired, but this is still looking good for Legendary with this second set of 2 minutes. They are hoping to just send this boss home. Dispersion used by Wexy to survive here, and we are getting very close. I think we might get one more cast of this Screech, which is going to be entering one-shot territory. Lepan also starting to be exhausted on defenses, although there is Incarn available, but we got to save that for next pull. One SI charge is possibly available too here. Is he going to be able to commit that, or is he going to save it? Wexy lining this next cast of the Screech here as well. I like that. Doesn't line it. Wow, lives though. Beautiful fade plus...
That was scary.
Yeah. Wow, incredible.
That's the last one of the fight for them, so extremely good execution from Legendary. This is their first attempt at the key, too, right? First attempt at Croth.
Yeah,
so
they had a lot of Veximus
try.
wipes. A lot of Veximus prog, but this is a one-shot of Krog for them. The question is 1847 a fast enough Croth split for them with their route? We know NA's Last Hope are going to have a faster Croth split, but NA's Last Hope have a more annoying rest of the dungeon. We know they do it in very few pulls, but they have backtracking that they have to make up with walking.
Goop, was quite low, still not 100% topped for this next Screech. There's the healing coming in at the perfect time to keep him topped, but we have to keep an eye on the health bar for the Augmentation Evoker, probably the most vulnerable character into the group to damage from this Deafening Screech whenever it comes out here. Has one last charge of the Obsidian Scales, probably going to be used, if I had to guess, on the next Screech to keep everyone alive. They have the Ore Mastery as well for one of them as well. Might even overlap both of them and then just decide, okay, it's time to time to line of sight. Nope, that was just the rescue shield being used there.
Yeah, you've
And
seen
the Obsidian Scales. Okay.
both NA's Last Hope and Legendary have been making big use of that. You're not rescuing for movement, you just basically rescue right in place, but you do apply the Twin Guardian Shield to both the Evoker and the Shadow Priest, who both need it. So NA's Last Hope, one last Screech. Goop going to go try and line it. Are they going to be able to get this time? It's a lot harder on the Evoker than it is on anybody else, but he's done it. Found the spot for the line of sight, because the Evokers are a little bit taller than the other races, so that's something that was a little bit harder for them before, but they've managed to get this lined, and they are going to be able to get Croth killed here. The split for NA's Last Hope is going to come out to 1724.
5, 6, 5, 6, around that.
Oh, Dorky dies to the bleed
at the very
after.
last second.
That is
That's
tragic.
Okay. That's the
used
most
to be me.
acceptable time to die.
Yeah, that happened to me all the time in season 1, especially when I was playing Prop Warrior back then, and you're just sitting there with a bleed without a target to make rage on, and it is just over. Unfortunate that it happened to Dorky there, but it's okay. They are going to be able to land the res. That is basically minus 15 seconds, though. 5 seconds of death penalty, 10 seconds of res. They are going to still start this next pull off, but if this timer ends up being 10 seconds over, that is going to be something that stings.
Yeah, and the important thing is, probably the reason he died at the end there is because he didn't want to use a single person cooldown at the end there. He needed to save them all for this pull. Dorky is the most at-risk character in this group for about the first 30 seconds while they gather this pull. The ranged DPS can kind of get out and dodge most of the dangerous part of this pull just by line of sighting here where Goop is. Smacked doesn't quite get the line for these first set of charges, but once everything's nice and wrapped up together, they can very easily line by moving to the left here, behind the ledge, and then they're good to go. Dorky looks like he's set and prepared. Everything is gathered up, and it's time to blast here. The cooldowns come out. There's the Void Eruption, Power Infusion, Combustion, everything being popped. Goop needs to get back to that spot very quickly. Don't want to get any of the errant charges on you. But, once everything gets together here, that's the major danger of the pull gone.
Yeah, there is a lot of danger, again, for Dorky. Incarn falling, but still has a lot of defensives to cycle through. Barkskin active, another Survival Instincts charge is available soon. A couple of those bleed stacks, though, are now happening to him. Oh, gets them cleansed off, though, by Goop with that Cauterizing Flame Evoker ability. Very powerful piece of the augmentation kit, actually, for helping the tank. That bleed, it does not mess around.
Trash mobs all getting lower and lower here. Quick work being made of this massive pull here from NA's Last Hope, making it look easy. They were on 54% trash count coming into this pull. They're going to end close to the 70% mark. This is an insanely efficient pull, and it's where they make up a ton of their time in the routing in the dungeon here. It's also important to mention, at the very end of Croth, they killed off that one restorer they had. There was a little Spiteful Shade running around that you could see that had 3% on the boss, which is not a normal sight there. Yeah, they decided to finish off that mind-controlled mob. I think the reasoning behind that is that it's hard to pull off this particular pull when there's an extra friendly mob that's kind of hard to control running around. I guess you could let it go and let it run around, but it's probably more headache to an already difficult pull that they don't want to deal with. There we go, trash pull dealt with, up to just over 73% trash count once this final forager goes down. Insane execution there from NA's Last Hope.
Meanwhile, Legendary up in the top right are working on Overgrown Ancient. They're halfway done with this boss, and at 23:30 on their timer, they have 8.5 minutes left for this dungeon. Oh my goodness, look at the damage from each of those uproots. This is so dangerous for Legendary. This bleed is pretty nasty as well. You can see Dwarf Rachels have been used to help cleanse it off early. Of course, you do get those Ancient Branch deaths to cleanse your bleeds as well, but really painful and not immediately available, so Dwarf Racial extremely valuable here, as is Cauterizing Flame to help prevent death. So that 40% now on Overgrown Ancient, a couple of Incorporeals coming out, but one of those can be Dominate Minded to help reduce the boss damage, which is nice.
Legendary's timer is looking pretty rough, right? They're going to get the third boss down here before NA's Last Hope does, but look at the trash count for Legendary. They're still on 70% count. They have to deal with all of the extra mobs that NA's Last Hope pulled down into their Lasher pool at the very start of the dungeon. But NA's Last Hope is going to need a perfect run still to be able to complete this in time. Junkrat going down near the end of this trash pool. They have a battle rest for him, but that's one less that they have left for the rest of the dungeon. They're only going to have the one for Veximus, and they'll get one more that will come off cooldown near the end of the dungeon, probably when they're in combat with Echo of Dorgosa. So, ooh, not a lot of wiggle room left for NA's Last Hope.
Yeah, this is going to come right down to the wire. Of course, our scoreboard in the bottom left, a quick overview of the implications of these runs. NA's Last Hope currently in first place. Would probably hold a first place even if Legendary got this Algathar done, because they think they have better timers across their runs. However, if Last Moment can time the 31 that you can see them working on down in the bottom right, which they are slowly improving that Rockmora split. We saw it starting off around 7:30, now it's down to 7:13. Then that would be good. Unfortunately, we've only seen them wipe early on after that boss died, and 31 fortified. This whole dungeon is so deadly. But if Last Moment can time this 31, they would actually overtake both NA's Last Hope and Legendary. So that's going to be a team that you should not count out, and that all the way through to the end of our day are still alive here. But Legendary have taken down Overgrown Ancient, 25-41, leaving them 6 minutes for the end of this dungeon as they get to this last trash pull. How big can they go? They've got to go pretty big.
They've got to go massive.
Yep.
This last boss, 30 Tyrannical Echo of Dorgosa, with the trash count that I'm assuming they're also going to pull on top of it, they probably will need, at a bare minimum, 5 minutes to deal with that. And
yes, we got to get this pull done. Oh, God. Oh
they
no,
have to finish this pull in about 30 seconds. It's looking worse and worse for them as time goes on. Maybe they can find damage somewhere that I'm not thinking of. They do finally have access to the Restorer, which NA's Last Hope was using and abusing for the first half of their key. That can help a little bit, but that's something that every team has had access to and has been using, and it really hasn't sped up the dungeon more than we would assume. So yeah, I still think they need about 5 minutes to finish this off, and it looks like they're just running out of time here.
Yeah, there are now 5 minutes left in the dungeon for them. They're nearly done with this trash pull, but with Spiteful active, it's going to take a little bit of time at the end of the pull before they can set up their next one, which we know is going to be the remaining trash into boss. A couple of incorporeals spawn here. Wexy looking to land a Dominate Mind. Does eventually. Actually, maybe holding it for the Restorer in the next pull at this point. And yeah, this
everyone dropping
timer.
So low. Igloo, keep them topped.
The timer, Zyro. They're going to have 4 minutes for the last boss. They know they got to go.
I mean, here's the thing, right? And I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Actually, I don't really hate it. It's kind of fun sometimes.
Yeah.
This particular situation, I hate it, though.
Wow.
It took teams 5 minutes to deal with the trash plus the boss on the 29, right?
Yeah.
So on the 30, with just now approaching 4 minutes when you'll actually engage the boss, it's looking like a rough timer for them to have a chance of beating here. NA's Last Hope, though, on Veximus at 40%, opt to pop the Bloodlust immediately here. They don't want to be in combat with this boss for any longer than they need to be. And also, this is probably the most dangerous section of the dungeon left for them, right? They don't have access to that Restore, giving them shields and damage amps. They had their set of 2 minutes up. They even have the Combust coming up to line up with the Power Infusion, so you may as well just pop it here, get yourself through the hard part of the dungeon, and then get yourself prepared for the last pull going on. And their timer's looking relatively good for it, right? They're a little over 6.5 minutes left in the dungeon. They've got 20% left on Veximus.
Well,
they can realistically be in the position where they're pulling the last boss at like 5.5 minutes, which should theoretically be enough if everything goes well for them. It's still going to be tight. They're still going to have to execute an insanely clean pull. I don't know. There's a lot of travel to do too. We'll have to see how long it takes them to get up there.
You got to walk, right? Like if you go in the other order through this dungeon, you don't have to walk from your third boss to the fourth boss because you're right there. This way around, they add an extra 30 seconds of travel time as Legendary are resetting their dungeon up in the top right. So are Last Moment down in the bottom right, it looks like. So a lot of difficulties being encountered by all of our teams here. 26 minutes has just elapsed for NA's Last Hope. So there are now 6 minutes left in their dungeon. Veximus is going down. but it's going to go down with 5 minutes and 45 left. They're all going to immediately mount up and start heading over towards their final pull. And like you said, at 90% count, they only have one pull left, but they've got to skip all of these mobs here to make this work. Goop running around the side here.
Oh, Wernstone. Okay.
Wernstone's passed. But again, the time, you can just feel the sands of time draining from the hourglass of NA's last hope here.
Good reference. To the patch that we're on, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. Nozdormu just watching sadly as NA's last hope are also going to have fewer than 5 minutes on the start of boss combat here.
Yeah, it's going to be about 4:45 by the time they engage the boss. And
is
they
it
don't
possible?
even have the lust. They don't have the lust.
The lust. Oh.
I don't know. I don't think it is.
I
maybe they can.
I mean, maybe if they push their buttons harder than they've ever pushed before. Oh yeah, 100%. Any flame strikes being cast here are going to be awarded a warning or perhaps even a red card for smacks. Those have got to just be all into boss. These mobs are going to die when they're going to die, but the boss damage is what they need here. That is what is gating them from the end of this dungeon, but that adds extra danger. They have to just deal with the trash mobs the whole time here, and they can't afford to spend any time with the trash mobs. Goop getting sent to 10% by the arcane missiles from one of those invokers is going to be able to survive,
though. We have to get these bombs in on the boss. These bombs have to be used to cleave the boss. They have to do as much damage as possible. Drogo going down. There's no healer alive for Dorky while he still has all of these trash mobs beating on him. He's the only real res in the group. I guess they can get it from someone else, but they've got it off. That's fine. Okay. Everyone is back to normal. Dorky has his healer back alive. His health bar is still swiveling left and right. So much damage intake because of how long these mobs are staying alive. Goop taking a huge chunk of damage as well. That's his cheat death gone. Also on top of that, Dorky stabilizes here, but just look how much time they're losing with these adds alive. It makes the fight so much more hectic. They're not getting efficient damage off.
Yeah, again, this timer is just so brutal here. They've only dealt with 25% of the boss's health, and they have only 3 minutes left to do the rest of it here. They are getting gripped in. Most of the trash has already gotten cleaved almost all of the way down. The Restorer breaks out of its Dominate Mine, but Junkrat instantly redominates it, so they are going to be able to keep getting those shields for a while. We'll see what their count ends up being here, whether they have to actually kill that Restorer at the end of this fight, or whether they're going to get enough count from the rest of these mobs, as players are getting hunted down by Spiteful Shades as well. Another problem with Spiteful Active is if you have mobs dying as the boss is about to grip you in, it might grip you into an unpleasant surprise. Let's just say.
Ooh, Junkrat has to use the Disperse there. He was kiting away his Spiteful Shade and also got targeted by the breath from the boss. Good Disperse to stay alive there. It means he doesn't have available for another damage overlap later. These trash mobs are finally dying off. They just have the Restorer left.
They do need to kill it for count, though.
Mind controlled.
Yeah.
They need to milk this damage buff from the Restorer for everything they have. With the trash dead, they've been in combat now for 2.5 minutes. With the trash alive, they've gotten through 50% of the boss's HP. If they can do just a little bit more pure boss damage now that the trash is dead, if they don't have to focus any more AoE, they might just barely be on timer. They'll get one last set of 2 minutes as well, about 1.5 minutes from now, and that's going to be their final burst of damage. So this could end up being pretty close.
Let's play good news, bad news. Good news, they are going to get one more set of 2 minutes here. That is nice, right? You can see that Power Infusion, the Void Eruption, the Breath of Eons are all going to come up at around 31:30, which means they will get time to get full value. Bad news, they need to release and kill the Restorer to end the timer as well, because they still need the 4 count that it gives. So that is bad news, and that means they're going to lose their shields and the damage buff at the end of this fight. They are going to dominate it one more time, but I think after it breaks out of this last Dominate Mind, they're going to need to just leave it and kill it under the boss.
I think you really have to milk it for one more shield right before the 2 minutes. You can get some cleave onto it right now, right? Like, release it right now, get some cleave onto it, but I think you need to have at least one of the shields up for when you send your 2 minutes. Otherwise, there's just no way you're going to have enough damage. They might just not have enough damage anyways.
Yeah, 1 minute, 30%.
No 2 minutes. Oh, I don't think it's going to be enough.
So here's let's play some more good news, bad news.
Well,
good
okay,
news.
Smacked actually has another lust coming up too.
Yeah.
His personal lust.
Right, we have self-mage lust lining up with this, lining up with the PI combustion that'll be happening whenever that comes out with the Breath of Eons, right? So all of that is good news. That is going to melt the boss, but we're starting to run out of time here. So here comes the Breath of Eons. We are going to see the combustion happening and actually staying in combustion for a while. Smacked is here. And the Power Infusion and Void Eruption. I mean, Junkrat does not have much time. He's got to just press them right now because otherwise it's not going to last through to over that 32-minute mark. 16% on Echo of Dorgosa as NA's last hope. This is their most damage. This is the highest damage they can do. That Restorer is out, but Smacked is still sitting on a Celestial Shield, so he does still have that haste buff. 10 seconds, 10%. It's not enough, but it is so close.
It's painfully close.
And with those...
And you know what it's going to come down to? It's going to come down to the death timers.
Right. The four deaths they had up until now, obviously Goop dying, Dorky dying as they know the timer is dead, that doesn't count, but the 4 deaths that they had up until that point were literally the difference. So, NA's last hope tragically have lost 32 minutes of their weekend here. They can only afford to have that happen one more time before the day is basically over. But the good news is that they know they can do it from here. They have had a run where if just the small things that went wrong were cleaned up, they would be under the timer, which is incredibly impressive. Legendary have yet to prove that. Legendary's 30 that they just depleted before this was a lot farther from that theoretically doable range, right? They still have to proof of concept their run, I'd say.
Yeah, Legendary, yeah, exactly. I mean, I couldn't say it any more clear than what you said. They have to figure something out to make them go faster here because they weren't really even close compared to what we just saw.
I mean, they were close, right? They were close as in like a minute and a half under. But that's not close as in like 30 seconds under, right? 30 seconds is close enough that the death timers and stuff make a difference. A minute and a half, sometimes clean execution can make up a minute and a half, but it's a lot harder.
Well, it's especially hard considering the execution in this dungeon. I mean, a lot of it's just going to come from keeping the pull together and making sure you get extremely efficient snaps, right? It's not like there's an affix like Sanguine in this dungeon that you can look at your dungeon and be like, oh, we had 40 million extra Sanguine healing, let's just be better about kiting and using knockbacks. That isn't in this key, right? There's not too much that you can do to be more efficient at this level, unless there's something that they're just completely missing here. I mean, they'd probably have to go back to the drawing board, I'd imagine, if a 2-minute deficit is what they need to make up. We'll have to see. I don't know. NA's last hope. Not despairing, just going right back at it again, back into the 30 Algathar Academy, back to this massive first pull that lags our observers' feeds. See if they can get another good attempt on this dungeon here.
Wow. Yeah, both teams back to the drawing board, hopefully with a morale buff rather than a debuff from knowing that they've improved. But in the bottom right, we are seeing Last Moment have given up on the Nelth Slayer for now, and have hopped out of the frying pan into the fire here. 30 Uldaman is what they're attempting very briefly before they hearth out and potentially reset. I assume they'll be trying this for a while. This dungeon, 29 is already higher than anybody's ever done on live. 30 is ridiculous, but Last Moment, I actually love the way that Enhancement Shaman lines up against the strat in this dungeon. The way that especially you pull all that trash onto second boss, I think Last Moment maybe have the silver bullet for this place.
That could be the play. Enhanced Shaman has looked like an extremely competitive pick in this dungeon. More so, I think, than the other dungeons that we've seen them play it in. I mean, it's working really well. They get a lot of funnel onto bosses. So, if there is a dungeon that we could see them pull off an upset in, it would be this one. Remember, the spot of the competition that we're in, as we have the scoreboard on the screen for you guys there, NA's last hope, by virtue of that 30 Freehold that they miraculously pulled off, insanely clean run, they are essentially safe right now. They have the fastest times of the top 3 teams. They've got the +1 score on the other teams. The only thing that really knocks NA's last hope down out of competition right now would be if both Legendary and Last Moment were to time a 31 key in the last 45 minutes of the day. At that point, NA's last hope would be knocked out because of our tiebreak rules where highest key is first priority. Neither of those teams are going for a 31 anymore, right? Last Moment thought about it a little bit in the Nelth Slayer, realized it wasn't going to be an easy key to pull off, dipped out of there quickly. So, last moment and Legendary are the teams that we really need to focus in on. Legendary holds just a massive time advantage. You can see it on the scoreboard, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. That's way too much for last moment to try to make up for in the last 45 minutes of the day.
Is it?
So really, what last moment needs... Oh yeah, it is.
Well,
Really what last moment needs to make up, they just need to time a key. They need to get their +1 score up somehow, some way. But the problem is, every single one of these keys is so difficult to get a +1 in.
yeah, so I'd like to propose a counter argument here that last moment, maybe their best path is actually through, oh, what is Wexy doing here for Legendary? Taking a slow fall over to that portal. Okay, nice, and then coming back up this way, yep. Nice little maneuver there by Wexy on that Shadow Priest. Very cool catch from our observers as well. Shout out to the observers we've got. Really done a good job of catching a lot of the incredible moments here, carrying this broadcast. Well done though, and that's a nice little maneuver you can do to save a potion, right? Save an invis pot on your Shadow Priest. But anyways, the counter argument I want to propose is that maybe last moment could save 3 minutes and 40 seconds more easily than timing a new key. Because if they can go to the Brackenhide, they could maybe save 2 minutes there. And then... Okay, all right. No, I'm over it. All right, yeah, they need to time +1 key level somewhere. That's their best bet. I've analyzed the options available to them, and that's the path for last moment.
Thank you, Methnos.
Look, in our caster channel, Naguro was trying to propose that theory, and I wanted to give it its due, but I'm off. I'm not a buyer of this theory. I think that I think +1 key level is the best hope for last moment.
And it's a rough hope, because like you were talking about, you look at the keys they have available to them at the point we have right now. 30 Freehold, 31 Nelth, 30 Brackenhide, 30 Alcathar, 30 Uldaman, 29 Vortex. All of those are going to require some ridiculous pulling and definitely some progress to try to pull off. The fact that NA's Last Hope was able to go in today and just blast a 30 Freehold as quickly as they did, it's mind-blowing how well they had to play to pull that off. They were soaked when they pulled it off, too, let me tell you. So, I mean, it's a rough spot for last moment to be in. It's a rough spot for Legendary to be in, too, because they know they're not safe. The pressure is all on them right now, because if last moment is able to time a key, Legendary's out of the competition. They're out of the top 2. They don't get to play in the Grand Finals. So, they're under a lot of pressure right now to get this key done.
I think one thing that highlights just how impressive NA's Last Hope's Freehold was is that none of the other teams have even bothered going to attempt it, even after NA's Last Hope proved it was doable, right? Like, usually when you see a team time a key, the other teams are all like, oh, cool, okay, let's go do that, right? But instead, Legendary have been working on this Algathar, Last Moment have chosen Nelth Slayer and Uldaman, Ready Checks have chosen Nelth Slayer and Algathar. Like, every team is... They've seen NA's Last Hope Freehold, and they've decided, yeah, that's still less doable for us than something that hasn't been done yet, which is crazy for NA's Last Hope. So, yeah, I mean, huge credit to them, and it is a well-deserved spot they have on the leaderboard right now, although, you know, it's still not safe. There is still 40 minutes left in the day. It's getting pretty close to safe, like you said. I think they are effectively locked for one of those top 2 spots at least.
You know, when you think about it, it's almost not fair that Bear is in the meta right now at the same time that Freehold is a dungeon in the season, because Dorky's been practicing for this since BFA. He was the only top-end key-pushing tank anywhere back in BFA when Freehold was in the rotation. That was playing a Bear tank. So he's used to just doing crazy Bear pulls and going bigger than anyone else in that dungeon. And I mean, it's really paying off for them here. Maybe we shouldn't have Freehold in the Grand Finals to make it fair to the other teams. Could you imagine?
Yeah, any BFA dungeon, a huge dorky buff as long as Bear is the... I mean, honestly, Bear being a great tank is just great news for Dorky as well, because he has those years of experience on the Bear. That was always the thing. Whenever you would see Dorky, is he'd be playing Bear, he'd be playing like Unholy DK sometimes whenever he was DPSing, and just destroying on those specs that few others were playing in live keys at the time. But NA's Last Hope are restarting their dungeon once again. Despite that freehold going well for them very quickly, Algathar is proving to be a little bit more elusive. They've now had like 3 attempts end on Croth, and 1 attempt end just 20 or 30 seconds under or over time on Echo of Doragosa. So they're hoping to be able to clean that up, and they know it's possible at this point. As next slide, please.
NA's Last Hope.
Yeah.
Next slide. Okay, NA's Last Hope, can you kill some of the trash so we can get our 30 FPS back, please? Thank you. All right, wait. Not good yet. Couple lashers left. Okay, we're back to normal-ish. That is what you know. A pull is massive when it's giving you single-digit frames.
Oh yeah, when you start moving from frames per second to seconds per frame, that's that's the good stuff for the Fire Mage. They are happy whenever that's happening. Their computer starts combusting as well.
Dude is just dropping down flame strikes, hoping they're in the right spot so the flame patch can do damage.
Hold up here. So it looks like Goop is actually running around and I thought he usually grabbed this pull already. Yeah. Okay. So this is, I thought this was done the first time, but maybe they're timing this differently now so that there's 2 different adventures up to the top for Goop. And there, yeah, down
this
comes
does increase the safety of this first pull. I remember in some of their first attempts today, one of their biggest issues was that Smacked was just taking too much damage. And it's not like there was much that he could do to fix it, right? There were just too many mobs in the pull, too many things that could target their ranged players, and of course, your Clothy Mage, when you're not aware the damage is coming, there's not a lot that you can do to prevent it, right? Pre-blocking when 50 mobs are on your screen, kind of difficult to do. So they might have just slowed it down a little bit to make it safer. Let's see though, because now that we have that almost completed run for NA's Last Hope, where they just barely didn't time the 30, we now have splits that we can use to compare it to their next few runs. Remember that? I believe that Overgrown Ancient split from before was like, what, 727? If I remember properly. So let's try to beat that marker here. Let's see if they can go a little bit faster. And if they can be on good pace for potentially timing this key.
The other thing I'm going to be looking for is that death counter. That just has to stay at 0. 1 is maybe okay, but I'm just beginning to doubt that the timer is going to be feasible if that number goes up to 2. Something like, I mean, wasn't that the run as well where Dorky died right after Croth and that cost them like 15 seconds? Because they had to,
I feel like
res
that's always
as well.
Going to happen, though. I feel like that is always going to happen unless they have like a cauter. You can cauterize that bleed, right?
Yeah, you can hit it with Cauterizing Flame. You can actually bop it as well, but bop is often being used on that fight on somebody else, so not an option. And yeah, that bleed is nasty. And if you have it at the end of Croth, you're not able to generate resources against Croth as you're trying to heal through it. And like you said, you don't want to commit defensives against it once the boss is actually dead, but I think you might have to use at least enough to live, right? Because dying there and spending 15 seconds has got to be worse than any other option, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's just about trying to kill the boss at a time where you're not getting a fresh bleed right at the end.
It's a rough one. That's not really something that you're thinking about.
Yeah,
hey guys, delay the boss here so I can live.
Like we're talking about a bunch of bad options, and that's just the nature of the plus 30 is that there's no easy way to solve any of the questions that a plus 30 poses, because if there was, you'd already be doing them, right? Like that's the challenge.
Yeah, it's kind of the way a lot of these high-end push keys that are in this level of difficulty tend to go is finding out, A, do we have a strategy that could potentially work? And B, if it does potentially work, let's just run it over and over and over again until we either A, get a run that's good enough RNG to where we can time it, or B, just execute everything so perfectly that you time it. And then, of course, there are the runs where you do both of those in the same run, and you time it in a breeze, like what happened in that 30 freehold for NA's Last Hope. So it's tough, but Dorky going down during this boss smack dying too, that's going to be a reset. 5 minutes gone.
Indeed it is. That's okay. 5 minutes. They still have 6 more copies of 5 minutes left in their day, so it's okay. They can afford this a little bit more, but we are starting to get close to the end of our day. 33 minutes left until the last keystone will start, which means that teams basically have the dungeon they're working on right now is probably the last thing they'll be able to do. They still can reset it for the next 30 minutes, but unless the runs that we're seeing right now are timed, teams aren't going to have time to put up these points and extra points somewhere else, right? Like, it's likely that these are it.
You know what 30 minutes left in the day also means? Is
Ooh,
that
I bet I have an
Kettles
idea.
is going to rejoin us. And actually, you want to stick around and we can just try-cast the last hour of this, too? For fun?
Yeah, I'll stick around. I'm gonna go hunt for some. See if I can hunt for some, route segments or something like that. So I'll
Sure.
leave you guys for a bit, but I'll be around. Don't worry.
Sounds
He's
good.
making
What
the
up,
routes.
Kettles?
Hello. Is this thing on?
Hey.
Testing. All right. What's up?
Yep.
So, how do you feel about last moment going to the Uldaman? What do you think?
Ooh, I feel like it's a tough choice regardless of where you go. I mean,
We've seen
I
1
think
point.
the best... Yeah. You just need the 1 point, right? But all of the 1 points that you can get are so difficult. I think, obviously, it's easy for us as casters to say, well, one team timed the 30 freehold, why can't they time the 30 freehold? But that one's not easy either. They're all hard.
I don't think 30 freehold's doable unless you pull. Okay, unless you have practiced like NA's Last Hope and you pull like them. I don't think the 30 freehold is doable. Which basically nobody was prepping that large pull that NA's Last Hope was doing in that 30 freehold, so it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, NA's Last Hope definitely cooked a bit for that freehold, and it's paying off for them in spades. They're sitting pretty right now at the top of the leaderboards. They're just kind of going for the +1 points for bragging rights and the world record tag for this key. What do you think about this adaptation to the first pull that they made, where they're pulling a ton of extra trash down here? So much so that our observers' PCs are just chugging away. Instead of frames per second, we're getting seconds per frame, as Dradnos just said.
I'd like to shout out Ignite for lagging the whole entire game. Also, last moment, it looked like Yaunt was lagging as well. Not getting FPS lag. It looked like he was frozen in place for a second. So now, at last moment, zoning out. Unfortunate.
Why is a bear doing almost 1 million DPS at the start of this poll?
They PI'd him.
Oh, the bear gets PI? Okay, that makes sense.
He deserves it.
He does.
He's NA's Last Hope. He deserves the PI.
They all are. And they're doing a good job of doing it too.
I feel like Legendary are in a position as well to be able to time this key if they get back to the spot that were last time. I think it was an issue. I think it's just like an issue of reps for Legendary. I think that team is incredibly good. They've already gotten through probably one of the hardest parts of this dungeon, which is that first Veximus pull that they're doing. That does save them a large portion of time. Now, the Veximus boss encounter is also something that they have struggled on immensely. And so if they're able to get through that, then we might see a pretty deep run for Legendary. We'll at least see through Croth.
Yeah, the nature of Legendary's run is it seems to be a little bit more safer than what NA's Last Hope is doing, but NA's Last Hope's clip of just running through the dungeon is a lot speedier. In Legendary's almost completed run, they were probably at about 1.5 minutes off the timer, whereas NA's Last Hope, they were within 15 or 20 seconds. They were within their death timers of timing this key. So, a clean run from NA's Last Hope could definitely potentially get this. Something else that they've been doing as well, this just recently started, is they've been adding a restorer here at the very start here. They don't pull it with the initial pull, they pull it now, and they keep that restorer alive until they kill Croth.
I will say I have a bit of an issue of you calling Legendary's route safer than NA's Last Hope. I mean, Legendary's first pull of the dungeon is, I would argue, much scarier than Legendary's first pull of the dungeon, or than NA's Last Hope first pull of the dungeon. I think the Legendary, with what they're doing with the triple Vex pull and the Ravager pack, is incredibly dangerous.
I think the term safe is relative. For the average player, both of these runs are a 10 out of 10 in danger.
Yeah.
But, for these players, I think NA's Last Hope is at a 10 out of 10, and Legendary's is like a 9 out of 10, right? It's still a stupidly dangerous pull, which it has to be to time the key on this level, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're MDI pulling the dungeon. Both of the teams are MDI pulling the dungeon.
Yeah.
Like, these are routes that were... Legendary was a team that was played together during the MDI, and they were legitimately running the exact same route that they had. Maybe they snapped some stuff into the Croth platform during various points of the MDI. They did into other points of the MDI, but they were running a virtually identical route.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are just playing like they're in the MDI right now, which you need to do to time these keys on the higher levels, yeah. So, I mean, I think there are two spots in NA's Last Hope's route that set it apart from what Legendary is doing. Number one, the first pull. Pulling all of those caster mobs down from Echo of Doragos' area into the Lashers. That's something that Legendary isn't doing. That they could do that later on if they wanted to. They could do that when they pull the trash around the Overgrown Ancient. They won't have Lust for it, which is questionable, so I don't know if that's something you can do without Lust. That's why NA's Last Hope is going here first. But NA's Last Hope, they go for an even bigger Forager pull without the Lust, right? They pull something like 5 or 6 packs of trash mobs together on top of the Ravager in front of Veximus. They do that without Lust by making sure they can line most of the avoidable damage on that pull, and it's worked out for them every single time they've tried it, actually. I think the only thing that's ever gone wrong for them is Dorky dying while gathering it, and they just battle rest him instantly and everything was okay. So the fact that they've been able to pull that one off without Lust is pretty impressive.
So getting away from the Algathor Academy a little bit, last moment in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, continuing to run Uldaman. Basically, they're in a position where the next team to time a key, whether it be Legendary or Last Moment, are likely to be the team that makes it into the Global Finals. For Last Moment, they decided that Uldaman is their best bet. They've been having some problems at the very beginning of this dungeon. I think that tank survivability is rather dangerous with the first couple of pulls you do in here. It's a 30 fortified. Like, these mobs absolutely clock your tank, and we talk about Bear Druid being this unkillable beast, and then they get sent to 30 Uldaman fortified, and then they look a bit more mortal.
Yeah. Now, something else that's important to focus on, I know we kind of wanted to get away from the Algathar, but it is the important part of our show right now. We will keep an eye on the Uldaman in the bottom right. The timer for NA's Last Hope in that previous dungeon that they almost completed, their Overgrown Ancient split was not good in that run. It was like a 7:27. So they're on pace to go about 45 seconds faster here in this run, which would be extremely impressive if they could pull it off. And they're setting themselves up for, you know, if they play the rest of the dungeon exactly the same as they played it before, they would time this key. They're setting themselves up for success here with this split.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the big point is for them to be able to time it now? Like, what do you think it needs to change? Is it just like some things go a bit better, like go get more favor their way? Because I feel like they didn't. They had like one death with Dorky, but like that was like a 15-second loss.
They had a couple deaths here and there. Drogo died on the last boss. It wasn't too consequential. They had a couple random spot deaths here and there that didn't end up costing too much time, except for just the 5-second timer plus the battle res cast. I think really all they need to do from this point on is not wipe, and they can actually time the key. That's how much better this split is for them, and how close they were last time around. Now, Dorky did die at the very end of Croth, right? He got the bleed as the boss died. And, you know, that sucks, but at the same time, you shouldn't really pop anything there to live. He needs all of his cooldowns up for the pull that they do right after, right? Where they pull like 50, or not 50, like 5 or 6 packs of Foragers, right? He needs his cooldowns for that pull. They can't do that pull without him having everything up. So him dying to that bleed, while it does suck, I think it's a necessary evil. And if it happens again, they'll probably just accept the death again rather than try to heal him through it. That's
dude.
Less of a time loss.
Oh my god,
Legendary again.
They don't wipe to the Guardian Sentry. They're doing the Guardian Sentry with the trash pack. So a lot of other teams have not been doing the Guardian Sentry with that trash pull, but instead Toba is like meteoring it and snapping it up. And obviously that adds a lot of layers of complexity to that pull just in general, especially whenever you reach a 30. They were looking good. I was just pulling up their time in the previous 30 that they did. And so they were at 7:27 in this one for Vex kill. And they were at 7:46 in their previous best. So they were having already made up 15 seconds. They were off by maybe 45 seconds to a minute. But making up 15 seconds at the very beginning is a nice showing from them.
It's not relevant to competition placements right now, but it's relevant to personal pride in getting the world record tag on your run. Ready checks in the bottom left corner. In this 30 Algathar, they're cooking, Dettles. They've got a speedy run right here. They have about 5% more trash count than Legendary normally does here. They're about 30 seconds faster on their Veximus split. Let's see what this Croth is going to look like for them. I don't think we've seen them get this far in an Algathar run just yet.
this boss has proven particularly challenging for teams to the point where, so if you played in Season 1, you know that there are like buffs that you're able to attune yourselves to get some like stat buffs in ALG. And Legendary and Legendary and NA's Last Hope have by and large chosen versatility now, because they're at the point where survivability is more important than anything else for them. And so now it's a situation of like, how are you going to do on Croth?
Dude, Croth is kind of like just the mid-dungeon wall for so many of the teams. The damage intake is so ridiculous. Every single Screech is a potential death event. This is the second Screech. One debuff casually hits the Clothies for more than half their HP. And they've been dealing with 2 and 3 stacks of that multiple times throughout the fight. They do have obviously the group utility is really good with this comp. We've been talking about it for the better part of 2 weeks now. But this is a difficult enough boss where we've frequently seen plenty of DPS specs just go in line of sight just to make sure they don't get that Deafening Screech debuff. It's nasty.
Last moment are actually through the Lost Dwarves at 434. It's a bit slower than teams were doing in the 29. However, what I will say about the 30 is that they're at a position to where if their run is consistent with how it looked in the 29, then they should be able to time the 30 within the 35-minute timer. Now, again, this is through 5 minutes of the key, so it's like really tough to tell. But their first boss split looks okay. I think that they're about to reach Bromac, which is a bit of a wall. So I think that their first 10 minutes of this dungeon are by far the hardest. And if they're able to make it through the Sentinel Talandras boss, then last moment, we should be like fully focused on them.
Yeah, we should definitely be hard focused on them. And the thing about the Uldaman is that, like, the timers that we had on the 29, they suggested that the timer on 30 would be possible if you can keep all, like, damage equal when you factor in the 10% increased health. The problem is just how difficult and dangerous it is to just live through the bosses, right? On 29, once you had the buff stacked up on Sentinel, the stomps were almost one-shotting everyone. It was doing like a little over 90% of everyone's HP. On 30, that's going to one-shot. So you need to have a lot prepared to make sure that doesn't happen. And you're in combat with that boss for a long time, right? Because you pull a lot of trash on top of it. They do have the funnel of the Enhanced Shaman, which is relatively nice, but also Enhanced Shaman is a class that doesn't really have a ton of personal cooldowns available to it, right? You've got your Earth Ellie for extra HP, and you have your Astral Shift. That's it. You use your shift, you're kind of naked and afraid for the next minute and a half.
I mean, shift is definitely one of the best personal defensives in the game. So I think that...
Oh, for sure. It's just they don't have anything else.
Yeah, sure. I guess that's reasonable. They have bonus HP nodes and stuff like that. Bonus HP nodes is something that, like... it's defensively one of the best things for Mythic Plus, just in general, because like a lot of the issues, especially once you start pushing high keys, is getting one-shot 100 to 0 by specific mechanics. So those bonus HP nodes really do a lot of work at keeping you alive.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's 8% increased max HP all the time now. It used to be when your Ankh was off cooldown, but that was removed this patch. It's just 8% HP all the time. It's pretty good, but... I don't know. I don't like having extra personals available to me. It's actually kind of funny, the toolkit overload. Oh no! Ready checks! No! That timing was so unfortunate. Shelly tried to give Gangam the rescue shield at the last second, but the Screech went out and overlapped on both of them.
I'm a bit concerned with that their timer was dead anyways, but I'm not like 100% confirmed on it. But so with the route that they run, Legendary killed Croth at an 1847 pace, and we know that they were not on pace to time the key. I think that ready checks would have been about at that point as well, whenever the Croth was going to die. So I was a bit concerned about the timer. Not 100% confirmed that their timer was bad, but I didn't think it was like super sick.
Well, let's see how this Croth goes for NA's Last Hope. It's been a rough one for them, right? They've pulled it together recently in their last few attempts, but for the first 3 or 4 attempts of the day, they were wiping to Croth. They seem to have figured it out, though. They've gotten through their lust burn here, and they're doing well. I mean, this is a make-or-break section of the dungeon for them. I need to go back and find what their split was for their run they completed earlier.
1724.
I don't remember the exact number. 1724 in the previous 30?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're on really good pace here if they're able to clean this up.
Their Overgrown Ancient was a bit fast, is something that I'm noticing is different about the time. So the Overgrown Ancient was 725 in their last 30, now it's 653, and so, I mean, that's the time that they need. But the problem is this boss really starts to stall out as it gets later into the fight, because you're stacking up those Sonic Screech debuffs. Now they've just used their final clear of the fight on them, and so you have that Deafening Screech starting to stack back up. But once they start to reach to the point where they're going to get hit with that third Deafening Screech debuff, that's when all, if not all, it's most of the members of NA's Last Hope are going to start lining the application of that debuff.
It's going to be soon. It's not going to be now. Like you said, they only have the 1 stack of it right now. They can live through this one and the next one relatively easily. It's when they get to the 3 stack that they really need to make sure they start lining or having massive personals or AoEs up for them. They do have a lot of tools left still, though, right? They've got a stack of the shards for Goop. They have the VE to help out, but it doesn't prevent any of the damage. They've got Aura Mastery. Oh, Dorky goes down to the bleed. Get the res off instantly. Hopefully nobody else goes down. This boss does get kited around a little bit. Junkrat goes down. There's no res for him. This is a reset. You can't do 20% of the boss with DPS dead.
Our last moment killing Bromac. It looks like in the bottom. It looks in the small picture in picture. Last moment are able to kill that boss off. It's pretty big. Let's see what their timer's looking like. They want it. They want it dead probably below like 9:30. It's kind of what I would budget for last moment there.
Well, while we're in a bit of a lull when it comes to the Algathar Academies, and as last moment finishes off Bromac here, with an okay timer, not the fastest, Dratnos has a little bit of information for us about the differences and the complexities of the runs between Legendary and NA's Last Hope. So let's see what we got going on here, Dratnos.
All right, so we've got 2 different routes that you're going to see here. On the left is NA's Last Hope. This is from their plus 29. On the right, you also have a 29. This was Legendary's 29. Now, Legendary have been sticking with this same plan of going Veximus first. This strategy has a couple of advantages. First of all, Veximus is really hard, and so doing it early means you get to reset on it a lot, which is nice, which they've taken advantage of. And then, when you come around after coming to doing Croth, you come over here and you're at Overgrown Ancient, the third boss dies and you are right by the end of the dungeon, which is sweet. NA's Last Hope actually have adapted their route from what they were doing the first time. All of this area is the same over by Veximus, but what they've started doing is this pull number 11, they've actually been taking into pull 2 and into pull 1, and they've been doing it kind of split up more recently, so they've been taking like 3 of these pulls down and cleaving them down, and then grabbing this last pack and having it come in and mind controlling the Restorer, which they've been able to keep for that haste buff all the way through Croth. So that's a lot of value. The downside of this route is that they end Veximus, and then they've got to walk all the way across this bridge and set up like a Wormstone skip, and they're just walking and doing this extra. I mean, all of this movement here doesn't have to happen on this route because it is more efficiently laid out, right?
I think also on the left side of your screen you see NA's Last Hope's route, what you're talking about. I think that pull 8 has been changed a little bit. We're going to have to see it because last time they were in the 30, it looked like they were, so Dorky was like taking a really long time of setting it up in the past with making sure the Foragers didn't pull the mid-pack Ravager, but I swear they've changed that pull. I don't know what's different. Like there are some different mobs in it, and so I don't know how they've adapted their count.
Okay, yeah, we'll see if that's true, because it's possible. I mean, there is some extra count you can get from the end of the dungeon if you want to skip more up here, or of course more packs you can skip here if you can get this Ravager pull instead. Although Ravagers do not mess around.
I think they were doing the Ravager pull. I think they were grabbing the second Ravager into it, and so that was saving them the setup time.
Of course, this is what they ran in their 29, right?
Yes, so that's the thing. There's been a lot of evolution since then, especially the pull 11 coming into 1 and 2 in that area. But that's our quick little look at these 2 different teams' strategies in here. Thanks to Radar.io and Keystone Guru for making these routes for us from the runs, from the data of these runs.
All right, thanks, Purge. I'm sorry, thanks, Dratnos. All right, cool breakdown of the routes there from Dratnos. It's kind of wild how just going a different direction can completely change the pace of the entire dungeon here. In his Last Hope, everything goes well for them. They're a solid minute and a half faster than Legendary. Of course, we haven't seen a clean run from Legendary just yet, so We'll have to see if they can pull it together, but time is running out in this day for them. Only 12 and a half minutes left to start the final key for the day. If things were to end where they are right now, NA's last open Legendary would be our top 2 teams, making it through to tomorrow. But Last Moment has a little bit time left to try to play spoiler to Legendary here. They're doing it in one of the hardest keys, though.
Yeah, they wiped to Sentinel Talandris. I think they had a Yaunt die to the Custodian pull into the boss, which, again, like those mobs are just absolutely beasts. So that's a situation that it's pretty common. I think, but again, like we were talking about earlier, Last Moment, almost all of their difficulty in this dungeon is front-loaded the first 10 minutes. If they're able to make it through the first, probably like 12 minutes of this key, honestly, they're good. But getting there is a bit of a feat, so we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
So, can you explain why it would be Legendary over Last Moment? What's the tiebreaker situation that would propel Legendary over Last Moment, for those who don't know?
Sure. Thanks for the softball. Essentially, the way our tiebreaker works is... you're just setting me up for success there to make me look smart. I appreciate it. Essentially, the way our tiebreaker works is highest key is king, right? Highest key is the most important thing. If you have a key higher than anyone else, so let's say, for example, you're on the same score as somebody else, you have a 31 and they have a 30 as their highest key, you win the tiebreaker. And that goes all the way down. So first highest key, second highest key, third highest key, fourth highest key, so far and so forth. Looking at Legendary and Last Moment right now, they have the same keys across the board, right? 29 Freehold, 30 Nels, 29, 29, 29, 28. All across the board, the exact same key. So at that point, what we then do is we add up all their times. And the fastest overall time is the winner. And we have that written on our score right there. You can see Last Moment, their overall timer is 3 minutes and 40 seconds slower than Legendary. That's way too much time to be made up in a single dungeon. You can't just go 3 minutes and 40 seconds faster in a dungeon, especially on this high key level. So their best bet is to try to just gain one score anywhere, get themselves to that 175 mark, and knock out Legendary at the last moment. It's going to be really hard to do that in the Uldaman, though.
I mean, they continue to just have deaths, on this first pull. This first pull is brutal. Like, not only is the trash damage dealt to the tank just an insane amount, but even like the leapers start doing stupid amounts of damage. If you have the Crocs end up getting their thorns cast off, also, you can have people die 100 to 0. So that pull's really challenging, even though it's something that a lot of teams are looking to do.
Well, yeah, it's really challenging. I mean, I get the idea behind the Uldaman, right? And this is one of the reasons I was kind of a proponent yesterday after seeing the 29s, of saying, you know what, after seeing the 29, the 30's doable. It's a good candidate for a dungeon because you have the front-loaded aspect of the dungeon, right? You have all of the difficulty in the first, 10 minutes of the dungeon, and if you get through that first 10 minutes with enough time to complete it, theoretically, you should have a good chance of doing it. It's really similar to the Azure Vaults we were seeing last weekend. But it's just really not coming together for them.
We have 2 Legendary Veximus pulls remaining until the end of the day. Two pairs of 5 minutes remain.
So 5 minutes, according to Dranos math?
Two pairs. 2 pairs,
okay. I think I missed the bit earlier when it said 9 pairs of 5 minutes was 45 minutes. Or it was 90 minutes, yeah.
You said it was an hour and a half or something. It was 9 pairs of 5 minutes. I was just like, huh?
You know what beats 2 pairs, though? 3 of a kind.
Okay. The full house, I guess.
Alright, well, Veximus goes down here for Legendary. The timer is not great, though. I mean, 730 is not what we want to look at. Even ReadyCheck was having a faster split than that. This is about on par where most of Legendary splits have been here, but yeah, I don't know. I guess they do pull side trash in.
Yeah, they're grabbing more trash. They're doing a full extra trash pull over ReadyCheck, right? Because they do that mid pack. That way they can just bail out of here immediately. So this is a big deal. Look at Dr. Tobofish. He's dropping the meteor on the pack, and then before the meteor lands, he hits that jet stream, and that allows him to snap all of the mobs up.
They have wiped to this before, actually.
Twice.
Multiple times, yeah.
Yes.
The problem with the problem with snapping this particular pull is you're snapping up a battle axe, which is not ideal, right? that battle axe, if it decides to just sever one of your DPS players, they just die. It one-shots them. Looks like Uldaman was able to get aggro on it. It stopped evading, so it didn't happen this time around, but that thing can go south quickly.
Yeah, you saw Igloo burn his bop there. So he's going to have healing threat more often than not whenever those mobs get snapped up. And then, like you were saying, they're going to evade out for about 10 seconds. Since Igloo is going to have healing threat, he just preemptively bops himself. That way, Uldaman can do a better job of getting threat. Now they're going to try to like cycle through CC rotation. So typically the Mana Fiends in general, and you see this consistently whenever we see the Mana Fiends pulled, you're going to want to like use a CC rotation or a kick rotation on them. And just making sure that you're rotating things such as like, you know, Blinding Light, Incapacitating Roar, Dragon's Breath, that kind of thing, Fear on them is important, because like any of the surges or any of the mana voids, if those go off, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we just had an observer bug on his last hope. It looked like Smacked was just falling after he took the glider, but it was just a camera bug. He's okay. No falling for him. And his last hope looks like they're on a pretty good pace here. Remember, a good cross split for them is somewhere around like the 15-ish minute mark, I want to say. So if they're able to get that down, we could be on a good pace here. Again, that's a really good overground ancient split. 641, that's the fastest that I've seen from them since they started pulling all of that extra trash down from Echo of Dorogosa.
Mm-hmm.
So they're on good pace. It's just this Croth has really been a 50-50 for them for over the course of the day.
And we got 6 minutes until the final run of the day. And the final runs are locked in. Last moment, they bailed on the Neltharian's Lair early, went to the Uldaman, which makes sense. Their Algathar Academy time didn't look like it was in line to be able to time this dungeon on a 30. They're behind in terms of time tiebreaker on this key, but I'm really, really worried about how they're doing in this Uldaman right here. They are currently the team that is slated for third place with a score of 174. Now Legendary also has 174 points. They're losing the time tiebreaker, and they're not able to get like really deep runs in this Uldaman yet. And we only have 6 minutes until the end of the day.
And this is a good spot for NA's Last Hope to be in. They're essentially locked in. The only way NA's Last Hope gets knocked out of the top two right now is if Legendary and Last Moment both mind meld and decide, you know what? Let's just go do Neltharian's Lair. And they both go to the 31 Neltharian's Lair and one-shot it. That's the only way NA's Last Hope gets knocked out, because they hold the tiebreakers, right? They've got the top keys in every dungeon with the advantage of the Freehold +1. They've got the fastest times of any of the top teams. The only way they can get knocked out is if somebody's a 31, which they haven't done yet. And it doesn't look like that's something that either Legendary or Last Moment are interested in doing, unless Last Moment, after that wipe, randomly decides to go there right now. Let's see what the plan is for them after that last wipe. I doubt they'll go to... Yeah, they're going back to Uldaman.
No, they need to stay with Uldaman. This is tough. I mean, this is really tough. They probably have... the first pull of this dungeon is so dangerous, and then it's like a little bit easier. And then you get to the first boss and you're kind of chilling. Mm-hmm. And then you go to Bromac, which is very dangerous. And then you go to Sentinel Telondros, which is probably the single hardest, if not, it's probably the single hardest part of the dungeon, just in general, is taking the trash into Sentinel Telondros. So, I mean, we're at a weird spot for Last Moment. They got to get through this really hard first pull. All of the difficulty of this dungeon is front-loaded, though, which is an advantage because they're able to get volume pulls in. But we only have 4 more minutes.
Yep, 80% of a pair of a half of 5 minutes left for the teams to start their last run of the day here. That's one more potential wipe at the start of the dungeon here for Last Moment. If both of these Croth platforms go well for NA's Last Hope and Legendary, these will be the last 2 keys for them at the end of the day here. Ready Check's also in a 30 Alcathar Academy of their own, but they're playing for pride right now. Their position's not going to change at all. They're steadily locked in on that 4th place spot. It's going to be interesting to see if Last Moment can potentially snipe Legendary at the last second, or if Legendary can take control of their own destiny and finish off this 30 Algathar after a couple hours of attempts.
I mean, it's definitely winnable. It's winnable, but it's not easy. And so, hey, they're able to get through this first pull. We saw them wipe to this first pull, I think the past 3 attempts. Yant has 2 stacks of that Croc Bleed on him. No Cauterize available because he got the other 2 stacks cauterized off about 20 seconds ago. And he goes down to that Croc Bleed, immediately releases, re-runes up, and is making his way through. He knows, like, ultimately,
they're not going to deplete the key off of this in particular. They're going to deplete the key off of other things if it's going to be anything.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm still worried whenever teams are fighting Croth on this level because it's been such a difficult fight for...
Croth is a bad bird.
Take it back.
That's a bad bird.
No. That's mean.
I said what I said.
Let's see, what does Ready Checks have cooking up here? They've gone to Overgrown Ancient, which is interesting because in their 30 before, they went to Veximus first. Maybe they're cooking up a route similar to what NA's Last Hope is doing, but they're doing things a little backwards, right? They went through the Guardian Sentry and said, you know what, we're going to divert ourselves off towards the Ravagers and Foragers and pull that instead. Huh.
I've seen a legitimate route like this before. I don't know if they're trolling or not. Doing a route like that allows you to lust the Vex trash. The downside is that the travel time is a bit intense. And in a dungeon where I'm not really sure how the timer's going to look, not a huge fan. But I've seen routes like this before because it lets you get your lust for... You can either lust the Vex trash or you can lust the boss, depending on like your pacing through here.
Goop going down for NA's Last Hope. That's during the Bloodlust. Now, he's the augmentation evoker, so as long as he got his buffs out, I guess it's not that big of a deal. Do you lose your breath when that happens, or does it stay on the target?
I'm not sure, honestly. I would be lying if I gave you an answer.
So they could have potentially lost the breath damage. Don't actually know how that works. It's still a relatively new class to the game. I don't know the intricacies of their mechanics. Some classes keep their debuffs, some don't. But it's just one death. It's just one set of 5 seconds.
The issue about him dying there and losing the lust is the ability to be able to extend the breath. I know that is definitely going to be a problem.
Yeah, you do lose a lot, for sure. You lose buffs on your players, you lose extensions, probably lose Ebb and Might uptime as well. There's a lot that they just lost, but it's relatively small in the grand scheme of things. I think it's still timeable if that's the only major death they have throughout the key.
This might be the run that they're locked into as well.
30 seconds left now. They would have to stop running the key right now, state their intent of starting another one to the admins, and then get it started 60 seconds after the fact. That is the way the rules work. As the timer runs out, you have to make sure you state your intent to start another key, and then finish, and then start it in the next 60 seconds. So you need to start it before whatever time it is 01 on the clock in your region. Legendary, another wipe for them. They actually have time to state their intent to start another run and start another key. Let's see if they get it done in the last few seconds here. They should be able to start another one. Does Legendary have their Restorer with them? Have you seen any shields going out, Tettles? Sorry, not Legendary. NA's Last Hope.
No, they don't have it.
They don't have it. Okay, interesting. Oh no, they already have their count from killing it too. They're at 54.4%. That's after the Restorer dies. So they must have killed it off already, or maybe they just killed it off a while ago. Interesting. This is still going to be a good split from them.
Yeah. So let's see. They were at 1724 on their previous attempt that went the distance. Yeah, 1724 was the time.
So they're on really good pace right now then. Maybe not really good pace, like 30 seconds ahead maybe.
If you're 30 seconds ahead, that's really good pace in here. This is a dungeon that's like really on a knife's edge. At the end of the day though, it's about execution, it's about being unbelievably clutch. Like they can't afford really any mistakes. And it's not even like we can afford a minor mistake. No, they can't afford any mistakes. It's like they need to be perfect. And getting that deathing screech here, I think he's going to die. The screech,
he's going to die. Yep. He's going to die. They should just keep him dead. It's at 4% here. They might get one last screech because of it. This is going to cost them some time on their timer here. The thing is, Dorky's going to die to the bleed after the fact too, almost guaranteed. So Drogo can just instantly start queuing a mass res at the last second here as the boss dies, because it'll catch both Dorky and Goop. They're only 15 seconds ahead of their timer here. Oh, does Dorky actually have a bleed? He does.
Yes, he got the peck on him last second. But he's okay. He's alive.
Yeah, this time
Looks like he's okay.
he got Bark and Sack to keep him up there, so
Oh my God.
able to survive.
Almost done.
Meanwhile, here is Legendary with, I believe, their last run here. These are the final runs of the day, and Legendary have, coming just under the wire to start one last Algathar 30 attempt. Here's their first pull as they get underway. And
Dude, I'm having deja vu from yesterday. This is what they did as their last run of the day yesterday. Also, the 30 Algathar Academy.
Okay, NA's Last Hope setting up their massive pull, and yeah, like you said, that second Ravager pull is absolutely coming in an improvement, or perhaps an improvement of their route from the plus 30 or from the plus 29. It makes it harder, but it makes it faster, which is what they need.
It's a time-saving measure. Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. It's a lot. I would say it's a lot more tank damage too, because you're adding another battle axe.
Yeah, those battle axes, again, those bleeds. Luckily, they have access to Cauterizing Flame, right? Which, that's a big help against that.
Almost fell off the edge.
Yeah.
Ooh. We're all set up, though. Most of the trash is in. Just that one Ravager has to rejoin the group. It will shortly here. Actually, it's kind of in a bad spot. Should it start a charge in that spot, it's going to be annoying to line. No, they're good. Okay, this ledge helps, but Drogo does die in the trash pack here. They'll have to find a res on him. They do. He's back alive, back in the group. The mana pool is looking a little rough for him, though. Look at that bar. Only 20% mana. Hopefully that's enough to get them through the rest of this pull. As far as I know, as far as Holy Paladins go, that should be fine, right?
Yeah, they've actually been dominate minding one of the scepters here as well to keep it out of the action. You can see, well, you can't anymore, but just, okay, there you can see just in the middle right-ish of the screen that dominate minded scepter that NA's Last Hope have grabbed. Which that's a pretty clever way to adapt to this.
Oh my gosh, if they're able to live this would be insane.
Yeah, I worry that the timer. Yeah, exactly right. That's the thing, is you can't afford to limp through a pull in a plus 30, right? It's got to be done perfectly or close to it. Giving up 20 seconds or so in a pull is too many seconds.
Last moment, bottom right. Also, they have 3 deaths in their Uldaman, but this is the second furthest attempt that we've seen of them so far. If they can make it through this Bromach, they'll be in a good position to do probably the hardest pull of the dungeon, which is the Sentinel Talandris trash pull.
This is their last shot at it, right? If they can time this, they can get second. But if they can't, they are in third place and will not be making it to Global Finals. So because it's the end of our day, they've got to just keep this going. Even if deaths happen, up until like a wipe, they got to believe and keep on trying.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's happening all across our board. Oh, Dorky down for NA's Last Hope. Town Portal's coming out for them. They are safe. They know they are in at least second place. In theory, if Last Moment timed this... Oh, actually, no. Okay, yeah. I think that's first place secured for NA's Last Hope. But now Last Moment having a death, no battle res available for their priest. They are going to try and recover here, but now they're going to be short on damage on the next totem.
Over. Yeah,
this is all she wrote.
All
they're
right.
dead. This is it.
A salute to Last Moment. They did so well this weekend. Elbro coming in and blasting on that Enhancement Shaman in so many dungeons, busting out the Prot Warrior as well. You love to see it from Last Moment. And that means that we only have one team still Achaean today. They are Legendary. They are working on Algathar plus 30. Win or lose, I think they're locked for second either way. Maybe if they win by enough time, they could steal the time tiebreaker from NA's Last Hope, but I don't know what number that would have to be. I suspect it's an incredibly unrealistic number.
Well, no, because so Legendary has 29 Freehold, right? With what time on it?
With 28:48.
Okay, so they have about 45 seconds over NA's Last Hope in the Freehold, right?
Yep, but then they're a minute slower in Nelthslayer. They're 5 seconds faster in Bracken.
All right.
So
they're 10 seconds slower in Uldaman.
That's dead.
So my quick math, NA's Last Hope is 24 seconds ahead of Legendary right now, so it's actually pretty close.
Well, but the problem is NA's Last Hope's Algathar time is 31:06, so Legendary would need to... Because Legendaries are fast now on Algathar.
They'd have to do this Algathar on 30 world first, 24 seconds faster than they did it on the 29.
Right, they would need to do it. They would need to put up a 30-40 or something in this Algathar, which, again, not saying it's impossible, but That would be one of those runs, and we talk about those runs. You know, sometimes you're struggling with a key for ages and ages, and then when you actually get it right, you're like 2 minutes under somehow, and you're like, how, right? How was this so hard? And then it was so perfect.
That's not this key, though.
Well, we'll have to see.
Like,
they're going to keep this run going, and we're going to see if they can try and make it happen. So the timer that they are going for first place is 30 minutes and 40 seconds, which is unbelievably hard. Again, nigh impossible, but not impossible. We'll see if they can make it happen.
I mean, this team and NA's Last Hope are the two teams that we're going to see in global finals as well, right? Like
yeah.
And this is a team that's played together for a while now. They did MDI together. Like this is a team of very, very qualified players. This team is going to own.
We have got a stacked-looking roster for the global finals for TGP so far, and we still haven't even seen what Echo can bring to the table, what all of Group C can bring to the table. Next weekend's going to be very, very interesting.
Veximus now getting close to 20%. Tobo altering up to full. Wexy and Splat nearly dying as well. This boss they've got a lot of practice with, though. No way they would wipe here, having practiced it so many times. The question is just going to be what split they're able to achieve. Actually, this is going to be a kind of nasty overlap here on this Arcane Fissure. Looks like it's okay. Yeah, Wexy doing a good job of dodging that orb, because that would have been lethal.
Dude, I hadn't even thought about this. There's that Metabob Fissure lineup that you sometimes get it. Oh my gosh, you just holy moly! I just had a mental block for a second. I didn't even remember that was like you could get like a terrible lineup.
Yeah, that one was pretty nasty, but it wasn't the worst one, which is the Fissure happening while you still have the dot. Which whew, when that happens, it is a tragedy. Looks like they're going to be able to get through. Oh, Splat on 2 health. Is going to be able to live as well.
So they have a death. They didn't end up having to commit a battle res to it, but they did end up having to spend some time out of combat resing Splat.
Yeah, again, if they're trying to not just time this key, but time it fast enough to get first place, they have so little room for any kind of mistake. I mean, even timing the key is zero room for error.
That would be insane if they timed it with enough room. Okay, so people are popping invisibility potions here. Some people are just going to fade and run by. Dr. Tobo Fish is going to stay in the back, and he's going to meteor this Mana Fiend pack and make sure it gets snapped up to that Guardian Sentry. Watch this.
Oh.
Okay, Splat's dying. Don't watch that. Don't watch that. Avert your eyes. Yeah. Take us away.
I looked the entire time.
It's okay.
I'm also looking at the party frames, too.
He's going to get rest here in a sec. All right, now we're snapping the pack.
Yeah, here it comes. They are going to get that Guardian Sentry pulled. Those mobs coming in a couple of seconds later than intended, but it is okay. And where are they? Or maybe they aborted mission?
It took a little bit.
Okay, here they are. They're on Tobo. Yep.
And so Igloo's going to bop somebody. Normally it's been himself. He's been bopping himself because he's been getting healing threat before Lepan is able to get threat on these mobs. They're actually not even committing the bop this time. They're saving it.
So bop has a lot of utility on Croth, right? A lot of the damage on that fight is it's very nice to have access to a bop on it if you can. So not surprised to even having the option to just bop your tank at the end of the fight if you haven't used it in the middle of the fight, so that they can clear a bleed is very big. Yeah, this Guardian Sentry does take a while, even though it's tyrannical, not fortified. I think it's got a lot of health. A lot of danger from having these mobs under here as well. Here comes that Expel Intruders cast. They've got to dodge this. You can dodge this or line it, even if you look like you're in the circle. But oh no, Igloo goes down. Splat soon afterwards. 2 battle res is available, but Tobo is now cauterized. Lepan dies next, and that is it for Legendary. There's no way this key can be timed from here. That depletion does not affect their result for the Global Finals, though. They have made it into the Global Finals with 174 points, 3 minutes 40 seconds faster than last moment, which is the tiebreaker because they do have the same keys across the board. But it is NA's Last Hope who are coming out of this group in first place. Well done by all the teams. I mean, this weekend was just some of the craziest level of competition that we've seen. All 6 of our teams had so many names, and even Cool Beans and Pixel, who went out on days 1 and 2, were just so good too.
I love the TGP, and the level of competition we've had this season is absolutely insane. Even like you were saying, even those 5th and 6th place teams were incredibly competitive throughout the whole entire competition, and we still had Last Moment still alive at the absolute last moment of the day today. Unfortunately losing on the time tiebreaker, but sending NA's Last Hope and Legendary to the Global Finals, where we're going to be able to see them in a couple of weekends.
Yeah, it's one North American team into Global Finals. We were happy to see that. That's better than we usually do, so...
That's good for us. That's good for us.
Yeah, well done.
How many pairs of sets of 5 days away is that, Dratnos?
It's a fortnight.
It is, yeah, it's a little more than that, right? It's next weekend we're going to have Group C. That's going to be exciting. And then I think we have a weekend off where maybe there's some AWC stuff going on, something like that. And then the weekend after that is our TGP Global Finals, I believe. So it is it's a good time to be a fan of watching some WoW esports for sure. There is stuff every weekend for a while here. And actually,
dude, next weekend's
weekend,
crazy,
yeah.
I feel like the teams next weekend, not to diminish anything from this weekend, it's like I actually don't know who's going to be the top 2 next weekend. It's a weird situation. Well, do you?
I mean, yeah. So next weekend, of course, is the weekend where Echo are playing. Echo, winning many of the MDIs and TGPs of the past years, almost all, some would say, but they've had now one of their players has had some heat related issues and where he's living that have maybe affected their ability to practice as much as they want to. I think they've got it mostly resolved now, so hopefully we'll be able to see them shine next weekend, but it should be exciting. I mean, Group A, we came in, and that was the group where Perplexed and Mandatory qualified, and we were talking about it as a group of death because there were 6 crazy teams there. Group B was also crazy. I mean, six teams, all of which had MDI players, all of which had players you'd recognize on them. Group C is no exception. That group is also going to be intense levels of competition, so it's going to be
the closest TGP we've
exciting
ever seen
to be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and once we get to Global Finals as well, dude, the fact that one of these teams is going to be eliminated on day 1 of Global Finals and day 2 as well, like, oh man, that is going to be even another level of ridiculousness.
The deal with Global Finals also is like, I feel like most of these teams have been playing versus one another.
So here are the teams that we are seeing in
Dude,
Group
I hate the
C.
Sheesh logo. It's so bad.
The Sheesh
it's
logo
so bad.
is something. You've also got teams you'll recognize here: Last Minute, Empyrean, and Sloth. There, I believe that's the logo in the bottom right? Or am I?
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Sloth.
Excellent. And then what are these Ys? What team is that?
Y. The team is literally named Y.
Literally Y. Okay.
It's just Team Y.
That is
Y and Empyrean are
beautiful.
both Asian teams.
Yeah, and then of course Echo, that logo up in the top left there. You can see the actual names for these teams, and yeah, okay, actually, I could have guessed that was Y off of that logo. So that is what's coming. That is next weekend, August 4th through 6th. Should be a very exciting weekend that we have there. All right, so sounds like we're working on getting an interview thrown together.
Oh my gosh!
We'll see if we can get the tech there. We can get the technology there with some of our winners, some of our players qualified.
All right,
through.
Let's workshop good questions because I feel like we always
this is
kind
good.
of ask. Yeah.
I like this. I like this a lot.
Okay, so what do we think is a good question here?
Well, I think there's some timeless
talk
classics.
about the questions we're going to ask while we know that they can hear us, but they're not on the broadcast yet. So, like, what are some good questions?
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Now
Don't be generic. Like, are you happy with your performance?
Well, all right. Let me cross that one off my list.
Let me get that out of my notepad.
All right. What team do you think is the biggest fraudulent team going into Global Finals?
Can you define fraudulent for me here?
a team that is a fraud.
Are any of these teams fraud? How would a team go about being a fraud? How would a team
I don't
go
know, but
about
it would be
qualifying
kind of
to global finals whilst being fraudulent?
Okay, it would be kind of hype if they called somebody frauds, though. Yeah.
Okay, you're trying to start some trash talk between some teams. I like that. I respect it. That's I remember always when we had like the JPC now trash talk going on. That was good.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I do like incentivizing that. Yeah, it's something that we've got queuing up. We've got the connecting happening for our potential interview here. So let's see, Zyro. Favorite moment from this weekend? Anything jump out to you so far from what went down?
Oh, 100%. The ending of day 2 when Ready Checks, they trucked through all of day 2 and were able to just barely eke out that 4th place position for day 3. They played really, really well all day. It's so unfortunate that they weren't able to carry that momentum into today. It's one of the natures of our multi-day competitions. It's just hard to pick up the momentum where you left off.
All right, it sounds like we may have our interview tech here. So let's see if it works, and let's see who we've got to talk to. Perhaps. Right. There it is. It is Dorky from NA's Last Hope and Tobo from Legendary. Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yo, you guys hear me?
Yo.
Oh, yeah,
what
it's
up?
working.
It's your boy. Oh, can we
Dorky,
everything?
You happy with how this weekend went?
Yeah, I think we did great. We didn't have that much practice, I felt like we came in a little bit unprepared, but we killed it. I'm very proud of my team.
Tobo, you're looking a bit older than I think the last time I saw you. And a bit shorter too, actually. Now that I'm really thinking about it.
Just a wise mage. It changed me.
How have you guys been feeling about like the compositions that we've been seeing in this TGP? It's been mostly one comp, I would say.
Yeah, I think it was actually really interesting in the previous patch, and then 10.1.5 kind of just made everyone play the same all the time.
Oh, how did you guys adapt, by the way?
We just logged into the class and started playing.
Let's go. Yeah, I feel bad for the teams that had good classes coming in and they just had to suddenly play something else. Because I was looking at El Bro's team, because I know he's an enhancement shaman player, and him having to play mage just feels bad. I feel bad for El Bro, but I mean he still came out really strong with enhancement. I was really surprised, and Pro Warrior too.
Yeah, that was definitely something that was really good, seeing them that it could play his, I don't want to say one trick, but he's kind of known for being the enhanced one trick player. Speaking of, main players though, how do you feel that you get to play Bear Druid, and have it be a real viable class for, the first time in a long time? I mean, it looked like you were right at home in that Freehold, just doing bear pulls the entire key.
Yeah, it was great. I haven't played Bear in a while because it's been a while since Bear has been good, and this is the first time Bear has been good in a very long time. It's been a blast.
Tobo, I want to ask you about Algathar Academy, because that's the place you guys kind of went in and quickly got that really good 29 done. And then the last few hours, we saw that 30 barely slipping by a few times. How possible did you guys feel that dungeon was? And was there anything that you would change about your strategy, comparing your Veximus first versus NA's Overgrown Ancient first? Any thoughts on the differences there?
I mean, I think the key is definitely durable, but maybe I would change a few things, but we didn't have enough time to we couldn't practice between the days, so we couldn't really change anything. But I do think I did prefer the going Veximus first, because I watched the backtracking the NA team did, and it did not look as good in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it was NA team. They suck. Not great players.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you guys too, how did you guys feel about the Brackenhide? Did you guys have something cooked, or was it somewhat YOLO?
I think we knew the totems were tight, but we thought like the rest of the queue was like completely fine on time. But then we kind of just like went into the last boss, and then I think we let like 4 totems through or something, and then it was just like, yeah, okay, we go again.
If I'm not mistaken, on your first attempt in the Brackenhide 30, you sent 2 Anshels into the first totem, and it didn't die, and it went off. And you guys were like, "Okay, we gotta go somewhere else."
It is rough.
Okay, I don't know about that one, but I can't remember that one, to be honest.
Dorky, I have a question about the Freehold. How?
Yeah.
You guys were the only team to time 30 Freehold. You guys were the only team to even attempt 30 Freehold. Was that just the massive route difference?
We were cooking last night. I don't know if you guys saw the route, but we basically, we took sort of like our speed run in our lower keys, and then we baked it into doing a plus 30. But it was tough as hell. Like, the first attempt, we went to the second boss pull with like 0 actual practice. We just like came off the idea last night. We're like, all right, this is what we're gonna do. This is gonna save us an entire minute at least. And we didn't account for like how dangerous it was, right? Like the shots were one-shotting almost, on top of bursting, on top of the knife jugglers. So it was tough, but we just immediately adapted to it. Next run, we were like, all right, we just got a dwarf here. We just got to use defensives in this spot, and we pulled it off. Like we knew that if we got that pull off, we would have timed the rest of the key as long as we just played clean and just W do the entire rest.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, massive congratulations to you, Dorky, and to you, Tobo, as well. Before we let you go, gotta ask, any shout-outs that either of you would like to give? Tobo, let's start with you. Any teammates, friends, anybody that helped out with the process, anything like that?
Oh, well, I would like to say a big thank you to my dad, because he was watching like every single day, even though he doesn't really know like what's going on, but like he's just been watching every day, and he likes to type the random emotes in chat. Like you can see his chat history. I think they're showing it now.
Yo, that is so
I can't believe
sweet.
you have him typing 7 TV emotes.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Dorky, how about you? Any shout-outs to deliver?
Yeah, shout out to my team. They pulled out really strong. Shout out to Yumi TV. I don't know why, but poor guy's been having it rough in hardcore WoW. I've noticed he's finally back co-streaming this right now. Shout out to all my supportive fans too, everyone who's been cheering us on. And yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much to both of you. Congratulations again, and we will see you in a few weekends for Global Finals. That was Tobo from Legendary and Dorky from NA's Last Hope, who have indeed qualified through. Whew, what a day, Tunnels. What a day.
Dude, the Global Finals competition is going to be so intense. I mean, even these cup weekends are just brutally close. And I'm interested in seeing how like the strats evolve. Like, I wonder if NA's Last Hope's like Freehold strat that they were able to deploy into that key, like, is that going to be like the new meta? Is everybody going to do that pull? Like, what is that going to look like?
Yeah, I wonder if there's different affixes that would make it more or less doable as well.
Freehold, of course, or fortified, maybe.
Right, like that sort of thing throws a big wrench into the plans for these teams. As you can see here, we're floating through some of the cards for these teams. You should definitely go check out all the players from these teams, and not just the top 2 teams, but all the 6 teams, which you can see now. Go write these down, take a screenshot, or I think
pull out your microscope.
Earlier on
take a screenshot.
On the WoW Esports Twitter, we've gone through all these cards as well, so you can find those there. Just scroll back a couple of days down that feed, and definitely check out all of these players because they've been so awesome, especially not just NA's Last Hope and Legendary, but Pixel, Cool Beans, Last Moment, and Ready Checks as well. They did so well this weekend and then showed us so much cool stuff in these dungeons. We're really honored to have them here, and of course, shame they won't all be going to Global Finals, but I'm sure we'll see them again sometime. All right, well, on that note, here are the teams you are going to see next time TGP is on, which is, I'm excited to report, next weekend. We are going to be heading over to over to Ruby Life Pools as well. That's going to be our Season 1 dungeon to look forward to for all of these teams. That is Friday, August 4th at 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. in Europe. Different times in different parts of the world. Same places that this one was. We will see you then. Thanks so much for being with us. Big thank you to production, and thank you to you guys, Heddles and Zyro, my fellow casters that are on. Makes and Nagura, who were on earlier, and Doa, who wasn't here this weekend, but who we still love. See you, chat. We will see you all in 4 days, some number of days. 4. How many days between Sunday and Friday? Any knowers? Any knowers in chat? 4? Yeah, 4 days. We'll see you in 4 days for Group C.
A 4 high. We're getting a 4 high. No pairs of 5s.